and I'd like to speak about them. Dr. Jumoke Oduwole will be speaking today. If you know her, she's a very erudite, if you like, professor of law, senior lecturer at the University of Lagos, Faculty of Law, but she's more known for her role in the immediate past administration as the special advisor to the president on ease of doing business. She has now been recently appointed as a special advisor to this president on, again, PEBEC, which is the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, and also on investments. So if you think about that, today she'll be talking about, Nigeria's role. Is Nigeria on the move as Africa is rising? So this is someone that has actually lived and breathed, if you like, public reforms and, being able to implement public reforms in such a structure as the Nigerian public system. So I look forward to listening to her today. Again, another person, this time in the education space, Dr. Mo Adefeso Olateju. It doesn't get better than Dr. Mo when it comes to education policy reforms. She was one of the people that drafted the 2011 to 2015 national education strategy, if I remember. She's also the founder of the Education Partnership Forum, which is almost like the pioneer education private sector institution that fosters public and private sector interactions. She will also be speaking on, equipping Nigeria, for global positioning through education. And then we have Dr. Joe Abba. Dr. Joe Abba, again, a very seasoned, public policy expert. He actually was the Director General of the Bureau of Public Service Reforms. So think about the person that was tasked with reforming the Nigerian public service. That's an arduous task, but he has a lot of achievements in that time. Today he will be speaking about the role of Nigeria as a firstborn in Africa. And Dr. Joaba has this thing that he does where he comes in with some kind of Chino Achebe style of speaking. And we really look forward to listening to him. One more person, Professor Patrick Lumumba. Kenyan, of course. The easiest way to describe him, he was the DG of the Kenyan version of the EFCC, or if you like, the Kenyan version of the ICPC. So for those of you that understand that, that's, lawyer and activist, right? And so this is where I say, hear ye him.
It's interesting, the four people you mentioned, Dr. Modupe and Professor Lumumba, are two first-time speakers at the platform, so we're really looking forward to that and to the rest of them. Tola, who are the ones you mentioned?
So I have three that are close to my heart. Once again, happy independence to Nigerians. So the three to my heart, and I think because these three people are at the forefront of allocating capital and resources to the largest demographic actually in the world right now, which is the youth. So first and foremost, without in no particular order, we have Dr. Bosun Tijani, the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, who just this morning released the blueprint for his ministry and the agencies under him, which is the Accelerating Our Collective Prosperity through Technical Efficiency, where he has outlined 4 pillars: policy, infrastructure, innovation, entrepreneurship, and capital, and lastly, trade. So I would love to hear about that, more about that. He just released that document this morning. Secondly, Mrs. Bolale Austin-Peters, who has been at the forefront of the creative economy in Nigeria, or even globally. I mean, she has put Nigeria on the map with many of her works. And she, again, is at the forefront of sort of unleashing human creativity, skill, and talent, right? And if you look at that vis-a-vis the newly created Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy, I really want to hear sort of what she thinks Nigeria can continue to do vis-a-vis even her own work, right? And lastly but not least, Vusi, who, I mean, I love the way he speaks. No favorites. Who is an entrepreneur and also big on entrepreneurship development across the globe. So these three people, it's about how they are unleashing capital and human talent. So those are my three.
Absolutely, and we're truly looking forward to 3 of them. Bola, you just take the final, I think the final 4 or so.
Final 3.
Final 3.
Good morning, Nigeria. Happy Independence Day. I mean, I'll start with Dr. Mensah today. He'll be speaking about, Africa, imperatives for a rising continent. And then we go to Bishop Matthew Kuka, who's always very fiery and, speaks the truth to power. And then finally, Dr. Taiwo Yedide, I think from a tax perspective, this government says they need to increase tax revenues. They want it to be 18% of total revenues. He did a very great job in the private sector. It's always difficult when you transition from being the critic in the private sector to now the operator who is doing. I think he started very well by first resigning, so there's no conflict of interest. But a lot rests on him. A lot rests on him. And I think with the Minister of Digital Economy, with technology, if they get it right, which I believe they will, I think they can really power the nation. Africa has the demography, we have the population. All we need is leadership, education, and technology to power it. That's it.
And I love how you ended that. We have the population, which has always been the advantage of the continent. It's really how to use that population. And since we're speaking with the population and people are watching, Tola, let me ask you, how should people participate in watching this platform and understanding, as always, that they are not just spectators to listening to what is being said, but to also have the mindset of how to get the information that they need to be part of those moving the continent forward?
I mean, the first thing is that everybody has to come with an open mind, right? And a receptive mind. It's not just, you're not just watching people speaking, but this is information for the now and information for the future. Meaning that as parents, as older ones, it's not just for us. You actually need the next generation, the youth. So if you have children at home, because this information is for their future as well, right? So like the people I spoke about, the creative economy, the digital economy, and entrepreneurship. This is for the next generation. And so we should come with an open mind, get settled with the young ones, and listen for the future.
Thank you so much. And I like you said that, because even in the audience, we have people that brought students from secondary schools to be a part of the audience as well. So for those of us watching at home, get younger children, discuss with them some of these things. From a young age, let them understand nation building, the economy, the society, some of these things that seem like it's for you old people. How does it concern us? Soji, for you, what are your expectations from this platform?
I think the key expectation is to remind us of that strategic role of Nigeria and the Africa Rising narrative, in the sense that, for a long time we have struggled with that identity, Africa sleeping giant, Nigeria sleeping giant, and things like that. But now it's right there again. We have the opportunity of a new administration. We have the opportunity, even at the subnational level, of about 18 new state governors. Their agendas are just unfolding. And it will be important for them to see how all of that, intersects together in this Nigerian puzzle to actually fit into that map of Africa and show us again, that strategic role. Particularly if you take it from what Bolahan said, that the demographic is there. What we need now is the education, which is one of the beauties of the platform, and the technology, right, that can drive that. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Thank you. And I'll take it back to you, since he called your name. So for now, we have to get right into the platform. We'll come to you at the end. But we have a very special presentation that is going on this morning, a rendition of the national anthem that has been specially done by young people of the Covenant Nation, which will be performed now, and titled Naija No Dey Carry Last. For those of us watching from home, you can be a part of this conversation with #ThePlatformNG. And we'll see you at the end of what is another landmark edition of the platform. Thank you.
Are my people ready? Who can stop the wind or control its breeze? A storm came and only the X-Men could call it peace. The rigid stood Lagbara, yet many fell asunder. The mind became portable and moved to Zazu. And mind danced Kerewa by Zulezu. Too many worries, but waiting man feed do. You ask for food to chop, they call you beggy. Yet if government no pay alawi, you must still serve your country. Now so office no pay salary, they call Kunle lawyer employee. If they pay me past chest pain, boost my head past the headache. I need a doctor to strike. My bank account is epileptic. Waiting go pay me pass now if doctors don't go on strike. So insecurity. All them bad government. Plenty corruption. Poverty we call. False scarcity we call. 1, 2, buckle your shoes. 3, 4, no dead Jones. At the law, at the day, there's victory involved. It's time. Too much sleep has made sleeping beauty a fantasy. You binge watch and now you're filled with ecstasy. Wake up, my dear. No time to waste time. Aren't you tired of delayed flights? It's time to tell when you land. You're waiting to see the light when you're the supply and demand. It's time to fire. Have you ever seen an Afonja lose his strength? It's time to wake up. Nigeria's situation has passed the fairy tale. No more sleeping beauties. It's time to stand like people who get stamina. To build an ark for every tribe, every tongue, every Nigerian. It's time to stand, Gidigba, and that time is now. You like it, show it. You like it, show it. You like it, you like it, you like it, show it. You like it, show it. You like it, show it. You like it, you like it, you like it.
please don't stop clapping. Don't stop appreciating this wonderful young men and women. You can be more generous with your applause. You can be more generous. You don't have to pay for it. You can be more generous. Come on, let's give it up for them. They are from Covenant Connect, the youth arm of the Covenant Nation. Well done. Yes, 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 give it up. Well done, Covenant Connect. That is the voice of Nigeria and Africa Rising. Thank you so much. You're welcome once again to the platform Nigeria. This is the Covenant Nation, not the platform church. This is the platform Nigeria, and you're welcome to, it's organized by the Covenant Nation. We're live here at the Covenant Place, Igomu, Lagos, right beside the iconic National Theatre. My name is Ngozi Akinyele, and once again, I get the privilege of being the vessel to anchor this strategic, transformative experience you're about to witness. This is the 34th edition of the platform. If you've done anything once, twice, thrice, and then the 34th time, you know how much rigor and effort goes into it. So we celebrate every single member of the Covenant Nation and everyone who has been a speaker or participant on this platform. And of course, for our live audience as well as our online audience, welcome everyone. This is a beautiful Monday. We don't have to go to work. So again, sit back and relax and enjoy. But please know that the platform is designed as a global media event. So what that means is that if you're listening and you're tuned in right now, you need to reach more people. So please let everyone know on whatever platform you find comfortable, let them know that the platform is live on DSTV channels, channels television on DSTV, that's channel 420. We're also live on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Instagram at the Platform NG on YouTube, and at the Platform Nigeria on Facebook and on Instagram, as well as on X. We have a powerful lineup of speakers today. It almost feels like this is the Platform Africa, because we have speakers from Nigeria, from the rest of West Africa, South Africa, East Africa. I think we need to celebrate that, right? It's a powerful experience today. Speaking to the topic, Africa Rising, Nigeria's strategic role. Without further ado, I'll bring up our first speaker, who's the convener and the senior pastor of the platform. The Platform Nigeria is brought to you by no other but Pastor Kwajuo Emade, the senior pastor of the Covenant Nation. Let's celebrate him.
Oh, you may all be seated, please. You may all be seated. I think we should move this back a bit. I'm correct, right? And your mic a bit this way. I'm right, right? Aha. All right, welcome everybody. I'm not a speaker. I just came to introduce the program. All right? I'm not speaking at all today. Because what I will have spoken on, I think it's a conversation we should have for another day. I was actually going to speak on faith, religion, and national unity as an instrument of uniting the country. What sparked that thought was that some months ago I was flying to Manchester from London. And on the flight, the plane suddenly had a very serious dip. I mean, it was really serious. One of the most, that kind of experience, one of the scariest, so to speak, I've ever had. And I looked around and people went, ooh, ooh, ooh. And the hostess also was going, ooh. And I looked at everybody and they were all Caucasians. I said, if this was Nigeria, it won't be, ooh, ooh. I'm going somewhere with this, will have had all types of prayers going on. Listen, and you all know this. Different dangerous prayers will have started. And it was a culture shock. Next thing, the air hostess started explaining the physics behind what was going on. I said, my people will talk about the demonic spirits that are responsible for this. Now, the point here is that even Financial Times and BBC said this about the fact that religion is one of the strongest tools in Africa. Nigeria is a religious country. You can't get away from it. And the only way you can really transform something is to start with the people from where they are. And what I was going to say and talk about was that the language of faith can be used as a tool for nation building. In fact, President Barack Obama in 2008, when he was speaking to the faith community, talked about the fact that because America back then was also a very religious country, that everybody that brought about some form of transformation used the language of faith. That even when they were going to fight racism, they needed somebody who was a religious figure because it was that language that had to be used for it. Now, the issue is that it shouldn't be used as a tool here, all right, for division. But really, the point of faith here is this, is that the values of society that actually bring about progress, the values of society that have built nations and even civilization itself, are actually rooted in the faith towards God. Those values there. And it's those values we should look at. Values like integrity, values like honesty, rule of law. Even our democratic experience that we talk about today is an expression, it is actually an expression that was taken directly from Scripture. That God is the judge, how God rules, He is the king and the lawgiver. So the entire democratic experience came out of National Assembly, which are lawgivers, executive, which is, you'll find president, governors, and then the judge, which is judiciary there. So it's rooted deep in those things. And if it can be used as a tool here in terms of getting to the conscience of people. You know, I was in a country once, and I saw the detailed work that they did. And I said to myself, whoever did this kind of detailed work on this building wasn't just thinking about money. And I went in and I inquired, and the painter within the cathedral painted to a point where nobody could see it. And the gentleman said when he was painting it, he was told that nobody will be able to see where you are painting. He said, even though nobody can see it, God will see it. All right? And if people can begin to think in that light there, as a tool now, be used in that light, I think it will go a long way to transform and to build the nation. But I believe it's a conversation, all right, for another day. Huh? All right, then. All right, I just want to make one major announcement concerning what we want to do with the platform. We do run, and we'll play a 1-minute video at the end of this once I get up. We do run what we call a YPB program, and that's Young Professional Boot Camp. And what we do, and it's an offshoot of platform, is that we take young professionals, about 500 or 300 to 500, depending on it, into a boot camp, and they're there for 4 days where they are trained by professionals and business people and career people. And after that, what happens is they are released and they go into the community with the training that they've had. But of recent, I feel that because the demographic of Nigeria and Africa, all right, actually it's strong with the youth. That's where the population is. And I believe that young people also should be consciously trained also for public office in terms of occupying positions in public offices there. And to that, we're going to start another boot camp that will be to train people, all right, who want to get interested in occupying public office in future. The conditions are, you must be a Nigerian, all right? Number 2, you must be under 30 years of age with proof to show that you are under 30 years of age. Okay? All right? Under 30 years of age, the website will be opened on the 1st of November. You can register, all right, under 30, okay? A form of test to be conducted. Between 300 to 500 people will be taken into the boot camp. We'll get best, we guarantee you this, of professionals, retired permanent secretaries, people who have worked in public service, who understand the protocol, to train the people. And then after that is done, we'll conduct another test and choose the best 30 to 50. And then after that, we'll go and meet our public officials and beg them, all right, that they should allow them to have some internship with them. That internship, let me say this here, the accommodation will be taken care of by us. The salary that they will get will be taken care of by us. All we want is 2 months, it's nothing permanent, 2 months exposure, all right, to public service, so that the younger generation can begin to get engaged in issues of public service and understand how these challenges and how things are. So that's what I came to say, all right, this morning, and I didn't want to take anything away from it, all right, by giving any speech. All right, so if the video is ready, please, the hashtag for the platform today for social media is the platform NG, all right, 2023. Please, we made an adjustment to it because it's already trending with that, so we can't change, all right, that at this stage. It's the hashtag, all right, hashtag the platform NG 2023. All right, then. If the video is ready, you can play that. God bless you all, and I want to thank all the speakers who have come from different countries, and also people who have made huge sacrifices to be here. Well, maybe I shouldn't say this, but I think this is content-wise, this is going to be the most powerful platform we have ever had. All right. God bless you all.
Innovation and Digital Economy, appointed by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in August this year. He is best known for co-founding Co-Creation Hub, popularly known as CC Hub, a pioneering technology innovation center in 2010. In its early years, Dr. Tijani spearheaded groundbreaking social technology projects, including the Lagos Innovation Hotspots and the IHQ initiative, which transformed Yaba into Africa's fastest growing tech hub through collaborations with Main One Cable and the Lagos state government. Under his guidance, CC Hub has been a catalyst for social innovation, influencing diverse sectors such as the environment with Recyclers, fiscal transparency budget, e-commerce with TraceList, healthcare, LifeBank, education, Relearn, wellness, Trooper, transportation, Go My Way, civic engagement, Go Vote, online security, Safe Online, and many more. In 2019, Dr. Tijani oversaw CC Hub's acquisition of Kenya's iHub and the establishment of CC Hub Design Lab in Kigali, Rwanda. Dr. Tijani holds a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Jos, Nigeria, a master's degree in information systems and management from the Warwick Business School, UK, and a PhD in innovation and economic development from the University of Leicester. He contributes to academia as a visiting professor at the Witt School of Governance and has participated in prestigious programs at Harvard Kennedy School and Stanford University Center for Democracy, Development, and the Rule of Law. It's our honor today to welcome to the platform Nigeria, Dr. Tijani, Dr. Bosun Tijani.
Thank you. Thank you, platform. I think I have a presentation coming on. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I've been to platform a few times now. I can't get over the awesomeness of what I think Pastor Kojo and the team has built and still building. I consider platform a very unique platform for social consciousness, but also a platform for serendipity as well, which I think is very rare to find in Nigeria. So on this note, I'm going to request that we all stand up and join me in giving a very deserving round of applause to Pastor Kojo. Pastor, you can sit. Thank you. I think for those of you that have been following this platform for years, you understand that it has nothing to do with religion. People from everywhere in the world, from all sorts of religion, pay attention to what's been happening on the platform. Personally, I'm extremely honored to be here as the Minister of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy. I think I'm just 5 weeks into this role. So today I'm going to ask that you don't see me as a government official, but you see me as a fellow believer in the incredible potential of our great continent, not just Nigeria, but also the unprecedented things that we can achieve when we unite. When we unite, I want you to remember that. At a time when our world is rapidly evolving and digital technologies are redefining industries and economies, our generation, and I consider everyone in the room today to be part of that generation, we are at a pivotal moment in history. And the biggest challenge we face is not even the question as to whether we're going to embrace the changes that is happening, but how are we going to do so to uplift our people? How do we leverage it for our collective good? I think this is the biggest question we need to ask ourselves. There's been so many industrial revolutions, but what we tend to find is a few people benefit from it. But this one is quite unique. It's unique in the sense that it offers the opportunity for inclusivity. But as people, we have to be conscious as to whether we're going to use it in that way. And this is the guiding principle behind my approach as a minister, a principle that I believe transcends political affiliations, your religious beliefs, but also regional differences as well. It is a principle that recognizes our shared future and our shared prosperity, and that this shared prosperity and future hinges on our collective efforts and shared values as well. It's not something that government can do alone. We all have to do it together. As I go into my presentation, I ask that you please come with me on a journey. I don't want you to be distracted because there's going to be a bit of technicalities to the things I'm going to talk about. So for those who probably have economics background, it should be fairly easy, basic economics. But for most people in the room that may not have that background and those watching, I'll try as much as possible to simplify it, but I want you to pay attention. I ask that you open your heart and find a role for yourself in this transformative journey and future that I'm about to describe. Whether you're an educator, a government official, a business leader, a young entrepreneur, a community organizer, or even a parent who is nurturing those that will come after us, the next generation, your contributions are extremely important. It is your ideas and faith in Africa that will lift and secure our future. So let's take advantage of the opportunity today to kickstart the beginning of a journey towards Nigeria and Africa, where economic prosperity is not just a dream. You know, it's something we've always dreamt of. That is not just a dream, but is a reality. Let's embrace this vision with open hearts and unwavering determination. Now that that is out of the way, I'm going to go into my presentation. Are we ready? Fantastic. When I took over my job, I don't know if you can see the title, Accelerating Our Collective Prosperity Through Technical Efficiency. Even from the title, it's already a bit complicated, but those with economic backgrounds can understand technical efficiency. But when I took over my job, if we can go to the next slide, one thing I did is to go into what typically is a big problem for any leader of any nation in the world, which is to look at the GDP numbers. People have different opinions on GDP. And for those who may not understand what GDP is, think of GDP as those building blocks, right? If you have a society, the way you live your life daily depends on whether there's electricity, whether the roads are okay, whether there's security, whether you can find the food that you need affordably, whether you can find a job. All those things are things that people have to produce. And collectively, they make what makes it possible for you to live in a society, which is why it's called gross domestic product, right? And the aggregation of that is what people tend to measure to determine whether a nation is doing well. Some people will question whether this is the right way to measure. But when you look at Nigeria, over the years, it's actually been growing. You can say the size of it has been growing. But if we go to the next slide, the reality is that does GDP truly reflect a better quality of life? There's a T missing in that for every Nigerian. That's the question you ask yourself. And the reason why that question is valid is if 5 of you in the crowd, if you come together today and you do a business that makes $5 billion and you domicile that business in Nigeria, it's going to affect the GDP of Nigeria. But the reality is that doesn't imply that it's actually going to touch the everyday people. So I decided when I took over my job to better understand the nuances behind how GDP is calculated. Next slide. So I went into it and I found that there are actually 3 key sectors that are responsible for the way GDP is calculated in Nigeria. By now, I can do this slide without even looking, by the way, because I've looked at it so many times. And you find that there are 3 of them. One is industry, agriculture, and services. So this is done by CBN. If you can understand what you're seeing on that graph, you can see that industry has been declining over the years, even though it seems like our numbers have been growing. Agriculture, on the other hand, which is the biggest contributor to our GDP in Nigeria, has been somewhat flat and stagnant over the year. The one that has been growing significantly is what is called services, and I belong to that industry. So this is exciting, but it doesn't tell the real story. Remember, I've described what GDP is. This is the true picture of our economy. If we want a better Nigeria, you have to try to understand this. Next slide. So I decided to go into, if they say agriculture, what are the activities in agriculture that actually contribute to these numbers that we see in agriculture? Then I found that Nigeria, we claim to have competitiveness at least in 4 key activities in agriculture, which is crop production, livestock, forestry, and fishing as well. But unfortunately, over the years, the key contributor to our GDP has been crop production. As you can see, livestock, forestry, and fishing has been flat. And for those of you guys who live in Lagos, you can see the body of water that we have, not just in Lagos, but the entire nation. How come fishing, for instance, is not contributing tremendously to the GDP of the country? This is a big question we should be asking ourselves. How come we still import a lot of fish? Forestry, for those from the east, I was in Owerri last week, and I saw how green, the place is from the airplane. There's so much we can do there. How come forestry has not been contributing tremendously to our gross domestic product in Nigeria? because it means that we can produce a lot of things, whether it's timber and everything that comes with forestry. And we can even export, but also consume locally as well. Livestock is another one. You know we still import chicken in Nigeria. So how come we can't feed ourselves properly? Next slide. Then I moved into industry. It's even more exciting here. You can see that the biggest contributor, which there's no surprise there, is crude petroleum, right? We have something in moderate, which is food, beverages, and tobacco. For those who follow our economy, you know, British American Tobacco, I think they have a factory here. I don't know if it's still there, that serves the entire region. So it's something we produce really well. Food and beverages, of course, the number is high, so we have to eat. So it's okay if we produce all of these things. That's why we do it. But look at the list of things that we've had on a very flat level for many years. Just look at the list. Mining, which we have a lot of opportunity in. The current president and government is trying to monetize that significantly. There's a lot of illegal activities going on there. Look at oil refining. We don't refine enough in the country. So you can see textile and apparel. I was talking with Prof backstage, how Nigeria is one of the few countries in Africa where our local designs are now considered to be formal. We can wear it anywhere in the world. But unfortunately, the fabric that is used, we're still importing the most of it. Things around water supply, construction, these things are still pretty flat. So to what I was saying about the building blocks, imagine if all those things are actually being properly exploited. Think of what will happen to our economy. Next slide. And to the third one, which is services, which is where I belong. You can see that the only thing that is contributing to that one is actually information and communications technology. If you work in the tech space, you should give yourself a boost. Right? We contributed over 18% last quarter to the Nigerian GDP. Over 18%. That's how significant that sector is. But on the other hand, look at so many other things classified under services that are still flat. Accommodation, so you're not surprised when you say the quality of what is available in terms of stock of real estate is not great, because we're not doing as much as we should be doing. Even education, the level of contribution of education to our GDP is still low. Next slide. Why am I saying all of this? As we demand and request that there should be a better society, we need to always find a way to be part of understanding what and where better societies are created from. So I thought I would use simple economics to explain this. So if you want any society to grow, there's probably two options. The innovators amongst ourselves can probably come up with more options. But two popular options, one is that you increase the factors of production, so labor, land, and maybe capital. You can increase them, get more people to work, increase the money you pump in. But the reality is that the level of output you get from adding more of these things to your production factor is always going to be limited, right? If you get two countries together to use the same thing, there's a differentiator. But the differentiator, on the other hand, is the second option, that while you use the same labor, the same capital, land, if you introduce a third factor, which is called technological innovation or technological advancement, it will help the results that you get from how you are applying your factor of productions. It's going to give you more. And we've seen this in history. It's not something new. Imagine if you get people to cultivate the land without using tractors. You get 100 people to cultivate land without tractors, get another 100 to cultivate land with tractors. I don't have to explain it too long for you to know that what it would take the first team 100 days to do, it will probably take the other team 10 hours to do, right? So this is something that has been proposed and pushed over the years through what is called the Cobb-Douglas production function. And what this is highlighting is the importance of not just technology, but a new way of doing things, which is innovation. It means we can't do what we've always been doing and expect results that is different from the results that we've always been getting. We can get more investors to come into our countries. we can get more of our people, trying to work. But the reality is that if we're not introducing what is called technical efficiency, which is a new way of doing things, the results we're going to get is not going to be any significant. And one of the new ways of doing things is actually using technology. It's not new, it's always been there. The steam engine helped humanity significantly to change outcomes. When we were able to mass produce things, manufacturing at that scale helped humanity to be able to produce more. When we got to the point where we could computerize things as well, it helped humanity to produce more. And I'll give you a last example on here with the next slide. In the US, for instance, the amount of labor that has been going into agriculture has actually been somewhat declining. So for those who can probably see from far, there's a line there that is almost yellowish. The number of people who work in agriculture has been declining. The amount of land that they put into agriculture as well, it's also been somewhat flat or declining as well. That slide is looking different there. There we go. But the reality is that in the US, the output of the agricultural sector has been on the rise, while the input is declining. So if you're looking at it from the normal basic economics or the way of doing things, you get confused as to what exactly has been happening. But the way they calculate that third thing that I introduced, which is the new way of doing things, particularly through technology, is through something that is called total factor productivity. Simply meaning, what are the other things that contribute to raising your output that is outside of labor and land and maybe capital, right? What are those other things? So anything that those things bring to the table, they classify that under total factor productivity. So when they calculated the total factor productivity for agriculture in the US, that's also on the rise as well. You can see it's almost matching the outputs as well, which means to be great. And I know we may be thinking we're 220 million people. Why do we want to use more smart ways to produce? It's a lie. Look at all the things that we're not doing. We're not doing fishing well. We're not doing forestry well. So there's enough places for us to actually put our people to work. Technology is not going to take that away if we maximize the opportunity. And this is the story of many countries in Africa. Next slide. And this is what is driving the way I see my work at the ministry. Coincidentally, this wasn't planned, but I also attend this church, so I have some caveats put out there. I released my strategic blueprint just about 3 hours ago. It wasn't planned that I was going to talk about it here first, so for the record. But it happened that I'm doing it anyways. But I also think the platform is deserving of it because so many people are watching. So it's a good place to also talk about it. So I'm taking my responsibility slightly differently. Over the years, people talk about the ministry as if it's a separate economy. Technology is different. It has nothing to do with the rest of the economy. But for me, I'm trying to get us to reimagine the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy as the public sector ecosystem that actually will drive the application of technical efficiency to raise the level of productivity across our key sectors. I hope that's not too much English. Meaning that the ministry can work with the Ministry of Agriculture. The ministry, based on its mandates, can actually lead the application of technology in government, that the ministry can create an enabling environment for more people to build technology solutions. And if you follow me on social media, anywhere online, you'll be able to get access to this strategic blueprint. And I've proposed 5 different pillars. The first one, which is the foundation, is knowledge. Then you have the second one, which is policy. Third is infrastructure. The fourth one is innovation, entrepreneurship, and capital. And the last is trade. So if we go to the next slide, I have 11 minutes left. The first one, which is knowledge, is actually very clear and straightforward to saying you can't do things differently or apply knowledge or technology if you don't have the know-how. That's the reality. Right? You can't get a farmer from a village who's never used a tractor before to use tractor efficiently to farm. You can't. You need the knowledge to be able to do that. So if Nigeria as a nation is going to leapfrog our economic development and drive prosperity, we must build the core knowledge that is required to actually drive what we want to see in our society. So that's what our first pillar is all about. I'm not going to read through it. I told you guys I can speak to this thing if you wake me up at any time. But the three core parts of this that we're trying to do is over the next 4 years, we want Nigeria not only to have a strong pool of technical talent locally, but to become a net exporter of technology talent as well. And don't let anyone tell you that it can't be done. We've done it in the private sector. 10 years, 14 years ago, Nigeria was not a key player. Today, our technical people are all over the place, especially in the startup world. India has done it before. The reality is also that technology is embedded in everything that we do today. If you look around you, each one of us will probably carry or use on average 10 connected devices, from your watch to your phone, to the IoT devices that you have at home, to your TV. Beyond that, we also use a lot of technical platforms as well. The world is going to need technical talent to continue to build those solutions. And historically, we get this technical talent from the West. But unfortunately for the West, their population is declining. While it's declining, it's also aging as well. You know, I always tell people, if you have a second passport and you live in another country, you will find probably 10 software engineers in Lagos before you find one in the UK in your circle, or in the US. If you live in the US and you have your social community, before you find one software engineer there, you will find 10 in Lagos or in Nairobi or in Joburg. That's the reality. So we are the future. And you know why we're the future here? We're a continent of 1.2 billion people. 40% of those are young people across Africa, I believe under the age of 25. And this is where Nigeria is also important, because it's not just that we show off for the sake of showing off, right? In Nigeria, 60% of our 220 million people are under the age of 25. Which means we have the ingredients that is actually going to power the world, because these young people are digital natives. And if we give them the right resources, they can actually become that engine that the world requires to be able to thrive. The second thing we're going to be doing under knowledge, I won't spend as much time on the other bit so that I can wrap up in 8 minutes, is also ensuring that we drive digital literacy hubs significantly. The target is that in Nigeria, 90% of our population by 2030 should be digitally literate, which means they don't have to become software engineer, but they have to be conversant and comfortable with technology, especially digital technology. That has significant impact on the complexity of our economy. The ability of these people to participate in meaningful jobs, but also consume meaningful products as well. It raises the complexity of the economy, so it's something we want to do. And lastly, under knowledge, is we want to actually be about 25% percentile when it comes to research in a number of emerging technologies in the world in the next 4 years. We want to move to 25%. I know people will say, how are you going to do that? You've not fixed your education. But I always tell people, don't let them deceive you. There's no top academic institution that you visit in the world that you don't find in Nigeria. None. None. When I started, we wrote some code to extract all the artificial intelligence publications in the world. After extracting this publication, we used a library for names. So there's one library that contains Nigerian names. And we taught the code to identify from the list of the publishers of these articles or academic papers, those that are Nigerians. And we found over 5,000 Nigerians at the top of artificial intelligence. And you know one thing I know, I don't know about you, most Nigerians are always restless, no matter how well they're doing anywhere in the world. They always are looking for ways to contribute. So my mandate under this ministry is to find a way to build a bridge to give them the opportunity to collaborate with local researchers and publish with the local universities becoming the principal academic institution that is actually tied to, that's my strategy. So in 4 years, we can leapfrog easily if we want to. If we go to the next slide, I'll rush through this. No, you've moved beyond me. The second pillar. The second pillar is policies. I won't waste much time on that. We're trying to reimagine policy as a tool for enabling innovation as against a tool for regulating. Because in the technology space, because of the dangers of most of the emerging technologies, governments in Africa tend to be very strict around how policy is used to regulate. And in the process, they stifle innovation. But the reality is that a lot of the technologies that we're seeing today, you can't really stop them. You can't stop them. What you need to do is understand them. So we want to change the game and use policy to enable the smart people amongst us to innovate responsibly. In the process of innovating responsibly, we believe that we're going to learn a lot. So if you check my document, you're going to find about 10 or so policies that we're either updating or we're bringing new ones to make sure that policy can open up the space for everyone. If you go to the third one, pillar 3 is infrastructure. Without infrastructure, you can't become a superpower in technology, especially in the digital economy. So for instance, if you don't have good quality access to internet, there's not much you can do as a nation. But you know, we don't celebrate our wins enough. Nigeria is one of the few countries in Africa with 7 submarine cables sitting here in Lagos. So the first portion of the investment has been done. We have, you know what they call submarine cables? These are cables that carry the internet. Most of them are coming from Europe, and to get them to Nigeria, you have to lay them under the sea. So technically, you can imagine what that would be like, the work and the investment that is gone into that. 7 of them have landed. 2 more is landing in a couple of weeks. I think it's there, but it's been officially declared open. But the last work to get you to be able to use those things is that we now have to lay them across our country as well. And the moment we can do that, you'll find the quality of your calls will go up significantly, because the telcos have to use masts at the minute, all those physical things that they build all around. It costs a lot of money, right? So that's why the quality of service is poor. I know that this is something people complain about. The telcos are actually pushing themselves, trying hard, at least some of them, to ensure that they can deliver good quality service. But it's a lot of engineering work if you use the whole technology. The other thing we're doing with infrastructure, which I'm sure most of you know about, is NIPOST. Right? How many people have been to a NIPOST location in the last 2-3 months? Have you been? Have you used NIPOST in the last 2-3 months? Many people haven't. But the reality is that you can't have a vibrant economy if people cannot move goods. If a farmer in Funtua cannot grow fresh vegetables and get it to Pastor Koju in Lagos, who is conscious of his health and he wants to eat clean, then we have a problem. That farmer is not going to be able to add to our GDP. Pastor Koju is not going to be able to get the service that he requires. So the GDP numbers won't be where we want it to be. So NIPOST has a critical role to play in connecting all of us. So we're trying as much as possible to reimagine what NIPOST is all about. Perhaps turn it into a franchise where a young businessman can own a NIPOST location, not own outrightly, but the government can, franchise it out to you. You run that location. That location will not only serve for delivery purpose, it also become a location where you can go to sign up for your passport if you want to. You can go there to open up a bank account. You can go there to also transact all sort of businesses. It becomes like a business center, really, for you. That's also something we're reimagining. So bring a lot of technology into NIPOST, make it a lot more competitive and open to people. We believe that is an interesting and required piece of work. Under infrastructure, we're also ensuring that our satellite company is actually competitive. We do have satellites out there. We want it to be competitive. We want it to produce productively and contribute to the economy as well. We've also been investing as a nation in innovation spaces over the years. When I got into office, I published something where I found that collectively, all the agencies under my ministry, that we've actually invested in over 2,500 innovation spaces or community spaces. These are spaces in schools, in communities where you can go, you find computers, in some cases internet. But the reality is that some of them have not been managed efficiently. So part of our goal is to reimagine a new business model to ensure that those locations can actually serve our people. But also taking it beyond that, we want to set up more in locations where we don't have. Again, check the strategic blueprint. You see a lot of the work we're doing in infrastructure. I think it's about 7 or 8 things that we've prioritized there. Next slide, I need to rush through now. Innovation and entrepreneurship, this one is quite clear. Without, I think my slide is not rendering well. Without innovators, without entrepreneurs, our dream to use technology efficiently is not going to happen. We want to see more entrepreneurs building technology solutions for agriculture, for transportation, for any sector that you can imagine. We're going to use policy to support that. Government is also going to put money on the table so that we can actually increase the pool of patient capital that is available to these guys. The more they build, the more our critical sectors will become a lot more competitive, and the more they'll be able to contribute to our GDP. Next slide, which I think is the last part of the pillar, and it's trade, right? We are the giant of Africa, as we always say. And I know that there's so many reasons why we question that. But the reality is that if Nigeria doesn't take its business seriously, we're actually doing a disservice to the continent. We're pulling it down. A more competitive Nigeria is a more competitive Africa. That's the reality. We have the market size, we have the people, we have the energy. The percentage of Nigerians that you find, if you put down 10 black people, is significant. So if you're part of a family where you're not contributing and all you do is pull it down, it's a big challenge. So we do have a role to play in lifting the African continent, increase the pool of, the size of trade that is happening between African countries. We open up our own economy, allow people to trade with us so that we can also trade with the rest of the continent as well. So we specifically want to raise the amount of technology trade that Nigeria is doing with the rest of Africa, but also the rest of the world. What is also quite good about trade is that when you prioritize international markets, you're forced to think more thoroughly about the quality of the organization that you run. You know, if Pastor Poji is inviting all these international speakers, it has to be more conscious about the quality of the support they will get when they come to this event. That's just how it works. So the more we prioritize trade, the more we're able to deepen our economy and the quality of it. Next slide. And I'm not naive. A lot of people will say, these people that are coming from private sector, the people in public sector will pull you down. I think it's a lie. I think what we tend to do is people go with a fixed mindset when you're going into a new environment. I'm a social scientist. My PhD, I use social theoretical frameworks in the things I did. And I understand that our biggest challenge is that for everywhere you find yourself, it's a social setting and there are dynamics within that social setting that will determine whether you're able to work or not. Your role as a leader is to go in there and understand how you can manage the social relations and structure to allow you to deliver on what you want to deliver. So it's a major part of whether I'm going to be successful in government or not. So with my team, we actually came up with this. This is our IP. We came up with a model. We've built the software for it that takes into consideration all the interrelationships and the dynamics within public sector to gauge all the projects that we're going to do to deliver this dream. So if we have a project, does this project require that we go to the National Assembly to get approval for our budget? Does it require that we work with other ministries and parastatal? How much of that project will require that we work with the private sector, right? All those things, we model them, creating metrics for them, and we're able to then determine whether a project is low, medium, or high on their complexity index. And what that will tell us is that as we're trying to achieve our objectives, we know what to prioritize to ensure that we can at least hit 50% or minimum. And the ones that are audacious, that will require support, we know that we may need to go higher up to get support to be able to implement them. This is something that we've created. It's new. If it works for our ministry, we'll share with the whole government and probably the rest of the continent as well. Let's move to the next slide. And almost lastly is also that we're adopting a new way of doing things for, again, those who understand economics. For you to innovate and innovate smartly, the West over the years has informed us that we have to follow something that is called the National Innovation System. It may be complex for you, But for you to be able to innovate, you need your universities producing optimally, you need capital to be available, you need all those things to come together. If we're to follow that, what I've shared with you is a dream. It's not going to happen in 12 years. But the fact that we live in a world today where knowledge is being generated, stored, and shared within a web of network, right? I use the typical thing with they say in Nigeria. Gone are those days where you have to go to Harvard or MIT to acquire special knowledge. It's gone. It's gone. Technology and connection gives us the opportunity to be able to access knowledge, network, and resources way faster. You can be in Ajegunle with a phone, and you gain access to knowledge that typically you won't have access to. And that is what we're going to do. We won't wait until everything is ready in Nigeria. We're going to be very intentional about the partnerships that we build. We will leverage deeply. This one, I'm saying this now. This is the second time I'm saying it. We're going to leverage deeply our diaspora community. Deeply. Because we think a lot of them have access to resources that can help lift our nation. So that's the new way of doing things that we're going to adopt. Next slide. And the question is, what role are you going to play? What will you build? Our president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is not going to come and become the fisherman that is going to change fishing in Nigeria. Of course, policies can be put in place to make that happen. But when I started CC Up 14 years ago, there was no special policy to support me to start. I just wanted to build. So we need builders. We need more builders. In fact, in the process of building, society learn what sort of policies we should be making. I'm only 5 weeks in government, but I was surprised at the amount of people who actually want the best for the nation. I was. The reality is that the way politics is done is slightly different from the way you actually develop society. And it's not unique to Africa, because we talk about Africa a lot in that context. It's not. It's not. We've seen countries like the UK, we know the problems, the challenges they've had with leadership. But it doesn't mean that as a nation, they won't continue to grow. Right? Because they prioritize building through multiple sources. So to lift Nigeria, we need more builders. And the question is, go back to the things I've presented around the GDP. All those areas where we've had flat growth, who are the people that will fill the gaps there? It's going to be you and I. So ask yourself the question, what will I build? Thank you so much for the opportunity. Is it good enough?
Global social impact network dedicated to the transformation of education systems. Mo is the visionary behind the Education Partnership TEP Center, a trailblazing education partnership organization in Nigeria. For several years, she led the Learn Nigeria program, a citizen-led initiative aimed at accessing and enhancing the foundational literacy and numeracy skills of Nigerian children. Additionally, she co-established the annual Pan-African Education Innovation Summit, NEDIS, which is now in its 8th year. Her expertise is sought after by policymakers, international think tanks, and corporations leading her to spearhead various education sector support initiatives funded by government agencies, multilateral organizations, and corporate entities. Mo played a pivotal role as a member of the Policy Advisory Council, articulating education sector policy priorities for Nigeria's national government. She has contributed to several international development initiatives, including her role as Commissioner for the Global Commission on Evidence to Address Societal Challenges at McMaster University, Canada. And Mo has provided valuable insights to organizations on initiatives such as the UNESCO GEM report, Education Cannot Wait, Global Partnership for Education, amongst others. Dr. Mo holds a prestigious position of chair on the international board of the Malala Fund and serves as a trustee of the Human Capital Africa and Slum to School Africa. She earned her PhD in education and international development as a centenary scholar from the University College London's Institute of Education, where she also achieved a master's degree with distinction. She is recognized as a fellow of the Asia Global Institute in Hong Kong, further solidifying her standing as an influential figure in the field of education policy and transformation. Please join me as I welcome Dr. Mo to the platform. A warm round of applause, please.
Wow, what a welcome. Thank you so much. And good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon for those who are joining us online and maybe joining from other countries. Good evening to those who might be joining from other countries as well. It is a distinct pleasure for me to be here, and I want to say a special thank you to the visionaries behind the platform. What fascinates me the most about the platform is that we come here to explore national and continental development. But then we also find opportunities to plug ourselves into those visions and identify what we can do as individuals. And so I celebrate you, Pastor Oju, and I celebrate you, the beautiful Pastor Tony Olamide. Thank you so much. So my presentation is going to focus on education because that's what I do, education. And I know that the situation on our continent gives us a lot of concern, is a source of concern for many people. But I want to challenge us today to do something a little different. And it is within the realm of dreaming. I really want us to begin to dream differently about education and knowledge, not just for Nigeria, but also for the continent of Africa. And so I will be speaking on why it is that Nigeria needs a new dream for its education system. But you see, the thing is, I was a teacher. And if you know anything about teachers, we find it very difficult to stand still. And so I will be inviting you on a journey, and we're going to be walking together down many years and also walking forward as well, many years. So please indulge me and come with me, because our journey is going to start 54 years ago in 1969. How many people were here in 1969? How many people remember being here in 1969? Those are the people that we need to turn to, kneel down, and salute, because those are our elders. A few interesting things were happening in Nigeria in 1969. A few things were happening globally in 1969. And one of those things is, and I'm going to ask somebody to please assist me with this clicker so that I can, sort of get on with the presentation. Yes, that's it, thank you. One of the things that was happening in 1969 was that we had 3 different dimensions, and those dimensions pertain to communications, pertain to entertainment, and also pertain to commerce. So please, can I have the next slide? Those of you who remember being here in 1969 might remember that the picture on the left is how we used to communicate. So very analog. We didn't have mobile phones, obviously. The one in the middle, the very handsome man that you can see in the middle, was one of the biggest entertainment stars. He was a sporting legend called Pele, and he died recently. And the picture on the right is a picture of currencies that depicts commerce. And why is this important? Commerce in those days was really about paper and about coins. And another interesting fact is that the currency that we spent in Nigeria then was called the Nigerian pound. And the Nigerian pound exchanged 1 for 1 British pound. And so if you had 1 British pound, you would get 1 Nigerian pound. Very interesting. The other thing that I must say before I move on is that it was also a time of crisis, because Nigeria at the time was coming to the end of a civil war that had devastated the country. There is an estimated up to 3 million people are estimated to have lost their lives in the Nigerian civil war. And so it was also a time of reflection for the country. And it was a time that people were asking themselves the question, how do we ensure that we never get back to the place where we have to be at war with ourselves as a society? And so 1969 represented a time of crisis. It represented a time when people did not have the opportunity to love each other as they should really have been able to. It also represented a time when patriotism was at an all-time low. But I'll shift to education because that's what I do. And there's a quote on the screen from Nelson Mandela that talks about how it is that education is the most powerful weapon with which we can use to change the world. Oh yes, Nigeria was infamous for weapons in 1969. We used a lot of weapons that perhaps we shouldn't have used on ourselves. And we devastated our own country. Next slide. And so, in 1969, a group of people came together and they said, you know what? We're going to have to fix this. We're going to have to dream a new dream for this country called Nigeria, which has only achieved its independence from the British government for 9 years. If we're going to stay together and ensure that we do not fragment anymore, education is going to be the lever. And the truth is, there is no society in the world that has ever developed without addressing its education system. Education continues to be the bedrock for any kind of growth or development in a nation. And so these people sat together. And who were they? They weren't just the professors. They were professors, right, all right? They were teachers, they were welders, they were nurses, doctors, students. Almost the entirety of society came together and said, we want a new dream, we want a new vision. We want a new philosophy. We want a new thinking about our nation. What does it actually mean to be a Nigerian? And how do we exercise our Nigerianness? But most importantly, how do we birth a generation of people that will remain Nigerians with the values that Nigerians are supposed to have? And so we carry on. There are a few enduring legacies from the 1969 Curriculum Conference. Some of us might know that the foundation of what we refer to as the 6334 education system was actually birthed in 1969. It wasn't operationalized until 2 decades later. But at that conference, it was determined that our children must have 6 years of primary education. And at the end of 3 years of secondary education, we must create 3 pathways for our young people. They must be able to either continue on to senior secondary, or they must be able to have something that enables them to be productive when it comes to technical and vocational education, or they must be able to go into teacher training college. And so the foundations were born in 1969. And then some of us here may have gone to Unity colleges. Anybody here from a federal government college? I hail you all. The foundations of that was also laid in 1969. How many Youth Corps alumni or maybe present serving youth corpers are in the room. Anyone carried out the National Youth Service? I hope people in this room carried out the National Youth Service. Okay, very good. So the foundations of that was laid there as well, because there's no better way to harmonize and unite a country than to make sure that they intermarry, right? Across ethnic lines. Make it very difficult for them to fragment. So that was very strategic, and that was what that conference achieved. Now, the thing is that we might argue, some people argue, they say, well, what's the point of the 6334 system? What's the point of the unity schools? They're not well run. You know, we don't achieve the quality standards that we're looking for. What's the purpose of NYSC? We are endangering lives as we send young people across the country. That's not the point. The point is that those policies were developed 54 years ago because some people dared to dream, and we are living their dream today. That is the power of a dream. I'm going to carry on to the next slide and bring us back into the current day because, hey, it's 2023. And what is happening in 2023? Let's move on. Again, along the themes of communication, well, we don't use analog phones anymore. I don't think anybody queues to make a phone call anymore. Some people might even have the iPhone 15, which I hear is the latest mobile telephony. Not me, but some people. So I think we've advanced over the last 54 years. People like Ronaldo have replaced Pele, and I sincerely apologize to Messi fans because I have to be fair and equitable, so please accept my apologies, but he is probably one of the biggest and most marketable entertainment stars in the world today, and some people still use the paper and the coins, but not very many. I mean, most people do the transactions via cards, and also via digital payments. So things have changed, they've evolved, but unfortunately, some things haven't actually changed. We still have conflicts across this country, across this continent, violent conflicts for that matter, that leads to displacement of lives, and people have been living in internally displaced people's camps for years. Our patriotism, we can argue about whether we're truly patriotic as a people and whether we feel that our countries have given us an opportunity to stay patriotic. So some things have changed, but some things have remained the same. And so we'll carry on. The statistics, I'm going to share a few, not exactly cherry either. Nigeria is signed up to the Sustainable Development Goals, all 17 of them, and we have promised that we're going to do our very best to ensure that we achieve these goals by the year 2030. But how are we faring? Out of 166 countries that have signed up to the goals, Nigeria is currently ranked 146. And of the 17 development goals, we're only on track to achieve one. And there's some questions about how we're even measuring that particular goal. So, not a great picture. We carry on. What's interesting is that the Financial Times, and they put out this beautiful graphic a few years ago, arguing that for us to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals that I just referred to, education is going to have to be central. And the Sustainable Development Goal on education, which actually focuses on quality education, is that which is going to create the multiplier effect that's going to help us achieve all the other 16 goals. So whether they're the goals on health, whether they're the goals on climate, environment, etc., without quality education, we will struggle to achieve and to sustain those goals. So education is important. And as we carry on, the interesting thing is that at the heart of the SDG 4, which itself is the bedrock of the entirety of the SDGs, is foundational literacy and numeracy. What are you going to do if you can't even read? You're not numerate. You can't build anything. You can't do anything. And what does the data tell us? 7 out of 10 Nigerian children is unable to read by the time they're 10. To give you perspective, a Nigerian child should be able to read a simple text by the time they're 8 years old. 7 out of 10 cannot do this by the time they're 10 years old. It's not a great picture. Carry on. I'm going to give you some more statistics. You can think of them either as positive or negative. But population is another big one, because we talk a lot about Nigeria's population, and every country like Nigeria that is big and growing wants to reap the dividends of its democracy, or dividends of its demography, rather. But what do our figures look like? 41%. So 41% of children aged 0 to 14, 41% of our population is aged 0 to 14. So almost 50% of our population is younger than 15 years old. Sounds wonderful, isn't it? We're a young population. Wow, the future is bright. But then go back to the previous slide. 7 out of 10 of them cannot read by the time they're 10. Is that an asset, or is that going to be a liability? Nigeria is the third, is projected to be the third most populous country in the world by 2050, ranking after only India and China. Again, sounds like a great thing, doesn't it? And then they're not educated. 68% of the global workforce growth is going to come from sub-Saharan Africa. And Nigeria represents 1/5 of sub-Saharan Africa. How are they going to power anything if they don't have skills? And then, for me, one of the saddest statistics is really around poverty. Because 1 out of 8 of the most extremely poor people in the world lives in this country. These are not great numbers. We can move on. It's not all doom and gloom across the entire continent. If we look at the statistics as it pertains to sustainable development goals, and we look at the current index in the year 2023, we find out that 4 out of the 5 highest scoring or highest ranking countries are actually in North Africa. So Africa is not doing terribly. We have 5 countries that are doing pretty okay. But 4 of them come from North Africa. And you can see there, Tunisia, you can see Morocco, you can see Algeria, and you can also see Egypt. Only Cape Verde is currently bucking the trend. Now, what is interesting is, remember, Nigeria accounts for 1/5 of sub-Saharan Africa. So if sub-Saharan Africa is going to match up with North Africa, Nigeria is going to need to rise. And if Nigeria is able to rise, the entire region is able to rise. And that is the urgency around why we need transformative societies. Now, the Brookings Institution has done some fabulous work to help countries and nation states to begin to think about these sorts of dire statistics and ask themselves, how do we project into the future? How do we fix the system? How do we transform our education system? Because we actually can't run away from it. And the thing is that there is an urgency around systems transformation. If you know anything about how education works in a country like Nigeria, the one thing that hits you smack in the face is that it is siloed. Departments are not talking to each other. Units are not talking to each other. People are sat in the same offices and they're not speaking to each other. Policies are created in one room, legislation in another. The executive sits in another room, right? The legislature sits in another room. And the teachers are in a completely different space outside of that circle. And the teachers are supposed to be the implementers. So we're going to need a system that is more cohesive, a system that talks to itself better. And that is the heart of education systems transformation. And a beautiful piece of work, again, done by Brookings, a paper written by Winthrop and Senge, argues that for you to begin to think about systems transformation within your jurisdiction, you need to think about 3 things. You need to think about, first of all, what is the purpose of education anyway? Why are we even doing this? Why are we educating people? The second question we have to ask ourselves is, what is happening in the classroom? A lot of things are happening outside of the classroom. A lot of policies, legislation is being enacted outside of the classrooms. If I turn to my left and I look at these children who come, obviously from a secondary school, and we ask them the extent to which they're engaged in policy, they might give me a blank stare, because that's what our system does. We don't include the most important people in the conversation, and they represent the most important people. Please, a round of applause for them right there. So purpose, pedagogy, which is simply the science of teaching and learning. Or the third dimension is positioning. How do we bring all the actors together? How do we bring all the elements together? How do we ensure that as we're rethinking education, in the room we have the teachers, we have the learners, we have the business people, we have the policymakers, we do have the politicians, we have the manufacturers, we have everyone participating in that central objective of redefining education and making sure that that translates into what happens in the teaching space. And so we carry on. At TEP Center, we started to think about this about 8 years ago. We'd worked very closely with government, and we had recognized that this was an issue, the fact that the system wasn't talking to each other. And we said, if the society was going to begin to fix itself, certain things needed to happen. And one of the most important aspects of what needs to happen is this refreshed vision. But you see, we're not starting from the vision for education. We're starting from the vision for the nation. What is Nigeria? What is the Nigerian dream? Who is the Nigerian? A lot of people in diaspora have a sense of unity because in the otherness of being in diaspora, they find their identity as Nigerians. But when we come back home, who is the Nigerian? Not who is the Yoruba man, the Igbo man, the Hausa man, the Fulani man. Not who is the Christian woman, the Muslim man. Who is the Nigerian? So we start from there. And then, after we do that, we can begin to ask ourselves, what is the vision for the educated Nigerian? So by the time we bequeath you with 9 years of schooling, what do we expect to see? By the time we give you 12 years of schooling, what are our outcomes? By the time you get 16 years of schooling, or like some of us, 20 plus years of schooling, what should we expect to see from you? What is that vision? And thirdly, is the curriculum pathway. And by curriculum at TEP Center, we don't mean math, English, physics. Those are curricular subjects. For us, curriculum is a roadmap. It's a roadmap that takes you from where you are as a country or as a jurisdiction to where you want to be by investing in your people. That is what curriculum is. And so we say around this, we need to ask 10 very, very important questions. The first question is, what are we going to teach? What knowledge do we want these people to have? What skills? What competencies? And very importantly, what values do we want them to have? The second question there is, who is going to design this system? Is it going to be the people who have traditionally designed the education system? Or do we need to think about being more inclusive? Do we need to have those who are, for example, in industry, in research, participate in designing our curriculum? We also have another question there. Let's move on to the third question. Let me point to it here. Whom should we include, right? So who should we include in that process? And for me, this is a very important point because inclusiveness is not about being tokenistic. It's not about saying we need the representation of somebody who is differently abled in the room. It's about saying that a person who is differently abled has significant value to add to the conversation. And if we don't have them in the room, we are losing out on the benefit of what they bring to the table. Same thing with gender. Same thing with people who are poor. Everyone has value to add, but are we being deliberate about including them in the process? The next point there is, who is going to deliver this curriculum? And of course, the answer would be teachers, right? But in 2023, who is a teacher? I remember spending 1.5 years during the pandemic homeschooling my children because it was very challenging to go to school at that time. And I am an educator, but still, I remember the joy and the gladness with which I handed them back over to their teachers and their schools after the pandemic was over. Who is a teacher? In today's world, sometimes the teacher is not even a human being. Sometimes the teacher is technology. Sometimes it's artificial intelligence. Sometimes the teacher is the child himself or the child herself. So the question is, who's going to deliver that curriculum? So we need to rethink that. Then, when should we teach? What do we need to teach in early years versus what we need to teach when children have received 9 years of education already? I have a mobile phone in my hands. And the question I'm asking myself is, why do we need to wait for a person to be in the university or in a technical institution before they can uncouple this phone and try to put it back together? Can't we do that slightly earlier, given the kind of global economy that we're looking at and the world that we live in? So that's a very important question. The next question that we ask is, how are we going to deliver this curriculum exactly? So it's nice to be in a physical classroom teaching, but come on, the world has moved beyond that. Many learners, particularly older learners, don't have the time, the resources, or the ability to be in a physical classroom. Is our education system recognizing that? Are we recognizing that enough? Are we spending enough time thinking about the role of alternative pathways and technology, thinking about new ways of producing teaching and learning materials that are relevant to our learners? Then we ask the next question, which is, so this new curricular arrangement, how is it going to be managed? So we have to then decouple our public administration systems, and then we have to start asking uncomfortable questions about the role of the private sector. Is there a role for public-private partnership as we think about the management of our education system? As we prepare for the next X number of years, is there a role for the government to fund and the private sector to manage? New ways of thinking, I think, have become quite important for us. And then we ask another question, how are we going to assess this curriculum? Is it going to be the same way that we carry out our learning assessments? We assess math and English and tests. Or are there other ways that we need to be assessing based on this curriculum? Are there other skills that we need to be assessing? The ability to cooperate with each other, the ability to collaborate, how we communicate, the extent to which children are able to decipher what is true information and what is disinformation. Do we need to be able to assess that in the world that we're living in and the one that we're going into? And then we have the next point there, which is, who is going to pay for all of this? Now, before the assessment and then the payment, because again, as we think about this curricular arrangements and a new way of thinking, somebody's going to have to pay for it. There are different ways of resourcing it. What sort of funding can be catalytic? What sort of funding needs to come from the government? What sort of funding does not need to come from the government? And how do we rethink all of this? And then a very, very important question at the end, where are they going to work? So we're educating a new group of people. But if we're not clear on the alternative pathways that are going to get them into employment, if we're not clear on how it is that we're going to ensure that they become productive members of society, then we would have failed in our responsibility. So these are the 10 questions that we ask ourselves in our organization. A few months ago, I'm rounding off in a short while. A few months ago, 5 people were given a responsibility to establish education sector priorities for the incoming administration. And I was one of the 5 people. And so we sat and we began to think about what those priorities could be, but then we recognized that the truth was 5 people can't do this. So we began to consult. And we started to have consultations with different stakeholder groups. We talked to people in agriculture, people in the financial services sector, people in the health sector. We talked to teachers, we talked to educators, we talked to a broad grouping of people. And we came up with 5 ideas. If we're going to move education forward, if we're going to refresh our vision, 5 ideas are important. And what are those 5 ideas? 1, there is need for us to refresh our national vision and our education philosophy. Because it was wonderful what happened in 1969. But we live in a slightly different world. Some might argue in a very different world. Secondly, the philosophy and not the politics should actually drive policy and curriculum. So where it is that we want to go as a people is what should drive how it is that we teach or train our people. Third, now this is a very controversial one. Education is a potential driver of economic growth. Education is not a sinkhole. Education is not merely a social investment or an expense category. Education can drive growth. When we think about the number of teachers that are employed in the sector and how they're contributing to the growth of our economy, when we think about the industries that are built around schools, you go to any public school today, there's a little industry around that school of people selling pencils, erasers, fruit, ice cream, little economies around the thousands of schools that we have. Yet, we continue to treat education as if it is some sort of sinkhole. We can't move forward that way. The fourth is really about accountability. And it's incredibly important that accountability is embedded in all our institutional arrangements. At the ministry, in the ministries of education, in the departments, in the agencies of education. And finally, education needs to be functionally separated from politics and political cycles. Why is this important? The average political cycle is 4 years or 8 years. The maximum you're going to get is 8 years. But for you to reap the benefits of the education system, the minimum amount of time that you need to wait is 9 years. Because basic education in Nigeria is 9 years of schooling. And so, if you want to become a productive economy, you don't stop at 9 years. You move forward. You give them senior secondary education. You offer them tertiary education. You offer them the opportunity to build skills and capacity. And that is what moves our country forward. And so we started to dream a new dream as the Policy Advisory Council. And some of the key words in that dream: dynamic, innovative, learning ecosystem, a future-ready workforce, so one that is ready to address the challenges of the future, one that has access to quality education. These are some of the keywords that framed the way that we began to dream. But you see, the thing is that we can't dream alone. It's not sufficient for us to dream alone as a group of 5 people and as a collective of those whom we consulted with. And so I'm going to move us now into what I believe is the future. And so we started out from 1969. We're in the current day, but in 54 years' time, it's going to be 2077. How many people are going to be here in 2077? How many? Raise it high, raise it high. I say, amen. You know the interesting thing? Advances in science and technology can make it possible for us to live much longer than we thought we could live. So we might all very well be here in the year 2077, right? What is communications going to look like? I don't know. I can't really answer that question. But we might have virtual reality platforms through which we're communicating. What about entertainment? Maybe robots will be playing football then and entertaining us all. And what about commerce? Maybe I'll be purchasing things using my iris in 2077, my eyeball. I don't know. But what's the point? The point is that if we're going to move another 54 years and actually see a country like Nigeria play its role in lifting Africa, then we're going to have to dream a new dream. And we're going to have to dream that dream from now. And as I reflect on the quote on the screen from a lady called Margaret Mead, I realize that it's only people who are committed, and we don't have to be many, people that look like the people that I can see in this room and the people that are watching online. It's only that group of committed citizens that can make that change happen. Because we are the ones who can dream that dream. As people did, 2077, so 108 years ago, right? We're going to have to start doing that from today. And so my charge to you is, who wants to put their hand up to begin to mobilize people, to ask the question, what do we want our society to look like? What should we be educating for? Whom should we be educating for? What sort of systems should we be looking for? I don't know who's ready to dream a new dream, but I am. And I pray that you are as well. Thank you very much.
Wow, how many people felt like they were back in the classroom? That was powerful. Thank you so much, Dr. Mo. People are gifted specially. She's clearly gifted to be a teacher. Please let's just appreciate her once more. I'm definitely ready to dream. And then ask someone beside you, how many years of education do you have? So that's how much you owe, right? They are KPIs. Expertise in strategy, leadership, and organizational culture to organizations such as Metcash. Please join me as we welcome once again to the platform Nigeria, Vusi Tembekwayo. Please join the conversation online as well using the hashtag. The hashtag is the platform NG 2023.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. Let's try that again. Good morning. Ah, there's a lot going on around me here. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Let me take you all in. I'm nervous now. Actually, no, I can't do this. I'm done. It's become tradition for me. If you're not a believer, you may excuse yourself. But to those of us that are, can I ask that we stand and pray? If we can all close our eyes. Father God, as we discuss, flex, move, and extend our minds, we ask that you are present in this room, and that you embed within us not only the wisdom of these conversations, but the discernment of this moment, the critical nature of what it is we are discussing here. Most importantly, Father God, the fortitude to take forward with your grace and your will. For it is written, Father God, that it is not by might nor by power, but by the Spirit, saith the Lord. And so through your Lord Spirit, Lord Jesus, we ask that we engage here this morning. And let the church say, amen, amen and amen. Everybody have a seat. Everybody have a seat. To my good brother, Pastor Podru, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here again. Every time we are together, I feel underdressed. I do the best I can to bring it. The last time my brother Podru and I were together, I was in a suit and he was in a kaftan, so I thought I would switch it up this time, and now he's gone the other way.
methodologies and philosophies, and often, if not most of the time, sometimes even the interference of the large hand from other parts of the world. And so, it's not uncommon to find, as Africans who are capable and dexterous, who are talented and educated, to move to parts of the world where our talent can truly be extracted, exploited, for us to do better for our own selves in our own generation. But I would like to think that there is a different question for our generation here today. And the question is this: do we have the courage of our forefathers? I think that's the fundamental question. I was sat in conversation about a week ago with a young lady that I mentor, and she's begun to get some acclaim. She runs a business and she's doing exceptionally well. And she's beginning, Pastor Podu, to get some acclaim. She's being recognized by people. She's being invited to do interviews. And one of the things that's happening as she's getting the acclaim is she's also getting the criticism. Now, there is no preparatory school for how to deal with criticism. There just isn't. And so often what happens is, as you rise to the natural place to which you have been called, as the fire of criticism descends upon you, if you, like me, have any semblance of self-introspection, often you believe that the criticism must be true, must be valid, must be well placed, and then therefore you internalize that and you dim your light. Imagine the cowards we must be to be born of forefathers who liberated our continent from colonizers, only for you and I to be broken down by a tweet. And so the question, I think, for our moment and for our season today is, do you have the courage to rise above a hashtag? Will your life be nothing more than a demonstration of somebody else's opinion of you? Now, what is interesting is this. Notice the means of the enemy. When he is well aware that you are on the path to your greatness, he makes the noise to distract you. I had a conversation with a brother in Christ of mine, Grace, and I was sharing this with him, and he said, you know, Vusi, it's something very interesting, but if you are a runner, an athlete, a marathon runner, say, and you're running on the track and you're doing a 3,000 meter, 8 laps around a 400 meter track. He says, do you know what happens? I said, what? He said, each and every single one of the people in the grandstands has something to say every time you come around the grandstands. He says, but of course they have the breath to say something. They're not using their breath to physically exert themselves to achieve things. And so for those of us then who are quiet in the season, we are quiet because we are sparing our energy for the things for which our energy is called. We just don't have the time to do the things that don't matter. I think we're called on in this season as young Africans to seize power, to truly seize it. In the words of Frederick Douglass, power concedes nothing without demand. And so therefore, if we want a better life for ourselves, we must demand of that power. I often hear young people today. Last night I was invited by a friend of mine who is from Ghana and he's in South Africa as well. So we went out for some dinner, spent some time with some young people. And I often hear young people today say things like this. You know, it's time for young people to rise. It's time for the old people to move out of the way. It's time, it's time, it's time. Let me tell you, young people, there is no old person going anywhere. If you want that seat in that office, in that boardroom, in that chamber, in that ministry, you're going to have to fight for it because power isn't given, it's taken. And so the question as our continent rises is, will we be men and women of courage? Will we be the generation in 50 years' time that our children reference and say, they did it right? They had the template for how to truly pull out of each other the ability to work with each other. And something fascinating is happening today. I must tell you this. This is the good news. The good news is that we're no longer separated. The good news is that we find each other. The good news is that in this room, there are people who are following Vusi Tembekwayo on Instagram. I know I'm very good looking on Instagram, I must tell you, I am very good looking on Instagram. But the good news is that even I have the privilege of following a Professor Lumumba's work. No matter where in the world I find myself, where there are Africans who are speaking, leading, evangelizing, and growing others, we now have the ability to find each other. The true question is, will we have the ability to build with each other? You see, to date, our building strategies all center on these borders that were drawn for us and not by us. And so it becomes the question of, is your nation thriving versus mine? I had this conversation with a friend of mine who also works in capital markets like me in South Africa. I said, I'm really confused by this feud we have with Nigeria. I genuinely don't understand it. Why do we constantly migrate to the global north and South Africa tries to posture against Nigeria and Nigeria against South Africans? What's the game here? What's the gambit? Whom is it that we're trying to please, and against whom are we trying to please them? Because each time we find our leaders playing that game, the question perhaps we should ask is, who is the master you're trying to please? In this moment and in this season, I think as a generation, we are called to truly understand what it's going to take, one and all, to work with each other, but to build with each other. This is, I think, the generational mission of the platform. I said this to my brother, Pastor Pojo, the last time, and I will say it now here publicly, that what has started as the platform Nigeria, in my mind, needs to be the platform Africa. It needs to bring together leaders in various spheres and various spaces who are at the frontier of what it's going to take to truly take our continent to next, whatever next might be, and have them in a single platform sharing ideas about what next looks like. In my world, I spend an awful lot of time looking for investment arbitrage, an awful lot of time looking for the ability to buy X and sell at Y in a particular time period and make sure that my risk, what we would call in finance your risk adjusted for the cost of taking that risk, makes sure that you earn a return that is commensurate to what the investors are looking for. And often one of the things we do as investment professionals is where we might lack the opportunity to find a true, a meaningful arbitrage is we will invent it just by purely looking at the various countries and citizens and the natures of those countries and where there might be an underweighting one asset class of another. That is to say, rather than meaningfully creating and adding value, we're skimming off the top of the cappuccino and milking the froth. And every time you do, the investors are simply asking the question, is there froth, rather than, have you made a fresh cup of cappuccino? So in this moment then, and in this season, it's important that we unite, that we truly pull each other towards each other. I will say it here. I will unite with any man and woman to do right. I will unite with nobody to do wrong. Amongst our greatest naiveties, I think, is that we presuppose that in the world of good and evil, it exists a little bit like it does in the superhero movies. It's how we approach the world. There's a bad scenario and superhero flies in and saves things. And then forever and a day, things will be better after that. Reality does not mirror that expectation. In reality, most people are complex. Most societies are complex. The challenge for us is whether or not we individually can be a force for good, a true force for greatness. When I was prepping for this, Pastor Pojo, I did something interesting. I'm an analytical mind. I work in the world of finance. So in my world, if you want to prove something, you put it in a spreadsheet. And if it's in a spreadsheet, you can put it on a graph. And if it's on a graph, it must be true. Nobody debates a graph. So in preparation for this, I arced my mind back and I looked at 10 of Africa's largest economies between the years 1956 and 1968. And I looked at what it was that made up those economies. I looked in that particular period because that was the transitory period in our continent. What I wanted to seek and find was to answer a simple question. What does it take for Africans to be great? It's a simple question. Now, because of the nature of my work, I went and looked for the actual thing that I could prove here, the scientific thing that I could go statistically, if you do these things on a balance of probabilities, you will achieve whatever greatness is defined as for you. And here is what I found. I found that in every instance where there was a particular set of factors that made a population group or a citizenry or a nation achieve its goals, if you took those very same factors and plugged them into a different citizenry, the numbers would not tally. That is to say the following, that beyond strategy, beyond information, beyond policy, formations and conversations, all of which, by the way, are fundamental, there is a single truism that holds, an ingredient without which the coffee doesn't taste good, and the ingredient is this: choice. Do the people of those countries choose to be great? You know this is true, by the way, because there are a lot of choices we make as people that filter into just how we think about ourselves. When you say or hear people say things like, this is just how we do things in Nigeria, that kind of statement is often diminutive. It reduces us to the basic bare minimum and says, accept this because this is the standard. In other words, even though we could choose better, we choose what we just get. That greatness is truly a choice. If greatness is a choice, last time, Pastor Pojo shouted at me for not having a presentation. I've got one today. There are three things then that I think we should all consider in this moment and in this season. The first, I think the era of demographics is dead. I think the era of framing ourselves by the tribe we come from, the background we come from, the place we went to, or how we were raised, is moved. I think what we've become today is not just a demographic people. What we have become today is a psychographic people. We are connected in the way we think about the world, not just the way we exist in the world. And so today we find more commonality with each other because psychographically we see the world in similar ways. We aspire for similar. In other words, we are more alike than we think. If, therefore, we are truly to rise as a continent, then how we leverage this as a choice is going to be important. Side note, one of the things I think that's missing in this season, it's my own humble opinion, that is to say, I might very well be incorrect, although I doubt it. One of the things in my mind that's missing in this season is a patriotic, flag-bearing, strong group, not only of men and women, but of Nigerians, who understand in the African context what Nigeria is. With the greatest of respect, I think in large part, the average is so distracted by internally what's going on. You're missing who you are in the global context of your continent. You're too worried about what's being said, or who's japaying, or who won the elections, or what's next, without thinking consciously about what you could do as an economy if Nigeria decided we're going to set the path for the rest of the region. As a consequence of this, absent of leadership, what happens? Everything that we have been seeing. And so the question for this moment, for each and every single one of us, is will we be the courageous men and women who recognize the season we are in? I'm not sure how many of us have traveled to my country of South Africa. Any of you here? Hands up. When you do, and I hope for all of you that you do, which, by the way, side note, a conversation we must have, and Brother Pojo, I don't know how we do this. We need to convene the leaders of this continent to talk about this visa story. This is a disaster. And let me just say the following. I struggle to understand why I can land in Paris, get on a train, and end up in Brussels. But if I want to move from Joburg to Gaborone, I must produce a passport. Who's the genius that came up with the scheme? You know, the Europeans are so quick to tell us that we can't bundle ourselves into a single block, but they've done it. When you publish this, you must just leave that part out, because I'm busy raising money from them, you know, I don't know. They're going to say, he's too radical. And so, even in my own native land of South Africa, the work as South Africans we must do is to conscientize each other about the continent. In my mind, and I was listening to your comments, ma'am, about the youth service, I'm seized to understand and failing to understand why we are not deliberately sending young people into other parts of the continent. Experience the culture, live with the people. To come here, to be here in this beautiful country, I had to go through Ethiopia. From Ethiopia, I was in Zambia. So I went South Africa, Zambia, Ethiopia, Nigeria. Between now and December, I'm going to be in about 8 different African countries. In that same time, it's going to be easier for me to do 5 different countries in Europe than it will be to do 2 different countries in Africa. Less layovers, less time. I'm sorry, can we just pause? Just one moment, pause the time. Who designed this nonsense? Who wrote the script? I have a theory. And here is my theory. You only lock the vault where there is money. And so maybe there's a reason you've been kept out of that neighboring country. Maybe there's a reason you've been kept out of that neighboring region. Maybe there's a reason you can't travel to that other place, because if you were to, there is something you might do that would help us build what we all know we are capable of. So first, keep them away from each other. Second, convince them that they're enemies with each other. And third, convince them that the other one is better than the other one. And before you're done, they will hate each other so much you don't even need to pass policy or law. And in the middle of all of this, here we sit as young people, fruitfully connected by the HTTPS. And we're more worried about what's trending and commenting on it, rather than how do we meaningfully build with each other and do business. I came to tell you here today that I'm only interested in meaningfully building and doing business. I'm only interested in understanding how do we take the platform and put it in Johannesburg or put it in Cape Town. And how do we have not just this conversation here, but that conversation there? Because until and when Africa truly is of a single mind, it will continue to be the fodder and the meal for the rest of the global average. I don't know about you, but I would like a world slightly different for my children than the one I grew up in. So we must recognize then that our value to the world is cemented. And recognize beyond that, that even that very idea of what it is that is our value is changing. There are 5 fundamental ways value is changing. I'm going to spend a minute on them. The first is value is changing around how we think of our identity as Africans. The second, how we think around what is truly wealth as Africans. The third, how we think around what we're building as the next generational legacy as Africans. The fourth, this archetype of these binary ideas we've always had, they and us, recognizing that we operate as a single block and in unison. If we don't understand and leverage each of these value constructs, we are missing the fundamental layer that is layered into our society today. Just our identity alone. 20 years I've been a speaker now, 19 this year. I became a professional speaker at the age of 19 years old. I'm 38 now. For half my life, I've had the incredible grace, by God's grace, of standing on platforms such as this and looking into eyes like yours. There is no part of my story that should bring me here. I don't come from a family of orators. I don't come from a family of means. I don't come from a family of wealth. One of the challenges we've struggled with in South Africa post-apartheid has been crime. I know this because my father was murdered when I was 13 years old. 8 times my father was shot for a cell phone. To this day, twice the case has been opened. Both times the docket has been lost. Far be it for me, as a proud South African, to travel the rest of my continent and speak poorly about my country. But what it is I'm trying to help you understand is there is no part written into my past that makes my present possible. And so it is not only then, but by the grace of God, but more importantly, because I was able to meet that grace with work and opportunity. That most of us in this room are simply denied that work and that opportunity. What could we do when we truly come together as a single block? A week ago, I was in East Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda. Today, I'm here. I make it my intention to travel the continent. Because, and on this point I will end with this. You see, it's easy for a politician to lie to you about Pan-Africanism when you've never traveled Africa. They can tell you their version of it because they've never been there. They will tell you how Africans speak even though they've never been there. Which, side note, why do Nigerians add O to everything? I'm sat at dinner last night, and this young man I'm with said something so profound. I was like, wow, that's so good. He said, please don't take my words, oh. And the final way value is changing is that value has introduced us to this idea of free. That we can connect with each other freely, share with each other freely, but most importantly, build each other freely. I recognize, as a South African who loves his country, that the rise of Nigeria to being the #1 largest economy in the continent is not a threat to mine. It's the rising tides that elevate all ships. So then, what do we do? What is next? Where do we go from here? There are 3 things I'd like to leave you with. And I will preface those 3 things by saying this. Constantly question what you're seeing. Constantly question what it is that you're seeing. I'm fascinated when I watch the news about how Africa is portrayed, the story of who we are. It fascinates me. Because that story and that messaging is used intentionally to wire us to see each other a certain way. When I was in Kenya last week, I must tell you, one of my dreams came true. I was in Kenya invited by a mutual brother in Christ between myself and Pastor Poju, Reverend Julian. And Rev Julian had our brother Apostle Salman in the room. And so he doesn't know that I'm a big fan. And so he came in and said, I've seen you online. I said, yeah, I've also seen you online. Pastor Poju, there's something I feel in my heart I must say to you, which is this. I think our Lord and Savior has called upon you as a merchant of the kingdom to build his kingdom. And I think in this moment, the way you have built this platform is amongst the ways our Lord and Savior is using you to evangelize not only the gospel, but more importantly, to let those of us who can evangelize it same. And so it's not just a platform, you see, of conversation, but it is a platform that launches a generation. It's a platform to next. Please question what it is that you're seeing. There are 4 fundamental perspectives you must always question. The first is the perspective of hindsight. Notice how many times when you're in discussions, conversations, meetings, people talk about the past. Now, the past is important because it frames how we find ourselves in this moment. But what's even more important than this is to ensure that we never allow the past to keep us there. The second perspective is plain sight. Plain sight. What is barely in front of you, you see it as it appears. Question that too, because often, as the old Gaelic expression says, reality is merely an illusion, albeit a very persistent one. The third perspective is insight. Seeing what we've seen from the past. Observing what we observe in the current day. What does it mean about where we are and where we find ourselves now? And the fourth and final perspective which I think is going to be the challenge of our generation, is foresight. Let's talk about tomorrow. Let's talk about 2027. I would love to have a conversation about what does education in 2027 look like in Nigeria? What does it look like in South Africa? So that we stop, as Africans, producing little laborers that we export to the global north. And rather than say, we're all going to produce the same skills, ask of ourselves the question, what are the skill sets that your economy and your people might produce to which we could be a complement, and vice versa? You see, the reason we're fighting with each other is because we're trained in the same way to fight for limited opportunities, all of us in the same environment. It's not until we build with each other that we recognize the opportunity. In venture capital, we do this well. If you're outsourcing tech talent today in Africa, you're outsourcing it typically to a Nigerian outfit. No, where in the continent you find yourself. If you're looking for somebody who's worked in fintech somewhere in Africa, typically you'll find them in East Africa. If you're looking for somebody who's smart, 6'2", Zulu, well-spoken, ladies love him, no, I don't personally know anyone, I'm just saying. I began with a quote, I will end with one. The greatest orator of all time, in my opinion, is Frederick Douglass. One of his greatest quotes, he says, "It's easier to build strong children than it is to repair weak men." We need to build strong children. We need to truly protect our futures by giving them the right set of values for the world we are in today. And all of us, no matter where we find ourselves, in whatever crevice or corner to which you have been called, to do the work that's required to preserve for the next generation. I'm humbled, my brother, that you've invited me back here. Words cannot express what it means for me to be back here with you. Last time I made a commitment which I didn't honor. I will honor it this time, which is that the next time we are together, I'm paying for coffee. They're not paying me to say this, so let me tell you this. You know, the reason most Africans look at Nigerians the way we look at you is because, frankly, we're just scared. You guys are loud. And you're big, and you like to fight, and we don't know why. The number of years I've been coming here, I must tell you, has mentored and taught me. It's matured me. Even the way I approach business, the way I negotiate now. Sometimes I find myself in the boardroom and I think to myself, switch to Nigerian Vusio. Do the aggressive Nigerian thing. Fight, argue, raise your voice. And it works. And so, on behalf of me, my firm, and the taxes I have not paid for what you have taught me here, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here once again. Thank you.
collaboration, and courage, right? Those things we need to, loud it on social media as well, using the hashtag ThePlatformNG2023. The Platform NG 2023. Our next speaker is Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. He is the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms set up by the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu with a broad mandate to carry out critical reforms bordering on fiscal governance, revenue transformation, and economic growth facilitation. Prior to his current role, Mr. Oyedele was the fiscal policy partner and Africa tax practice leader at PwC, where he worked for 22 years, including 10 years in top leadership positions, gaining in-depth knowledge and diverse experience ranging from tax advisory and political and policy advocacy to business strategy consulting, leadership development, and policy design and execution. Mr. Oyedele is an accountant and economist by training. He's an author, a keynote speaker, mentor, and commentator on finance, business, and economic matters. Mr. Oyedele is a fellow of the Nigeria Leadership Initiative, member of the Global Tax Reform, and also a former member of the Global Governing Council of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, ACCA. He's an associate professor at Babcock University and a guest lecturer at the Lagos Business School. He's an alumnus of several executive education programs of the London School of Economics and Political Science, Yale University, and Harvard Kennedy School. He's also the founder and president of Impact Africa Foundation. Please let's make welcome to the platform, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele.
Thank you very much, please. You may have your seat. It's still morning, so I'll say good morning, everyone. And thank you very much, Pastor Koju, for inviting me. It's my second time on the platform. I think the last time was about 8 years ago. So I've been looking forward to this day. The good thing is, the last time I was here, I was a private citizen criticizing everything that government did. Now they've said to me, stop complaining, come and help us fix it. So I'm now one of the men and women in the arena. And what that means is there will be splashes of muds. There will be accusations, there will be mistakes, but we keep focusing on the goal and keep moving forward. So the topic that I have in the limited time available to me today is to talk about making Nigeria the springboard for the Africa we want through sound economic policies and responsible citizenship. I love the topic because it's about Africa. It's also about Nigeria. But more importantly, it's about us, the citizens of Africa. I'll start by telling you a story. Please follow me. I want to tell you the story of a country that we all know very well. The country was colonized by Europeans, and they changed the way of the people, including displacements of the native population. They even introduced European diseases, and they established exploitative economic systems, such as slavery and indentured servitude. Slavery played a central role in the development of the economy particularly in the southern states. Slavery created significant wealth for the plantation owners, but perpetuated extreme economic disparity and racial injustices. The westward expansion of the country in the 19th century was marked by the displacement and mistreatment of indigenous people. The economic benefits of the expansion were unevenly distributed, leading to regional disparity in development. The Industrial Revolution in the 19th century brought economic growth, but it also led to harsh working conditions, child labor, and income inequality, particularly in urban areas. Throughout the country's history, racial discrimination and segmentation have denied opportunities and equal access to resources for minority groups, perpetuating underdevelopment in these communities. Periodic economic crises, including economic recessions, further exacerbated issues of poverty and underdevelopment, affecting both urban and rural areas. Gender inequalities, lack of access to quality education and health care disparities also contributed to underdevelopment, affecting various segments of the population. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to guess which country am I talking about? You guys are smart. That was the United States of America. Just in case you think it was Nigeria, it's not Nigeria. This country had made tremendous progress, but it's still not perfect. It is not perfect because, according to the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, as of 2016, if you have $10 in your pocket and you do not owe anyone, you are wealthier than 15% of American households combined. Just think about that for a moment. If you have $10 and you are not owing anyone, your wealth, even though you are poor, is more than about 50 million Americans combined. Right. It will not be very different if they do the calculations today. This was a few years back. Where is that taking us? It's trying to remind us that development is a journey. You have to keep working at it. So, the next thing I'll talk to you about is, how about Nigeria's Africa? Yeah, seems like an interesting way of saying it, right? Nigeria's Africa. Nigeria is clearly the largest economy in Africa, especially by population. And we have the vision for Africa. And that vision is the Africa we want. It was adopted in 2013 by our African leaders. And that was the year when the African Union was 50 years old. So they thought we should plan for the next 50 years. So in 2013, they came up with Agenda 2063. Agenda 2063 has a vision for Africa to be an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful continent driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the international arena. Our leaders developed 7 aspirations, 20 goals, and 39 priority areas. ranging from ensuring that there is healthcare, education, and all the nice things you can imagine. Now, if you come home, home is Nigeria. What is our vision? What is the Nigerian dream? Does anybody know? Okay, even me. I have to try and Google it. And when I Googled it, I really couldn't find anything. The closest thing I found was in the recent document called Agenda 2050 that was developed by the immediate past administration. It has the vision, it has the mission, and it has objectives. It's difficult to remember any of them. I'll come back to that in a moment. So still on Nigeria's Africa, how do we better harness our resources and realize our potentials? Once I was young. Now I'm not very young anymore. But we've always been talking about potentials. Everybody agrees. You cannot feed your family with potentials. Africa is home to over 1.2 billion people. Nigeria, with a population of over 200 million people, is roughly about 1 in every 5 Africans is Nigeria. The median age for Africa is 19. That makes us the youngest continent in the world. So Africa is young. And Nigeria is even younger. The median age for Nigeria is just over 18 years. Africa has a high percentage of the world's arable land and huge endowments of natural resources, but a mere $2.5 trillion economy, not even up to the economy of France with just over 60 million people. It's not very different. Nigeria is just over 400 billion, also about 20% of Africa. So you could see the reflection of Africa in Nigeria, or maybe I should say Nigeria reflecting on Africa. So the question is, can we really and truly have the Africa we want without the Nigeria that we need? And to be able to do that, we need to move from thoughts to actions. When I looked at the Africa We Want document, it's beautiful. It was written 10 years ago. If I compare where Africa was 10 years ago versus where we are today, I can't find any major progress. In fact, some of the countries where you could fly to as a Nigerian and get visa on arrival had introduced visas. Yet, one of our objectives is we wanted to come together as a continent. Now, remember the topic of my presentation? We're looking at how can we catalyze Africa's growth and development, with Nigeria playing a key role as the springboard. A springboard is a strong yet flexible platform that enables you to gain some mileage, advantage, or impetus. So what are these policies that we are talking about that can help you reform your economies and get the results you want? I know that most people remember monetary policies. If not for anything, the recent Naira redesign reminded all of us how bad things can get when you get just one policy wrong. And sometimes it's not just about the economic activities, values that you have lost, financial losses. It's about lives, which is irreplaceable. Monetary policy involves the management of a country's money supply, interest rate, and the rest of it to get price stability, control inflation, and ensure stable exchange rates. But we also have fiscal policy. which is the job I've been given to do on behalf of our country with so many committed, resourceful persons working with me. This is how you manage taxation, government spending, and debt to attain economic development. How about trade policy? What do you sell? Who do you sell to internationally? And so on and so forth. How about industrial policy, where you intentionally develop certain regions and certain areas with targeted interventions to be able to do X, Y, Z? We have regulatory policies. What should you regulate? How should you regulate them? Labor and employment policies. Do we believe in meritocracy? Or must we just focus on he's from my tribe and that should be okay? How about environmental and energy policy, human development and social protection policy, and national values and cultural policies? What are the things we celebrate? What are the things we believe in? And international relations policy. So I thought to mention a few of these policies. Those are 10 already. So they're not just monetary and fiscal policy. But what's really important is that policy is not what you say that you will do. In fact, policy is not just about what you do. It is more about how you do it. I'll tell you for a fact, almost every country in the world allows you to register a business. That's a policy. But if it takes you 5 months somewhere in Africa to register a business with a lot of sweats, and you can do that in 24 hours in a place like Singapore. So the issue is not the policy, it is how the policy is implemented. So first and foremost, in designing your policies, you must ensure that, in fact, it doesn't matter how many people you have invited to be at the table. If data had not been invited, your policies will give you the opposite result of your intentions and aspirations. And those data and evidence you use must be such that are objective, not the ones you've manipulated for the outcome that you have set out to accomplish. There must be proper coordination of those policies, so you don't have monetary pulling to the right, fiscal pulling to the left, and education policy, for example, we're confused. That will not get you anywhere. And more importantly, there must be measurable outcomes. What I have seen a lot in Africa, and even so in Nigeria, is that we celebrate efforts. Maybe it's not bad, but we should be focusing on outcomes. Someone will say, because we are adopting technology, we have developed a website, and then we're supposed to get a tick and clap, only to find out that the website is more useless than the manual process that we had before. So we should start focusing on outcomes. Now, I mentioned data, and data is very important. So I'll share a few data points with you that you may not necessarily agree with, but you know data and facts are not things to disagree with. You just may not like them and you move on with your lives. One of it I'm going to ask you is, if you're going to make a guess, what is the percentage of Nigerians living abroad today? Anyone wants to try? 40? 15? Okay, so I'm hearing numbers in double digits, and all of them are wrong. The percentage of Nigerians living abroad, according to the United Nations, you know, sometimes we can't even rely on our own data, because we thought that we had millions of Nigerians in Niger until everybody wanted to come back. We only needed 2 planes. And there were no more Nigerians wanting to come back. So I'm referring to the United Nations data. It shows that as of 2020, there were 1.7 million Nigerians living abroad. And you must have heard the US said, I've heard them say twice, that there are about 500,000 Nigerians in the US, and that's where you have the most Nigerians in the world other than Nigeria. So over the past 2-3 years with the emigration, the numbers combined are under 500,000. In other words, officially, people who have records living outside Nigeria are under 3 million. Out of 220 million people, that's less than 2%. So that is not only lower than the African average, it's much lower than the global average. In fact, when I was looking at the ranking, Nigeria ranked 113 in the world in terms of number of Nigerians living abroad. You may want to say that how about people who went without pali, right? They just jackpot somehow. They didn't get papers. Yeah, I would agree with you. I don't think those numbers are huge. And even if they are not living abroad, they are hiding abroad. That's a difference. All right. I'm not trying to underestimate the impact of our people leaving our countries. I think, for me, it's not about how many people are leaving the country. It's about why they are leaving. Even if it's 0.001, we should not have to frustrate our citizens to the extent that they would rather be anywhere but home. That is where the problem is. So, what's our role? I said I was going to give you a couple, but I see my time is going down. The other one I wanted to tell you is, since fuel subsidy removal, it's a painful sacrifice that Nigerians are making. And sometimes, including those of us in the room, and most likely people watching us online, are the privileged people who don't feel the entire impact we're talking about. If you're an urban poor, life is almost impossible. When subsidy was removed, the price of petroleum products, PMS in particular, at the pump, went up by more than 200%. You know what happened? Traffic in Lagos disappeared. Now, one of the reasons why it disappeared was because a lot of people could no longer maintain buying fuel to be on the road. And then they park their cars. Do you think those are the upper class people? No. The upper class people will just complain briefly, and they'll pay, and they'll still move on. They drove exactly the way they drove before, after the removal. The lower middle class who have cars, those cars are not new. They are Tokumbo used ones, right? It is Tokumbo and it's also used. Those cars break down regularly, but we keep going, right? So they are the ones who will visit the vulcanizers regularly, and so is the mechanic. Who is thinking, since those guys now are parking their vehicles at home, the vulcanizer is not finding jobs to do, so is the mechanic. It's not just the vulcanizer, the apprentices and the families that they support. Life has become impossible. But we all agree it was a necessary policy, but we need to react and respond in a way that is robust enough so we can take some of those pain off our people. And it has to be that every single naira we save from that is spent on the people 100%, but spent in the places where it will make the most impact. That's where data comes in. And I have argued that the most impacted vulnerable people are not in villages. I used to be a villager. Our contact point with petrol was near zero. We trekked to the farm, trekked to school, trekked to market, and that was all the trekking we needed to do. No generators, no vehicles. The privileged ones in the villages had bicycles. You don't need petrols for that. Many villages, I can tell you now, have no idea that they had removed fuel subsidy. But if you're an urban poor, you commit to work, you pay rent, you buy food. We produce our foods in the village. In other words, we must make sure that we're able to attend to these problems where it's most painful. Nigerians will say, if only our refineries are working, then we'll be fine. Nothing can be further from the truth than that. In fact, Nigerians should come together and say, please make sure that our refineries don't work. We should sell them. Maybe you have not been following this story. The National Assembly said we have spent over 10 trillion naira maintaining our refineries, even when they have not produced anything. The time that they were producing, the GMD of NNPC at the time, who is now the CEO of NNPC Limited, said, and I quote, "We had to shut down the ones that were producing because they took crude of $100 and produced refined product of $97. You have not added overhead." My point is, if Nigeria refineries produce crude oil, unless we deal with our inefficiency, 1 liter of petrol will be the most expensive in the world. You would have succeeded in replacing the subsidy at the pump with subsidy of the refineries. Data. As citizens, what should we do? Don't run down your country. You just saw me, started with America, right? Every country is working at it. If you think Nigeria is hopeless, you will be right. If you think there's hope, you also be right. But I will encourage you to go for the latter. Don't resent your country and wish evil for your nation, regardless of what the situations might be. I did some little calculations as an accountant. I can't help myself from calculating stuff. And I said, if you have about 220 million population with life expectancy of about 53 years, the equivalent of 1 day that is wasted in Nigeria is over 10,000 lifetimes. So if you wish Nigeria evil for just 1 day, it's as good as being an accomplice to killing 10,000 people. You need to play your parts, including being honest. Sometimes we say we are smart because someone trusted you and you failed them. That's not being smart, that's being evil. It is not enough to be smart, you must be trustworthy. Speak to business owners today and you see how they struggle to find people. If you find people, everybody wants to take from you. And then to get to a point you can't sustain the business, you close down. I'm not saying all Nigerians are like that, but we need to make sure that those behaviors become the exceptions, not the norm. We need to show empathy to others, and we need to be diligent. Sometimes if you're looking for artisans, you're going to be thinking, should I have to go and import them? You know, someone in my house, they did the fittings and everything, and then I saw first the switch for the AC was not straight. As I was still complaining about it, I saw they wrote heater on it. So I called the guy and said, this is an air conditioner. This thing is not straight, so the guy is working. I said, it's not about whether it's working. So why is the switch saying heater? He says, when they went there to buy, they couldn't find the word for AC. Being diligent. Now, I'll try and wrap up by talking to you about my call to action. What should we do about all of this? We're not here to complain. We're here to solve our problems. We've realized that complaining doesn't solve any problems at all. As Africa, I'll tell you what I think we need to do, then I'll tell you what we should do as Nigerians, and then as Nigeria, and then as Nigerians and African citizens. Africa must integrate. We must enable one Africa and remove barriers and restrictions that don't make sense, like the visa restriction that Vusi was talking about. Even Aliko Dangote, being the richest man on the African continent, said he will need over 30 visas to go across Africa. An American will need less than that. How can that possibly make sense? We must empower our people. Population means nothing if they can't buy anything. Profit means nothing to investors if they cannot get their money out when they need it. And talent means nothing if it cannot be trusted. We must spread good governance in Africa, not crisis, not conflict. As Nigeria, that's a country, Nigeria, we must build a nation that Nigerians can be proud of. If you look into history, whether it's the US, whether it's Singapore, whether it's now the UAE, the likes of Dubai, whether it's Rwanda, there in Africa, the countries that have transformed, they've done two very important things. One, build strong institutions. Number two, invest in your people. If you look at how we are handling education, you will have big questions as to whether we are serious about investing in our people. Nigeria must set a clear vision that people can connect with. I don't know whether that vision can be set for us by a political party. It has to be set by the Nigerian people. We have to provide good governance and invest in our people. Government must budget better, must spend better, must report better. That's accountability and transparency. Imagine if we allow the right environment. It is not every Nigerian who wants to leave Nigeria. I gave you the number when I started, right? The reality is that the number of Nigerians or percentage of Nigerians who are capable of leaving Nigeria, if they wanted to, are less than 5%. 95% of our population, even if they want to, and they pray and they fast, they still can't go anywhere because nobody wants them. And if they mistakenly find the money for the passports, you know, there are countries we can visit without visas today, right? They cannot raise the money for a flight. If you give them 4 years to save, it still not be enough. In other words, even if you are planning to leave, just remember, there are 95% of us who cannot go anywhere. All the countries that have been developed were developed by their people. There's nothing wrong in leaving, don't get me wrong. But if you leave, don't wish the rest of us bad. And if you're here, and while you're here and continue to be here, don't wish us evil. If we have citizens that are actively working against their own country, there's no amount of prayers you pray, that country will not succeed. So, if today we take out the legal impediments, and I know because it's my area, from the tax laws, if you have global organizations today looking for people to hire in the tech industry or any global value chain, and you want to employ people who are in Nigeria, why being in Nigeria to work internationally, if you ask questions from any professional, you will run back. And I've received those questions myself from 3 global multinationals that are massive. They do revenue in billions of dollars. Question, dear Taiwo, we would like to employ Nigerians in Nigeria to work for us. Please answer the following questions. Before I started, I knew they were not coming back. If I was going to do it myself, as patriotic as I am, I would not do it. Because there's a provision, for example, that says, should you hire any employee in Nigeria, not only would that employee have to pay their own personal income taxes, which is fine, the employer must come to Nigeria and pay their corporate income taxes. So imagine it's you, right? You can hire people in Kenya, in India. What's the big deal about Nigerians? You let them be. But imagine that we fix these impediments, because these were rules that we inherited from our colonial masters in the day that there was no internet. The world had moved on. We have refused to reform those rules. If we allow 1 million Nigerians in Nigeria to work within the global value chain, imagine they earn only $1,000 per month. That's easily $1 billion flowing into this economy. Naira will not be at 1,000. Which means we all have to benefit from that. We should fix it. It wasn't imposed on us by the United Nations or God. They were self-imposed problems, and it is us to fix them. Finally, as citizens, you must commit. And when you say commitment, it's different from willingness to do something, right? If you are willing to do something, sometimes you do it when it's convenient. And if it's not, you take care of yourself. When you are committed, you do it regardless. Regardless. So we have to be committed to being part of the solution to Africa's problem and not be a part of the problem. What should you do? 3 things. Number 1, hold our leaders to account. It's easier to hold our leaders to account today, in my view, than it was maybe 20 years ago. All that you need to do is you need a hashtag. Where is Lucy again? When they see numbers, they pay attention to it. But go online and see what people are liking, right? It's either somebody who is half naked. You see the likes of budgets doing very important analysis of projects, and you see 15 likes. And then we pray and fast. If we take those little actions, it will make big impact and differences. Put national interest first. Don't settle for mediocrity. Celebrate success that comes from hard work. And question unexplained wealth. If anybody is spending the money they have recklessly, chances are that it is not clean money. People who work hard to earn money, don't spend it recklessly. You won't find a single one. Embrace humanity to others. That's the spirit of Ubuntu. You are because I am. We can win together. Value life and be your neighbor's keeper. And finally, offer to serve if you can. And if you cannot, don't discourage good people who want to serve. According to Mahatma Gandhi, he says the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. I'll close by sharing this quote by Abraham Lincoln. If we do not like the Africa we have today, and the Nigeria you see is not the Nigeria of your dream, we can work together to create the Africa and the Nigeria we want. Abraham Lincoln said the best way to predict the future is to create it. Thank you for paying attention to me.
Saro the musical, Fela and the Kalakuta Queens, Death and the King's Horseman, and many more which are yet to be released. which provides free training for young people in various aspects of theater production, including lighting, set design, and sound design. The Academy has graduated over 7,000 young adults with valuable skills. She's a sought-after public speaker who inspires others with her insights and experiences. Please join me as we welcome to the platform once again, Mrs. Bolanle Austin Peters.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here today. Pastor Podju, thank you for always inviting me. This is the 4th time, I think, of being here. Like Vusi said, hopefully I'll be able to live up to the expectations. Mrs. Sonia Yemade, thank you so much. The Covenant family, thank you guys for always having us. And Nigerians. Today I'll be talking about Africa Rising, and I'll be looking at it from the perspective of the creatives. And this is a very interesting conversation for me because Africa is a continent of paradoxes. And I'll explain why. Because if you look at Nigeria today, there's a lot to celebrate, and there's a lot for us to want to fix. I'll be using the United Arab Emirates, although not in Africa, and Nigeria as comparison for where we should be headed as a people. You know, recently, as a fellow of MIT, I got the opportunity to go on a leadership course that took me to different countries around the world. And in the course of that journey, we started understanding why certain ecosystems work and some don't work. During that journey, we went to the Grand Mosque in Abu Dhabi. And to my surprise, I was told that prayers are being said 365 days of the year, 7 days a week, for the founder of the United Arab Emirates, His Excellency Sheikh Sultan Abnayyan. And it will appear shocking to you and I that why are people praying for somebody 7 days a week, 365 days of the year? But for those who understand that in less than 60 years, this man has been able to transform the destiny of his people and a nation from being a rural, backward country to become an advanced economy, a business destination, and a tourist haven. And we all try to get to Dubai every time for a holiday. In our eyes, this country was developed the same time, round about the same time Nigeria got its independence. So the question is, how did they do it? And why are we not able to do it in Africa, especially Nigeria? And the more I thought about it, some people have alluded to it today, from education to vision to choice. Bottom line is vision. These people have a vision for their countries. It happened in Singapore, it's happening in Rwanda, and it's happened, like we said, in the UAE. What is the vision? Mr. Edeli mentioned it earlier. What is Nigeria's vision? As I traveled around UAE, I found that quotation on the wall. And this is what their vision is. He had expressed it also earlier, Mr. Edeli, that Nigeria has a lot of visions. We've heard Vision 2020, Vision this, Vision that. But in reality, can we articulate our vision as a people? Most of us can't. We don't even know what we stand for as a people. So on this board, it's clearly written what their vision is for their country. It says, we are building a new reality for our people, a new future for our children, and a new model of development. Today, this vision has become a reality. If you look at the Emiratis, they're educated, they're proud, they're living in wealth, they have confidence, they've invested in education, their infrastructure is second to none. They have created a new model of development for their people. And the truth is, the Bible tells us, even without vision, nobody really will stand. So, in addition to realizing the vision is critical, the MIT looked at certain factors that make countries succeed or thrive. And those 5 factors, some of them have been mentioned today, but I'll focus on 3. Government is critical. Universities are critical. Entrepreneurs are critical. Risk capital is critical. And also corporates are critical. Everybody needs to come together to forge the destiny of a nation. It's not just one person that will do it. So if we look at government, we all know that government is the foundation of development in any country. And really, the role of government is to provide peace and security and to give us an enabling environment that we all can thrive in. So what did they do in the UAE? They focused. They focused on getting government right. They decided that government must become like private sector. Government in the UAE today has become so effective that it operates even better than the private sector today. If we look around us in Nigeria today, how effective is governance in Nigeria? Having focused on that, they introduced something called an accelerator program, whereby business has to be turned around within 24 hours, anything that you're doing. It became so successful that they have exported it to other countries around the world, like Uzbekistan, etc. So having fixed governance, we cannot make progress if government is not fixed, no matter what we say. Government has to be efficient and effective to give us the environment that we all need to succeed in. They now readdressed their economy as a people. If we all know what the UAE stands for, we know that they're about oil wealth. But this wasn't enough for them. They looked around the world and asked themselves a question. The biggest corporations today in the world are all based on knowledge and innovation. So they changed their strategy. They have become focused now on innovation and knowledge acquisition. The UAE is no longer an oil-focused country. They are focused on innovation and knowledge acquisition. They have developed a mantra that says that if the future belongs to those who can imagine it, design it, and execute it. So the future is no longer about what you have in the ground or what Nigeria has as natural resources. It is about what our imagination can give to us as a people and our ability to implement that, to design it, and to bring it to fruition. And that is what is driving the rest of the world today. To back this up, they created a fund. 1% of all government revenue goes to support public innovation, which means that if you have an idea, they will support you with space, they will support you with funding, and you are allowed to thrive. I visited so many innovations, tech hubs, SMEs, so many incredible innovations being developed in this country because they have moved past the realm of we've discovered oil. They're in the realm of what are you thinking in your head and how are you able to make that a reality? That is where the rest of the world is. So today, if UAE can move away from oil wealth What are we doing as Nigeria? The last presentation that I had here a couple of years ago, I had talked about the potential of the creative industry to transform Nigeria's wealth, economy. And in less than 5 years, the reality before us is that it is technology, creativity, and the arts that is putting Nigeria on the global stage. Please correct me if I'm wrong. It is our technology, our youth, in technology, in arts, in every form of creativity that is selling the Nigerian brand today. Let's take an example of Rema. I'm sure we all know Rema, the artist who sang Baby Calm Down. He single-handedly has become Nigeria's biggest brand ambassador. This summer, from Tel Aviv to Prague to Mumbai, everybody was singing his song in Nigerian pidgin and dancing to the lyrics of his song. Talk about selling Nigeria. In fact, I remember 13 years ago, I had a party and I invited Mo Hits crew. I'm sure some of you know them. They came with 4 artists: Wizkid, Ice Prince, and there's another one of them, Wande Cole, and one more person. Guess how much I paid 13 years ago? 250,000 naira for all of them. 250,000 naira. Today, I dare not even ask that they come and play for me. The beauty of our youth is that they had been able to transform their talent into wealth. And that is something that is commendable and that we all need to start understanding. We'll bring it closer to home, Hollywood. This is an area that I operate in now. A couple of years ago, everybody talked about Nigerian movies. You know, my friend, I'm not gonna, what's that? Everybody, we were all snobs. But some people built that industry. Some people put labor and love to sustain that industry. Today, in less than 3 years of me operating in that space, Nigerian movies that were being acquired for peanuts is being acquired now for millions of dollars. So if we're talking about generating wealth for our economy or for our country, you have it right there in front of you. The creative industry today is attracting global platforms such as Netflix, Amazon, Sony, Paramount. Everybody is coming to Nigeria. Please, why are they coming? They see something that we in Nigeria are not seeing. They see something our government is not seeing. That this is where the gem is. These children are the ones that have the ability to transform this economy. I said it 10 years ago, I'm saying it again. This is where the money is at. Nigeria needs to invest more in the creative space for us to move on. And earlier on, Dr. Mo had said something about education. Moving around again, we found out that academia, education, is the future of the world. Education, 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 we cannot avoid it. Today, if you look at what they're doing there, they have keyed into the 4th industrial revolution. Do you know what that is based on? They have a vision that by 2031, they would have sorted out their artificial intelligence plans. They have actually created a ministry of artificial intelligence. They have actually assigned this ministry to work directly with the Executive Council of Governance. Today in Nigeria, what are we talking about? How are our schools equipped? Our children today, a lot are fleeing. The gentleman mentioned it earlier, Japa. Why? Because of the quality of the education that some of them are seeking to have, not because they want to leave Nigeria. Some of us, sadly, we know that our children have left this country and have become Nigerian Americans, Nigerian British, and whatever permutation we want to give it. The sad reality is that some of us, our grandchildren, are never going to come back. That is the legacy that we're bequeathing to our children. They're forced to leave this country, not because they choose to, but in search of better life and better education. How conscionable is that? So as a people, we have to understand that education is the only way forward. Government has to budget and fund our institutions, and it's mostly the public institutions. A lot of people that I know, we all went to public schools. Today, I visited universities in Nigeria, and I wept looking at the conditions under which our children are being educated. Paradoxically, because I told you that Africa is a story of paradoxes, in spite of all the dwindling standards that we talk about, some private universities are doing great work. If we look at the Covenant University in the area of technology, if you look at Abuad Afe Babalola University, my father's university, they're doing great work in the area of medicine and law. So, ladies and gentlemen, just imagine. Imagine if only we could invest a little bit more. If people are coming to Nigeria today, the UK took 13,609 health workers from Nigeria in 1 year. Imagine if we provided them with the right infrastructure to live and to practice their trade. Nigeria will be the better for it. In fact, if you look at what is going on in our talent space, the Western countries have developed something called global talent visas. What is this about? Young Nigerians, if we don't appreciate their talent, they appreciate it. So they're giving them visas to go to London, to go to America, visa-free, because they see what we are not seeing. Our children are the ones that will go and build their industries for them, and we educated them in Nigeria. So our vision must be to create a new future for our children, so that our children will not leave Nigeria if they do not want to leave Nigeria, and they can fulfill their dreams whilst they are here in this nation. In the creative sector, we are doing a lot with Terra Academy for the Arts, and this is funded by MasterCard Foundation. Today, we have trained 13,000 young people. 13,000. Out of these 13,000 young people that have been trained, only 2,000 have found work. Only 2,000. What do we think is going to happen to the remaining 11,000? They will jackpot. Simple. Because they can't continue to live like this. In ensuring that their vision comes to fruition in the UAE, something they also did was they focused on entrepreneurs. And I'm an entrepreneur, and so many SMEs in Nigeria also. We are the bedrock of this society. We're the ones that are creating the jobs. Government cannot create all the work we need in Nigeria. The Fortune 500 companies cannot create the jobs. We are the bedrock of the economics of this country. But if you look at what is happening today in Nigeria, I was speaking to the good Mr. Oyedele earlier as well. It is painful to be an entrepreneur. It hurts. Sometimes I ask myself, why am I doing it? Taxation. We're given multiple taxation. We were counting the number of taxation we are taxed in terriculture, at least 15 different taxes. For what? What are we making? Infrastructure deficits. We're in charge of electricity. I'm a mini local government. I do my own electricity, my own water. The roads to terriculture is not fixed. You're the one in charge of your security. Potholes all over the place. So the question is, I'm willing to pay tax, but let us see what the tax is being used for heaven's sakes. So if entrepreneurs are being frustrated, Whereas in other countries, entrepreneurs are being encouraged. They give them free spaces, tax rebates. In fact, if you invest in an entrepreneur in the UAE, you get 1 year tax reduction. Spaces are given. If you go to Sharjah, they're focused primarily on just ensuring that SMEs survive. Nigeria is tough. It hurts. But we're committed to doing it. But can they lighten the burden on us? Without entrepreneurs, it's difficult to grow this country. And we must recognize that this is something that needs to be done. So, there are other stakeholders that we need. But for the sake of time, risk capital and corporates. To my mind, risk capital will come into a country if everything works. Investments will pour into Nigeria if Nigeria works. It's very difficult for people to find investors. In fact, in the creative industry, it's almost impossible. If you imagine that in the rest of the world, intellectual property has been collateralized. You can use your idea to borrow money because idea is gold. But we still don't get it. We only give money to oil companies and all sorts of shelf companies. The creative industry requires a creative approach to its funding. Banks have to start understanding that they need to prop this area of our lives up for us to be able to create the jobs that we need for our children. Which brings me back to the paradox of Nigeria that I had mentioned, and the paradox of Africa, as a matter of fact. You know, the story about Africa Rising has become really, really sexy and funky. Everybody says, oh, Africa Rising. 2011, The Economist said Africa Rising. 2012, the Time magazine. And then in 2013, they also said Africa is the hopeful continent. And it triggered something in me. If we're truly the continent of hope, how come we are disillusioned? So one day, as I was traveling from Dubai, going to Abu Dhabi, I was looking out of the window and I started crying. I wept like a baby. As I looked at the countryside, the greenery, the landscaping, the man-made, the artificial lakes, the beautiful infrastructure, the architectural wonders that they have been able to put together in less than 60 years. My colleagues wondered what was wrong with me, but it was because inside of me, I recognized that there is hope. There is hope for Nigeria. You know why? If one person or a group of people could have that vision in the UAE and they have created what they have created, there is hope for Nigeria. Like was mentioned earlier, we can change Nigeria's narrative, and it requires each and every one of us to be involved. From government to entrepreneurs, to risk investors, to so many parties, education, we need to ensure that Nigeria comes together and rises again. So, to change our narrative, I believe that what we need is within each and every one of us in this room. I think that Africa has been so bashed over the last couple of centuries and decades, from slave trade, colonialism, you know, the 1886 Berlin Conference, the partition of Africa. We've been through a lot. But that's not to say that we have to sit back and keep staying on that. We have to move forward as a people. If Rwanda, in 1984, I remember living in Geneva when the Rwandans used to come in as refugees. If Rwanda can do it with the vision of one person, Nigeria can do it. Nigeria can do it, and Africa can do it. So we need to change our narrative about ourselves. We need to begin to remind ourselves of who we are as a people. Who are we? Do we even know who we are anymore? We've lost so much confidence that the world tells us what they want us to be and who we need to be. We need to go back to our history books In Nigeria, they banned history for a while. How? How do you know where you're going when you don't know where you're coming from? How is that possible? I know that from my movies and from the literature that I was taught when I was in school that we are kings and queens who lived in kingdoms before the white man came. We are the people who developed the first form of writing, the hieroglyphics that they call emoticons today. We, Africans, are the ones who created those great walls of Benin Empire. We are the same people who created the knock art and the Benin bronzes that they have exported out of Africa today. We are the same people who perform surgical operations using herbalists, what they call herbalists today, using herbs to cure medicine. Our forefathers were great intellectuals who ruled Timbuktu, who did the trans-Saharan trade route. We had trade going on amongst ourselves without these artificial borders. Our great-grandfathers were the ones who taught us history about ourselves, and we need to teach our children about who they are. If we begin to teach ourselves about who we are, we will have a sense of identity and a sense of belonging. And if we have that, nobody can hold us back as a group of people. Today, inadvertently, the creative industry is doing this for us. And I say this because if you look at what our movies and our music is doing now, everybody's watching Nigerian movies. When you travel, go to the Caribbean. Go to any parts of the world today where there are black people. Everybody's watching. What are we doing? We're creating a cultural awakening that we have come, and we have come to own our space. Our music is being sung all over the world. Go anywhere in the world today, Nigerian music is dominant. So if I look at what the UN projects, that by 2070, Africa will become the most populous nation on the face of the earth, it means good news to me, of course, if we're educated. But what it does mean is this, that we will probably be the greatest exporters of global talent as well as global products. And if we're exporting, as opposed to consuming, which is what we're used to doing, then we create wealth for ourselves. So if we have our mindset on this, that we as a people need to begin to export, and our exportation starts from our talent. After all, if they're coming in every day to pick up talent from here, it means then that we're a bunch of talented people. And we have to constantly remind ourselves of that fact. But we need to decide. Somebody called it choice. I call it decision making. As a group of people, we need to decide who and what we want to become as a group. At 32, 20-something years ago, I decided to found TerraCulture. When I started TerraCulture, my vision was to celebrate Nigerian artists and to create a haven for art practitioners. Today, because of that simple decision, many lives, actors, dancers, musicians, superstars that you know today, they started their careers from TerraCulture because I was bold to follow my dream. We're seated in this room today because of one man's vision. One man decided that every year we're going to have a conversation about Africa and Nigeria. Look at where it has taken all of us to. Look at knowledge being conversed and ideas being shared because of one man's vision. When you birth a vision, God will bring the helpers that will help you carry it on. Today, look at the helpers in this church who have ensured that this dream lives on. Efficient and super organized team. Well done. The truth of the matter is Nigeria needs a vision, but it's not only about having a vision. It's about articulating that vision, executing that vision, and monitoring the vision to fruition. Because somebody didn't just write that on the wall. Every day you go around that city, you know that somebody is changing the narrative of their children. Somebody is changing the narrative of their people. And somebody, very carefully, is creating a new model of development for its people. It is clear to see. But more important is that Nigeria needs all of us. The vision actually comes from the people. You only nurture what you help create. That is life. If you're not part of the creation of something, you will not nurture it. Maybe that's why we are where we are. Maybe because of these artificial lines that were drawn, we don't see ourselves as one. But we have to change. We can't continue like this. In Rwanda, they're just one nation, under one country now. Nigeria has to become one, whether you're Yoruba, Igbo, or Hausa, and have a common identity, forge a vision that would work for each and every one of us as a people. So, whilst there is a lot to celebrate, there is a lot more to be done. Government, entrepreneurs, risk capital, corporates, academia, everybody has a role to play. Whilst Nigeria is sorting out itself and Africa, I have a question to each and every one of us in this room. What is your vision for yourself? Really, do you have a vision? Do you have a plan? Because a lot of us, at times, Nigeria hits us so hard that we don't even learn to plan. We just go out and let Nigeria happen. You have to have a vision, a plan for yourself on a daily basis. When you step out of your house, ask yourself, what am I going to achieve? In fact, in 2020, I had a vision. And what was that vision? COVID was hard hitting on the creative sector, because we're very, communal space. And things were really down for us. And I called my team. I said, we have to change our narrative, and we have to change our revenue stream as an institution. With that singular vision and action, I said, we need to start exporting our products. What do I sell? Movies, plays. Because of that one decision. Today, our movies are on Netflix, on Amazon. I have originals with Netflix. I am doing things that, imagine if I just did not think about that vision. We've taken our place to Dubai, to Egypt, to South Africa, to London. These are things that would not exist if I did not have that vision. So the question I have for each and every one of us in this room is easy to listen to lectures. You need to go away with a thought. What is your vision for yourself? And what is your vision within the Nigerian context? For as long as we all do not buy into this vision, I'm afraid it's going to take us a long time. But I believe that there is hope for Nigeria because we have no other country. This is our home. Even if we have other passports, this is home. And may it be well with Nigeria. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for having us.
Another round of applause for her. I think she really... General of the Bureau of Public Service Reforms in the Nigerian presidency, where he made giant strides in citizen-focused public sector reforms. Before his role as DG, Dr. Abba led key programs for the UK Department for International Development, DFID, in Nigeria, contributing to waste management privatization, water board reform, and the establishment of the Abuja Enterprise Agency in the UK. And in the UK, he played a pivotal role in public sector reforms from the Prime Minister's Office of Public Service Reforms in the Cabinet Office. During his tenure as Director General, Dr. Abba championed the use of the National Identity Number for the National Identity Management System, significantly expanding the NIMSI database. His work also streamlined processes for driver's licenses, passports, and tax clearance certificates, while instituting reforms in numerous agencies and government parastatals. Even outside government, Dr. Abba continues to impact governance globally. He contributed to Nigeria's National Development Plan for 2021 to 2025, supported public financial management reforms in his home state, Ebonyi, which attracted over $56 million in grants from the World Bank, and trained the government of Brazil at Oxford University. He is a sought-after speaker, having delivered the 2023 Keynote address at MIT's Africa Innovate Conference. Dr. Abba holds a PhD in governance and public policy analysis. He's a barrister and solicitor in Nigeria and a solicitor in England and Wales. He is currently the Vice President and Country Director of DAI Global, an international development company active in over 100 countries. His expertise and contributions continue to shape governance and reforms worldwide. Please join me once again as we welcome to the platform Dr. Joe Abba.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking Pastor and Mrs. Oyemade for inviting me again to speak at the platform. It's a great honor to be in this auspicious gathering. And thank you for all of the arrangements that brought me here. As you know, I'm a process person, so I'm constantly examining how things work. Let me say that your staff have been excellent, so well done to them. You know, when they read your profile like they've just done now, you start thinking, I hope this person will live up to this hype that has been formed about him. But it's not only us that you invited, Pastor and Mrs. Oyemade. You're going to get 2 for the price of 1 today, because you will have Joe Abba, the part-time academic, for about 15 minutes. And then the one that is to come after him, I'm not fit to tie his laces. You will also get the Eze Moore of Wazobia. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, come one, come all. The Eze Moore will be in the market square in 15 minutes. Tell the spirits, tell the birds, tell the humans. But before Eze Moore comes, we need to focus first on the reasons why we want Africa to rise, the reasons why Africa has been bedeviled with a number of the challenges that it currently has. And it's important to consider why Africa is where it is today, because as our people say, if you don't know where the rain started beating you from, you won't know when you started to get dry. So why is Africa currently underdeveloped? As the moderator has said, I'm a part-time academic, and of course, I've had the privilege of reviewing a lot of the literature around this topic. And there are many theories. You know, some say that the problem is our culture, and that in countries that are not developed, in societies that are not developed, those societies tend to have inbuilt constraints that hamper its development. And so those that develop have a better culture than those that don't. Some have even gone further to say that societies are collectively mentally programmed to behave in particular ways. So they argue that the Germans will always be on time. The African will always be late because of African time. And while some of these can be persuasive, it doesn't explain the differences within the same societies. So it doesn't explain why, for instance, within the same so-called collective mental programming, the private sector outperforms the public sector in a lot of cases. It also doesn't explain why, when you take the same people who are supposedly collectively mentally programmed, and you put them in two different countries, like you have North Korea and South Korea, and what was East Germany and West Germany, you still get differences in performance, despite this so-called collective mental programming. So it doesn't really add up, does it? And by the way, every society has its own culture, some good, some bad. In every society, there are good and bad cultural practices. And a lot of the societies that have developed, at least over the last 50 years, have done so by integrating their culture, the positive aspects of their culture, into their quest for development. And it can be done. Many of you remember the first Coming to America film, when the Prince of Zamunda wanted to marry this young American lady. And the king was saying to the queen, our culture will never allow it. And the queen turned to him and said, I thought you were the king. And of course, the king changed that culture, and the prince married the woman of his dreams. So we can change whatever culture we have. Another group of academics say it is history, and that the choices you make today or the choices you made yesterday are what is affecting your today. Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? I mean, if you don't invest in your electricity infrastructure for 40 years, why are you surprised you don't have lights? And if you make corruption your state policy, then why are you surprised that you're poor? So a lot of these things make sense. The Nigerian academic, Professor Peter Eke of blessed memory, and many other, Walter Rodney has written about how Europe underdeveloped Africa. Professor Eke said it was colonialism, and he wrote a very interesting theoretical statement that says that in the mind of every post-colonial, there are two publics, right? One public, which is the civic public, which is our government, our new way of working, and then the primordial public, which is our villages and where we really come from. And his thesis was that in the mind of every post-colonial, you are expected to extract from the civic public to feed the primordial public. Okay, and that's why some of us, when we're DG, our people called us together and said, you are not performing. They didn't mean you are not doing your job. That's not what they meant. You are not performing because you're not taking from the civic public to feed the primordial public. Some even go as far back as slavery. to explain why we are where we are today. However, in a lot of Africa, it's been more than 60 years. It is not slavery that is making us steal the resources of our people. It is not colonialism that is making us not educate our people. All of these things are important and they need to be recognized, but we can make a change, just like many other societies have done. Why then haven't we made these changes? People will say, well, it's leadership. Of course, even our respected Chino Achebe once said, the problem with Nigeria is simply and squarely leadership. So leadership is important, absolutely. However, we have leaders in all spheres. Many of them are here. Many of them have spoken today. So why is leadership not a problem in their spheres of life? Why is it not a problem? Why are the same public servants who are unable to lead, leading in their churches, leading in their villages, leading in their communities? What is the disconnect? Why have we not produced a Lee Kuan Yew? Why have we not produced a Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum of Dubai? Why have we not produced the kind of leaders that have transformed China? And it's easy to look at these examples and say, well, the ruler of Dubai is a monarch, right? He has ultimate power. And so, of course, it's easier to make the kind of changes that he made. Lee Kuan Yew didn't start off as a Democrat. Many of the countries that have developed over the last 50 years did not develop due to democracy. Okay, they developed and then they embraced democracy in one form or the other. And some have even said, look, if you look at all the examples of Singapore, China, UAE, perhaps what we need is benevolent dictatorship. Have you heard that? The problem is that for some reason, dictators in Africa tend not to be benevolent. And so while democracy has its challenges, it remains the least bad of all the other options that are available, as Winston Churchill said. And so this process of this inability to produce the kind of leaders that are needed to transform society, people blame on weak institutions. And institutions here, I mean the way things are done in a society. So, if you want to, I'm married to a Yoruba woman, I'm an Igbo man, and by our culture, we don't bow down to anybody. We don't. Even our traditional gods, we remind them that when they get too powerful, we will show them the tree we carved them from. But when I wanted to marry my wife, my friend, flat. And so, like culture, institutions can also be changed. And institutions are changed by people who make a decision to change those institutions. Just like the people that have changed these economies made a decision, they made a conscious choice that they were going to vision a better society and execute that better society. Yet others have talked about a moment of dignity. And so a society gets to a point where it feels, no, we're not going to be silly anymore. We're not going to let anybody push us around. We're going to forge a new society. And that is what China was said to have done when he lost the war to Britain and had to cede Hong Kong. You know, the Chinese decided, okay, we've lost this war, but never again will anybody disrespect us. We won't attack anybody, we won't colonize anybody, but nobody will disrespect us again. Very attractive. Problem is, when will that moment come? How long do we have to wait for it? Is there another factor that we need to look at that lies behind the development of these societies? Not just, and the growth of these societies, not just the usual ones that we know, like UAE, Singapore, and all the others, but you know, upcoming ones like Bangladesh, Indonesia. What factor is it that propels their development? Joaba doesn't know, but he knows a man that does. And so he has asked the Ezemo to consult the gods and try and get an answer to this all-important question. And as Ezemo comes, let me please advise. He has a funny character. And so if he comes out and you don't clap, he will not speak. He's that kind of person. So because he's very shy, it is only the clapping that will encourage him. Okay, so let me now go and get him. Ezemo has written a letter which he's just going to read. This one looks like an ancient manuscript. I wonder what it says. Let's see. Oh, the first letter of St. Paul to the Nigerians. Una matter don't tire me. I think this is the wrong letter. We'll read this one another day. This is the first letter of Ezemo to the Wazobians. I, Ezemo, mouthpiece of the gods, half man, half spirit, the moon that shines for the entire community, the gentle lion that kills two elephants at the same time, while other hunters are chasing rabbits in the bush. I bring you the greetings of the gods. Before we start, Ezemo is thirsty. But before we drink, we must pour libation to our ancestors. We only need to give them a little, because the dead are not as thirsty as the living. Okay. Where were we? Since we met at this market square, Wazobia has elected a new Igwe. However, other contestants for the Igwe stool are still protesting the emergence of the new Igwe. Some have even gone to court to ask him to lift his loincloth so that they can tell whether he was a man or a woman when he went to school. Ezemo cannot understand why all the contests cannot be concluded before a new Igwe is sworn in. In our custom, we only carry a wrestler shoulder high in victory after he has thrown Amalinze the cat and all other wrestlers to emerge victorious. To swear in an Igwe when the contests are still ongoing is not helpful. As the lawyers will say, possession is 9/10 of the law. Think more. Since the new Igwe ascended the throne, he's taking some tough decisions. Most people agreed that these decisions needed to be taken. Even his fellow contestants all promised to take the same decisions that he has taken if they were to be declared winners. However, as is often the case with Wazobia, the announcement was made before the plan to implement it was developed. Now Wazobians are suffering. Does Igwe go through with the policy and watch Wazobians continue to suffer? Or does he reverse himself and appear weak and clueless? It is like the proverbial tsetse fly that has landed on the scrotum. If you leave it, it will cause you pain and give you sleeping sickness. If you decide to swat it, the pain it will cause you will make your brain reset. Ezemo can see all the men in this market square crossing their legs in sympathy pain. It's a kind of pain that every man feels when the football hits a footballer in the groin. Igwe has asked for time and made certain promises that will reduce the pain that Ndi Wazobia feel. Ndi Wazobia call it palliative. Ezemo went to check the meaning of the word palliative in the big book that Ndi Beke, the white people, call dictionary. It means something that addresses the symptoms without addressing the root cause. At least for once, we are using the term correctly. Wazobians are saying, at least give us the palliatives. If we must suffer this pain, help us reduce the intensity of the pain. In the meantime, the Igwe has assembled the largest cabinet ever known to Wazobia. And so Wazobians are not seeing the Igwe tightening his own belt while he asks them to tighten their own. Ndi Omiwu, the people that make the laws that people call legislators, are not helping matters either, as Wazobians are struggling to breathe. They are emailing prayers to themselves. And the laborers say, enough is enough. It is either we get our own prayers in our emails, or we will stop working in the farms from tomorrow. Just yesterday, Igwe announced that each low-grade laborer will receive 25,000 prayers in their emails from this month. And the laborers shouted, Igwe, all of us are low-grade laborers now. You need to extend this to all of us. And that money is too small. You need to add something now, Igwe. Add something. I understand that Igwe has agreed to add another 10,000 prayers, and that the laborers are now discussing whether to agree and actually turn up in the farms tomorrow. Although some in the private sector have already increased the wages of their laborers, not all of them have done so. It's also not yet clear whether the laborers in the 36 villages that make up Wazobia would similarly get the same 35,000 prayers. Igwe will continue to, Ezemo will continue to suffer sacrifices to the gods so that the pain of Wazobians can be reduced. Although Ezemo now notices that even the sacrifices he places in the four corner junctions are being eaten by humans. Now, before Ezemo arrived at the market square today, the town crier, one native doctor like that, had posed the question about how Africa can rise to provide more prosperity for its people. Ezemo has consulted the gods, and they revealed to him that the key to prosperity is to raise productive capacity. The villages that are wealthy simply produce more. And they don't only produce more, they produce more of what people want to consume. The people in the village called China got out of poverty by increasing their productive capacity. Every backyard in China is a factory. Every store in the world is full of Chinese products. The people of the village of India focused on producing more technology experts. Now, many technology companies in the world are run by Indians. The government of India only joined the bandwagon after the citizens themselves had taken the lead. The people of Bangladesh did not wait for their institutions to be perfect and for corruption to fall to zero. They focused on producing more clothing than anybody else except China. Even here in Wazobia, the Nollywood industry is the second most prolific producer of films in the world, second only to India's Bollywood. As has been said, our music industry is recognized and appreciated globally. They did not wait for government. What government can do is to help them protect their copyright from piracy and make it easier for them to access capital to produce more of what people obviously want to consume. The Wazobian fintech industry is the leader in Africa. Governments can make it easier for them to access capital and should ensure that the central barn where Wazobian yams are kept does not continue to impede their progress with retrogressive regulations. Retrogressive kwa? Ha, ezemo ina so kwa English. In essence, the message from the gods is raise first your productive capacity and everything else will be added onto you. To raise productive capacity, Africa must make it easier to access capital. It must make an effort to turn its raw materials into finished products, no matter how the quality is at the start. Villages like Taiwan and China had the quality of their products laughed at the beginning. Our Nollywood industry, a few years ago, used to contain ghosts that check both sides of the road before they cross. Now they have improved, and the world is paying billions for their expertise. Africa is blessed with raw materials to produce mobile phones, solar panels, electric cars, and so on. And so it must focus on technology and innovation. It must continue to fight corruption, as no society can develop if its commonwealth is stolen by a few. More people that make money must pay taxes, but those taxes must be streamlined such that entrepreneurs are not unduly burdened and made to pay for the inefficiencies of the state itself. Africa must trade more with itself. The potential of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is clear for all to see. Africa must tackle climate change. We didn't cause it, but we're experiencing the most damaging of its effects. And when a visitor has come and put rubbish in your house, you first clean the rubbish, and then you ask them to be responsible for their action. Now, what's the role of Wazobia if Africa is to rise? Well, Wazobia is known as Africa's firstborn, not because he was the first to be born as a nation. He has brothers like Egypt, Ethiopia, Sudan, who were recognized as nations before the coming together of Wazobia. But he's seen as the firstborn because he is the most blessed in the entire family. Like the biblical Joseph, Wazobia was the one that the father gave the coat of many colors. Instead of using this diversity of peoples and resources to actualize the dreams of a better tomorrow for his people, Wazobia has been engaged in unhelpful pettiness, such as, your color must not come close to my color. We are green. We don't trust the people of blue. The real Wazobians know that it is the richness of every color that makes Joseph's coat magnificent. Wazobia needs to find a way to solve its challenges with electricity. No nation can grow without electricity. Electricity is key to raising productive capacity. Finally, we're often intrigued as to who ascends the throne. And this is vitally important because we cannot ignore the importance of leadership. However, as the Frenchman Jean-Jacques Rousseau once said, and I quote, "Before examining the act by which a nation elects a king, it will be proper to examine the act by which a nation becomes a nation. For this act being necessarily anterior to the other is the real foundation of society." Wazobia cannot keep running away from the fact that it needs a new constitution. The current constitution says we, the people, give to ourselves this constitution. But actually, we didn't. It was given to us by the military, and therefore it lacks intrinsic ownership. We need to set in motion a process that will culminate in we, the people of Wazobia, truly giving to ourselves a constitution that we all own. Like Joseph did in Egypt, Wazobia has the potential to avert famine in the entire land by recognizing the gifts that has been bestowed on it by the gods and maximizing them through raising its productive capacity. Like Joseph, Wazobia can help create a new continent that every African will be proud to call home. As we celebrate 63 years of being able to govern ourselves, Ezemo wishes everyone happy independence celebrations. And until we meet again in this market square, Ezemo says, "It go be."
conceptualization and formation of the Nigerian Office for Trade Negotiations and also as a special advisor to the President on ease of doing business. She was the pioneer executive secretary of the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, PEBEC, with a mandate to make Nigeria a progressively easier place to do business. She has recently been appointed as a special advisor to the President on PEBEC and investments in the Office of the Vice President. In 2013, Professor Oduwole was appointed as the holder of the Prince Claus Chair, a visiting professorship in development and equity. She is also a member of the Board of Trustees of the Mandela Institute of Development Studies Minds, an Africa-wide think tank on governance and economic development. A 2013 Archbishop Desmond Tutu Fellow, Dr. Oduwole holds 4 law degrees from the University of Lagos, Cambridge University, and Stanford University. Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, yes, please. A round of applause is very fitting. Dr. Jumoke was awarded member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in recognition of her various contributions to nation building. She's obviously passionate about nation building through economic development and has consistently mentored Nigerian youth in various capacities over the past 2 decades. Dr. Oduwole enjoys street photography and is happily married with 2 beautiful children. Welcome with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please sit. I think every single time I listen to my profile being read publicly, I just remember the glory and the faithfulness of God over my life, because that is the journey. Okay. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be here. And it's been simply a stellar lineup of speakers, a lot of like minds, a lot of common themes I've been seeing emerging. I've listened to all the sessions, and similar, but I want to take it in a slightly different direction. So, Africa Rising. Is Nigeria on the move? Why did a pastor 16 years ago decide to start hosting sessions on nation building? 34 sessions, can that be? I can't believe it. Covenant Nation, I cannot believe it. That is called staying power. What was his motivation? What did he hope to accomplish? And what has he learned in the journey? Interestingly, his congregation bought into the vision. And today, the platform is perhaps the largest, with over 20,000 attendees and reaching hundreds of thousands of viewers across the world. One of the most influential and relevant spaces for sharing ideas with a lot of liberty on nation building for Nigerians. When my family and I lived in the United States for some years before returning in 2010, my husband and I had a standing joke that where 2 or 3 Nigerians are gathered, Nigeria venting is there in our midst. Seriously, consciously or subconsciously, the conversation inevitably gravitated to a passionate dissection of the plight of our country. It never failed to happen. It is essentially the same here at home. Nigerians, home and abroad, talk a lot about Nigeria. Yet over the decades, things appear to have remained unchanged, and many would argue that, in fact, we're in worse shape than we were at the time this medium was initiated in 2007. So why then do we still gather, year in, year out, at significant cost to our host, the Covenant Nation, and time to ourselves to discuss and rediscuss critical issues pertaining to the development of our country. If we, and here I mean many Nigerians I listen to, remain pessimistic most of the time, complain about our leaders, and vent about the state of the nation, then why are we here or tuned in yet again, listening to each speaker today, perhaps looking for some ray of hope to cling to? I have a hypothesis. You know, I'm an academic. I suspect it is because of love of country. So my big hypothesis is that Nigerians love Nigeria. Nigerians truly love Nigeria. Deep down, even the strongest skeptics or the most angry citizens still believe in the Nigerian dream. Illogical as it may seem, it's hard not to. Today, having established for myself the starting premise of love of country by this significant audience, I have a few questions to ask of you individually, and a few short and hopefully helpful insights to share with you towards the actualization of the Nigeria we all wish to see. So taking a step back, one of the renowned Nigerian authors, and you just heard this a second ago, Chinua Achebe's most famous quote, one of his most famous quotes that you hear even internationally, is the Igbo proverb that tells us a man who does not know where the rain began to beat him cannot know where he dried his body. Just embodying the significance of history and veracity of truth, and really taking time to understand what has happened in this country and how we get to here. And not just this country, the continent as a whole. So from the hopeless continent, in the year 2000, The Economist published a cover page titled The Hopeless Continent, painting a bleak picture of a region ravaged by war, famine, and disease, amidst a sustained global negative narrative describing the region as corrupt and poverty-ridden. Fast forward a decade, Africa rising. In the early 2010s, the world started recognizing Africa's growth potential and predicting the continent would follow the footsteps of the Asian tigers, Taiwan, South Korea, Singapore. By December 2011, a decade after its first piece, The Economist stunned the world by featuring a cover entitled Africa Rising, basically reversing its own precedent, with an illustration of a boy flying a rainbow-colored kite, the shape of the continent. The accompanied piece entitled Africa's Hopeful Economies, The Sun Shines Bright. The article mentioned Alhaji Aliko Dangote as the richest Black person, overtaking Oprah Winfrey, and described the success of highly motivated entrepreneurs and increasingly prosperous customers patronizing the Onitsha market. Referred to as the world's largest with trade from all over the Gulf of Guinea, before recognizing Ghana, Ethiopia, Mozambique among the world's fastest growing economies of the time. Similarly, in 2012, arch rival, the Time magazine, published a cover also titled Africa Rising, describing the continent's rapid economic growth in the face of numerous challenges. The publication highlighted the attraction of $200 million to Africa-focused equity fund from Barbados Life Aid, a testament to Africa's improving business environment. Now, the optimism and the potential of others looking in on the continent, was it well placed? What others saw? African lions on the move. In June 2010, according to McKinsey and Company's Global Institute, Africa's economy grew very little during the last 2 decades of the 20th century. But sometime in the late 1990s, the continent began to spur. GDP growth picked up and then rebounded ahead, rising faster and faster through 2008. Today, while Asian tiger economies continue to expand rapidly, we foresee the potential of economic lions in Africa's future. Now, McKinsey's Global Institute does not issue fickle publications. This was based on empirical studies, and they issued the first report. They issued a second report, Lions on the Move 2.0. The roar got louder, with the World Economic Forum estimating economic growth rate for sub-Saharan Africa to be above 5% in 2014, with Nigeria and Ghana expected to achieve higher than this average. Nigeria was Africa's biggest economy at the time. The World Bank also projected a growth rate of 5.2% in 2014, a rise from 4.7% in 2013, attributing this to improved political stability, security, strong investment growth, and natural resources, infrastructure, and household spending. Africa flourished with buoyancy in resource-rich countries such as Sierra Leone, Congo DRC, a stable economic growth in Cote d'Ivoire, as well as a resuscitation in Mali. Non-resource-rich countries such as Ethiopia and Rwanda also experienced significant economic growth. Capital flows reached 3.5% of regional GDP in 2023, above developing country average. Now, let me move on a bit from the statistics. It went on to talk about tourism, education. This was 2010s. Where is Africa today? Regional statistics, sub-Saharan African growth, 4.1% in 2021, dropped to 3.6% in 2022, expected to dip further to 3.1% in 2023. Yes, there's been COVID, there's been global economy sluggishness, there's been the war in Ukraine, other contributory factors, we all know them, inflation, high debt. I also have the statistics for Central and West and Central Africa, East and Southern Africa. We know the contributory factors. Energy crisis around the globe, South Africa. I'll spare you some of the data. Just to say that this potential was unmet. And what are the reasons why this actuality has eluded us and still eludes us? This is where we get very animated as a people, and we all know the problems only too well. Insecurity, political instability, ethnic tensions, competition for scarce resources, corruption and bad governance, leading with apathy and lack of trust between many African governments and their citizens. Coup d'etats have resurfaced and is now a common occurrence in Africa, particularly Francophone West and Central Africa, all on top of Nigeria. It's like a line of the coups that have happened in the last 3 years, about 7 of them, further destabilizing the political landscape. Underdeveloped human capital, we've heard Mo talk earlier about education, lack of access to health, insufficient economic opportunities, a lot of jackbuying. COVID-19 did a number of the whole world. I think we were actually spared relatively compared to a lot of other regions. But other global factors like the war in Ukraine also heightened the situation. All of the above have manifested in stunted economic growth and the inability of most African countries to attain their clear potential as predicted over a decade ago. And Nigeria today, with everything currently going on in the country that we are all too aware of, should we be asking this question? Actually, yes, we should be asking this question. But what I'd like to say is that, as young people sometimes say in response to their relationship status nowadays, it's complicated. And there is a danger in a single hopeless story about Nigeria today. And sadly, that is the single story that most Nigerians tell. And by proxy, it's the story mostly told about Nigeria, particularly in Nigeria. Yet, in spite of all the known and unknown problems in our recent past, acrimonious and highly divisive elections, high inflation, high poverty levels, insecurity, NSAS, we are a resilient people, and Nigerians are doing great things, home and abroad. To mention a few, I could just go on and on, just look at the slides. We have our unicorns, we have our creative sector. Many of the previous speakers have mentioned all these. So I'll go straight to where I want to rest my premise today. How should we then live? We've seen the predictions about this potential. There was a time I started disliking the word potential because when do we get to actuality when we spend so many years saying Nigeria is on the cusp of, we have this potential, but it was based on data, it was based on facts. And then we've seen how things took the wrong direction. Rather than going this way like the Asian tigers, we went this way. How should we then live? I want to talk a bit about the making of great nations, because I believe that understanding how great nations are made can help us in navigating how we should move forward. Our struggle, though unique to us, is perhaps paradoxically similar in many ways to the bumpy road traveled by developed nations from ancient civilizations till present day on their quest to greatness. The challenge of leadership is a perennial one. From time immemorial, models of leadership, leading with integrity, and centered leadership have been the quest of many great leaders. Indeed, the question of how to achieve the good society has occupied the thoughts of leaders and thinkers in the caliber of Aristotle, Plato, Ibn Khaldun, Hobbes, Karl Marx, up to modern-day economists like Joseph Stiglitz. They have considered the very essence of human nature, liberty and rights, equality and dignity, how to engender collective prosperity, and will undoubtedly be with us from time to come. So these challenges that Nigeria is going through are not new, are not unique. We have our own peculiarities, but this is the path to greatness, and we must ride this tide to get there. From a governance perspective, in broad strokes, for all developing nations, and African countries will not be an exception. There are perhaps, I will say, 3 essentials to note as key enablers. Governments need to ensure the rule of law and security, need to invest in human capital and all its ramifications, and unlock the space for private sector investment and job creation. Broad strokes. While at a global level, there are many known, tried, and tested policies, there are well-curated and effective implementations plans which can take us to the promised land. Arguably, it is at this intersection of the public and private sector that the real magic occurs. Looking at the newly developed countries in this area, and we've heard about Bangladesh, we can look at Singapore, we can look at India, China. Governments have never done this alone. I'm privileged to be currently interrogating many of these very pertinent issues with some of the clearest thinkers from all over the world as a senior fellow at the Harvard Kennedy School of Mosaraveni Center for Business and Government. And I say this because we need to interrogate, and I'm so proud of the lineup of speakers that Covenant Nation has had today, because you will see that repeatedly the themes that are coming through are actually, there's no shortcut, there's no other way. The path to nation building is a path that we must embrace with courage and follow through to the end. So renewed hope. Is Nigeria on the move? There are very many things that we can discuss in this regard. But at the end of it all, from ancient to modern times, it appears that the building blocks of every great nation are its people. Its people. Is Nigeria on the move? Is your glass half empty or half full? Today, as we think about Nigeria's independence, just a snapshot in our year, is your glass half empty or half full? With everything going on, do we carry our own weather? How do we perceive things? Is it half empty or half full? Is Nigeria on the move? Are you on the flight, bumpy as it may be, or watching from ground zero? The present and the future of this country is in each of our hands. This is a recurring theme I speak about, and I don't think I'm ever going to change it. Talk is really cheap. If you aren't part of the solution, then frankly, you're part of the problem. And we, the people, are all captains of our own ship. And this includes our steering of Nigeria, along with our steering of our lives. We are the women and men who built Nigeria. That's what I talked about the last time I was on this podium. One of my greatest mentors, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, famously says, if your dreams don't scare you, then frankly, they aren't big enough. Yesterday, a group of about 15 young Nigerian volunteers and I kicked off the No Limits Nigeria initiative. It's a movement to inspire, to inform, and to drive impact by young Nigerians everywhere. Whether in the public sector, private sector, civil society, we each have the responsibility to build our nation in whatever way. We actually aren't doing anyone a favor. We are serving ourselves and our own children yet unborn. Now the question is how? So No Limits Nigeria initiative is my initiative. I started it about 10 years ago when I was a lecturer at the University of Lagos, and then I went into public service, and I restarted it again with some of the volunteers. Some were actually my students then, and a lot of knowledge I've garnered along the way. There's nothing too small or too big to be our own contribution to nation building. How, you say, how do we do this? It's frankly easier to sit and blame others about any situation we find ourselves. It's easier to blame government, and it's not that government doesn't have its role and its responsibility, or others, but we actually have to start with ourselves. This may sound naive to some or simplistic to others, but historically, this has clearly shown that the disconnect between Africa's potential and its actuality, which is why I took you through that knowledge piece of information, is both the leaders and the followers. No one is exempt. When the dirty water splashes, it splashes on us all. When the economists can call Africa just the hopeless continent, and later, based on data, can reverse itself, that's very hard for such a credible institution. And this was based on data. When McKinsey Institute can speak to the potential of Africa, and yet we as a people are unable to catch that flight, are unable to make it actuality, then we know that we have to look inwards. We have to really say, what is going on here? We need motivation and determination as individuals and then as a collective consciousness to make Nigeria and Africa great. We actually, the elite, if we're watching this, if we're sitting in a room like this or online, if we're listening to this caliber of presentations, frankly, I always told my students, the fact that you're in a law classroom at University of Lagos makes you an elite. Being an elite is not about money, it's about opportunities and exposure. So we, the elite, need to come together and decide that we want to make Nigeria and Africa great. Whatever agitates you the most may be a clue as to what problem you were born to solve. Please take a minute to ask yourself, what are you doing to build Nigeria? Not the government, not somebody else, not anyone else. No long story, just you. What are you doing today? What have you done in the last month, week, year, 10 years to contribute to nation building? Even if it's picking up rubbish, even if it's not taking a one-way, what have you done to make sure that this society is moving in the right direction? I'm a firm believer of not asking others to do what I'm not prepared to do myself. So in my own case, you all know, or many of you know, I worked on industry, trade, and investment. I've worked on African Continental Free Trade Area. Global supply chains are important. Productivity, you've heard very elucidated comments on that. We need to improve the supply. We talk about foreign exchange. It's a supply problem. Expanding the pie. My own story, many of you would know, it's about public service. Having been a lecturer, I put up my hand to go into government, and I served for 8 years, working on PEBEC. Some of you would know the reforms, and working on ease of doing business, and just working with small and medium-sized enterprises to enable businesses to scale and to prosper and to create jobs. I consider it a privilege and an honor to have served Nigerians for 8 years in the previous administration, and again to be deemed worthy of the opportunity to serve by President Tinubu and Vice President Shettima. And it's simply a choice. It's simply a choice. I think you should clap for the administration, not for me, because it's a choice to stay focused. It's a choice not to stay complaining, but to keep on doing the work, regardless of emotions, regardless of sentiments. I've said to you, from ancient civilizations till today, and it wouldn't stop happening, the challenge of leadership, the challenge of governance will continue. How do we then respond? Do we complain and argue and fight ourselves, or do we all bind together to deliver the Nigeria that we want to see? We'll be counting on your support, my team and I, to make sure that we can deepen the reforms, and we'll be looking for champions in the private sector to support as we go forward and develop our economy in the right direction. In conclusion, Nigeria is an important economic catalyst for Africa, as well as a stabilizing force in the region. We possess the economic and geopolitical influence to drive regional integration and development. As we celebrate Nigeria's Independence Day, let us individually and collectively recognize Nigeria's immense potential and play a strategic role in the rise of Africa. Let us act on it. If Nigeria gets it right, Africa gets it right. In the book of Nehemiah, each person built the portion of the wall in front of them. It's really that simple. As President Barack Obama once said to the Americans, in the face of impossible odds, people who love this country can change it. Please permit me to share these same words with you all today. I thank you for your attention. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Let's appreciate her one more time. Thank you so much, Dr. Jumoke. Thank you. Warm welcome. Professor P.L.O. Lumumba is a distinguished scholar and legal luminary, holding a Doctor of Laws in the Law of the Sea from University of Ghent, Belgium, as well as a Master of Laws and Bachelor of Laws from the University of Nairobi. He has received honorary Doctor of Letters degrees from the University of Cape Coast, Ghana, and a Doctor of Science degree from Bells University of Technology here in Nigeria. With a rich background in human rights, humanitarian law, and international humanitarian law, Professor Lumumba has served as an advocate in the High Courts of Kenya and Tanganyika, and is a certified mediator His influence extends beyond the legal realm. Welcome, Professor Lumumba.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. You may resume your seats. I'm a great opponent of lengthy introductions. Let me start by thanking the pastor and his wife, and also appreciating those who have spoken before me and those who are present to listen to our presentations. Without you, we would be talking to ourselves. There is a sense in which much has been said. If it is the history of the continent, slavery that has been mentioned, if it is colonization that has been spoken to, if it is neo-colonization that has been spoken to, if it is in describing the continent of Africa as having been divided so very arbitrarily in Berlin in 1884 and 1885, that has been spoken to. And we have been told so very correctly how that continues to bedevil the continent of Africa and to undermine our attempts at unity. Those of you who are students of history will remember that in 1963 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and in 1964 in Cairo, Egypt, the debate was, should we redraw the boundaries? It was agreed by the founding fathers then that that would be an exercise in fueling conflict, and that if we were moving towards unity, then redrawing boundaries was unnecessary. The OAU was, of course, founded in 1963, a weak organization which, as it were, introduced the concept of inviolability of boundaries and placed emphasis on sovereignty. We have been told that that could very well be the reason why Africa's growth has been stunted. There are those, and there's them who has told us so very effectively that upon consultation with the gods, he has been told very useful things, and the gods are right in the revelation that they have made. The gods are right in saying that we have suffered in many ways and continue to do so, and that therefore the post-independence African country or countries are bedeviled by many things. That could be a reason. It has also been said that part of the reason why we have not realized our potential is because we make the wrong choices. And that could very well be true. And my brother who spoke about choices so very well told us that it all rests on the choices that you make. And you who are Christians will remember that at critical moments, even in the Christian tradition, it has always been a question of choices. If you read the book of 1 Kings at chapter 18, when there is conflict in that little place called Israel, Elijah summons them and says, choose you now. If Baal is God, bring the 450 disciples of Baal and the 400 of Asherah who dined with Jezebel. And if God is God, let him be worshipped. If Baal is Baal, let him be worshipped. Perhaps that is the reason why we are where we are. We never make the right choices. We choose Baal when we should be choosing God. There are those who have said possibly And you see this choice if you read the book of Joshua, chapter 24, when he calls the Israelites and tells them, choose you now. Do you want to worship the gods whom your ancestors worshipped before they crossed the river, or the gods of the Amorites in whose land you dwell? As for me and my house, we shall serve the Lord. Perhaps we are not serving the gods, and that the gods are angry. And in the anger, they continue to visit pain upon us. So there is a sense in which all and many things have been talked about. But Africa sometimes judges ourselves very harshly and with a jaundiced sense of history. The post-colonial African state, the oldest post-colonial African state is Ghana, 66 years only. Nigeria, 63 years only. And we often forget these very important and immortal words of John Henry Clark, when he said that all African countries, upon regaining independence, started to conduct their affairs on the basis of systems of governments that were borrowed from Europe, and that none of them will ever succeed on the basis of borrowed systems. And as if he were a Jewish prophet, he is being proven right on a daily basis. Because whenever we in the African countries think that we have identified the problem and that we have identified the antidote, when we apply the antidote, new wounds appear. That has been the state of Africa, and that continues to be our state. And therefore, when we judge Africa, we must ask ourselves, from whose lens are we judging Africa? When in 1965, the Osagyefo Kwame Nkrumah wrote the book, Neo-Colonialism, the Last Stage of Imperialism, and the Most Dangerous, he was right, and he was overthrown for it, because the colonizer left but never left. And if you have any doubt, see what is happening in Niger, in Guinea, in Burkina Faso, in Mali. They are alive and well. And Africa remains the only continent in the world that is still referred to as Francophone, Anglophone, Lusophone, and now we are beginning to even call it Russophone and Sinophone and Indophone. There is a sense in which we must never forget this, so that when we are judging Africa, we ought to judge her on the basis and upon the realization that the headwinds that stand on our path are numerous, and that there is no shortage of fifth columnists within our ranks. The SMO spoke, and if the SMO were to speak a little longer, he would have reminded you of what Chinua Achebe said in Things Fall Apart, that they came and put the things that held us together, and we can no longer reason as one. And he said, we may have sent the white man away, but what about our brothers whose minds they have infected and infested? And there is no shortage of them. So Africa can and will arise. And if you look at the continent of Africa, she has always been conscious of the need to do right things. And if you look at the continent since 1963, and I can remember this so very vividly, I can remember Kwame Nkrumah in 1957 on the 6th of March saying, the freedom of Ghana means nothing if the rest of Africa is not free. He says the same thing in 1958. He repeats the same thing in 1960 in Casablanca, Morocco. He repeats it again on 25th of May, 1963 in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, where he tells the 32 heads of states gathered there, we must live here with one army. We must live here with one currency. We must live here with one foreign policy coordinated. And I even suggest that we can have a capital, and I suggest Bangui in Central African Republic because it is the most central. But we listen to him not. After that, of course, we have had our gains. Under the aegis of the OAU, Africa was able to eliminate apartheid, South Africa. Under the aegis of the OAU, Africa was able to chase away the Portuguese in Cabo Verde, in Angola, in Mozambique, in Guinea-Bissau. Under the aegis of the OAU, Africa was able to chase away the apartheid regime in what is now Namibia and the Ian Smith regime in what is now Zimbabwe. Let us not judge ourselves too harshly. We have made our mistakes, but sometimes it is proper, as my sister said, that we see half full glass rather than half empty. We must not debilitate ourselves by constantly bashing ourselves and looking at Africa from jaundiced eyes from Europe and America. And I'm suggesting to you, we have and will continue to make our mistakes. Look at Africa and the decision that she has made for ourselves over the years. As early as 1980, Africans sitting here in Lagos, Nigeria, came up with the Lagos Plan of Action. And the Lagos Plan of Action told Africa, in order for Africa to realize our potential, we must trade amongst ourselves. But the neo-colonizer was not resting. A little earlier, 5 years earlier, the neo-colonizers had sat down in Lomé, in Togo, not too far from here, and came up with an agreement of African and European and Pacific countries. And when that did not work, they sat again in Cotonou, here in Benin, and came up with the Cotonou Agreement. They are never resting. We must never forget that. The neo-colonialists are alive and well, and is always trying to frustrate what we do, because Africa is their hunting ground. And we did not stop there. When we are doing things, you tell me what Africa has not tried to do. In terms of the airspace, we agreed in Yamoussoukro, in La Côte d'Ivoire, that we will open our airspaces in 1988. We sat in Abuja, here in Nigeria, in 2001 and said we were going to spend not less than 15% of our budget in the health sector. We sat in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea in 2014 and said we were going to focus on agriculture. We sat down in Maputo in 2013 and said we were going to ensure that our women were mainstreamed in the activities of Africa. We sat down in Abuja in 2013, in 2014, and said we were going to have free movement of people, and once again sat down in Kigali, Rwanda, 2018, and said we were going to eliminate visas. We sat down in Abuja and said that we were going to silence the guns in 2013. We did not. And we sat down in 2020 and said we were going to silence them. And now the guns are alive and well. And who are supplying us with the weapons? It is not us. It is others. Should we blame them? Yes, we should. Should we blame ourselves? Yes, we should. So Africa has always been a battleground. And the rhetoric that we see and the manner in which we ourselves are educated. My sister talked about education. But really, what are we teaching ourselves? It is fella Nicola Pokuti said, "Teacher, don't teach me nonsense." And I'm suggesting to us that most of us, including most of us who are here, we are so very thoroughly miseducated that what we must do is to unlearn the burden that we have in our mind. Those of us who are lawyers, when do we feel happiest? When we cite an English authority to determine a land case in Abeokuta. When we talk about the reasonable man, we don't talk about the reasonable man in a keke, in a papa. We talk about the reasonable man being the man in the Clapham omnibus in London, England. That is how miseducated we are. And until we are re-educated, we who are present here are part of the danger to Africa. Because even in our unguarded moments, I went several years ago to the university at Harvard and talking to students, and one of them said that Harvard was the best school in law, in teaching of law. I said, whose law? Nigerian law? Ugandan law? Zimbabwean law? They can only be best in teaching their law, not ours. And I've seen we who are in this space of education, somebody spends 6 years at Unilag, and when they go to Harvard or Stanford for 3 weeks for a short course where they spend most of the time taking tea, he comes back and says, an alumni of Harvard. So the time is now. The time is now to begin re-educating ourselves. The time is now to exercise the ghost of low self-esteem. You know, Africa has many things. We have talked about our mineral resources. We've talked about our arable land. We have talked about many things, but from where I sit, the greatest African resource is the human resource. You know, Africa has been so wronged by other civilizations. We were the enablers of the first industrial revolution. When our ancestors were taken to work in the farms in Europe, we enabled that revolution. Right now, we are enabling the fourth industrial revolution and the fifth industrial revolution. That is why they have talent visas, because they are taking our talent. If it is not nurses, it is our IT gurus. If it is not our IT gurus, it is our engineers. And we are gleefully letting them away. I see our heads of state saying, we have signed a contract to take our workers to Saudi Arabia, modern day slavery. And you know, just this morning, my wife sent me a proverb from Turkey that when you elect a clown and you think that he will be a king, what he does is to convert the kingdom into a circus. And I am suggesting to us that that is part of the African problem, because it starts with political hygiene. Most of Africa is suffering because we do not have democracies. We have kakistocracies. And kakistocracies are governments by our very worst. This is what we must deal with, and this is what we must say. Who do we elect into our public offices? Because, as I've said before, when you allow hyenas to take care of goats, why should you be surprised when the goats are eaten? This is the same. And Africa is only going to realize our potential in all areas when, by dint of choice, we enable and allow our best men and women to serve in different areas. I've heard it being said about Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore. I've heard it being suggested about Mahathir Mohamad in Malaysia. I've heard it being said about Japan. I've heard it being said about other countries. But there was a conscious decision on the part of those individuals and the followership. We always talk about leaders, but we never talk about the followers. The followers must also style up. Africans on average are for some reason attracted to thieves. Africans are for some reason attracted to men and women who cannot serve her. And when they are not served, then they complain. When Africans are told, choose you now whom we shall release, Jesus of Nazareth or Barabbas, they say, release Barabbas. And when Barabbas behaves like Barabbas, they say, why are you not behaving like Christ? It cannot be done. And this is what we must do. And I am submitting to us that it can be done and it should be done. I know a number of African countries, and I travel this continent sufficiently to know that there are African countries that are doing well. They are trying. There is no nation without trials and tribulation. We are fond of talking about the United States of America as an exemplar of that which is good and bad. When they said in 1776 that they held certain truths to be self-evident, that all men were born equal, that they were endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among those who are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, were blacks included? No, they were not. Did they not fight a civil war? Yes, they did. Are they not frustrating people until 1963? Did George Floyd, was he not killed only recently? There is not a single nation without trials and tribulation. And we must therefore remind ourselves that we have the wherewithal to catapult Africa into a different orbit. And Nyerere of Tanzania once said, we must also define what development means. And he said, development does not mean necessarily the building of skyscrapers. There is nothing wrong with that. But let the Americans go to the moon, we are going to provide water to our villages. We must define what development means. And once we define what development means, and we define ourselves, then Africa shall realize our potential. In 1996, Thabo Mbeki talked about an African. Who is an African? Who are you? Define yourself first. The Chinese define themselves. The Indonesians define themselves. The Koreans define themselves. We must define ourselves and begin to believe in our institutions. You know, and I see it in this part of the world. When we want to look at our economy, we say, what does Moody's say? And Moody's is very moody when they come to Africa. Moody's. Can the Department of Economics at UNILAG not do that? Can't they? McKinsey, an American outfit, they are the ones who come here and tell us how our economy is behaving. When the American dollar as much as sneezes, the Naira goes into a coma. Why? 63 years after independence in Nigeria, 66 in Ghana, 61 in Kenya, and many other countries, we still believe that somebody else's currency is what must define us. 63 years after independence, we are still importing chicken as if our chicken forgot how to lay eggs. The time is now for Africa to ask fundamental questions. Because if you ask the wrong questions, you'll get the wrong answers. And I'm suggesting to us that Africa is already asking those questions. You know, in the year 2013, African heads of states and government sat in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. That was during the chairmanship of South Africa's Nkosazana and Dlamini Zuma. And they decided that we can no longer continue to live in this muck and mire. Africa must know progress. And they came up with Africa Agenda 2063. My sister spoke to it so very ably and eloquently and passionately. What we don't say is that during that week, Nkosazana and Dlamini Zuma wrote an apology letter to Kwame Nkrumah, telling Kwame, we apologize. What we are doing now, you saw in 1963. A house divided against itself cannot stand. Now we are living through Africa Agenda 2063. We are living through the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm not a Jewish prophet nor related to one, but I can confirm to you we will not fulfill any one of them. You cannot, in the nature of things, engage the reverse gear and then think you'll reach your destination. You cannot. And that is what most African countries have done. So the time is now, as the cliche goes, when you are in a hole, you stop digging. And Africa must stop digging. And if we stop digging and we look at what we have, Africa Continental Free Trade Area says that we are going to trade amongst ourselves in the world. Africa trades ourselves at best at 20%. Europe at about 70%, North America possibly 65%, Asia now going to 60%, Latin America going to 55%, Africa 20%. What must we do? We must stop certain things that stand in our way. Conflict. Look at Africa as I speak to you. Look at Sudan. For the last 2 months, there is no economic activity in Sudan. They are destroying what they once built. Even if you wanted to trade, who do you trade with? Generating as at now 2.5 million refugees. I do not hear the voices of African leaders, no. Their silence is eloquent. And when they speak mutedly in sanitized languages, and people are dying. Children who ought to be vaccinated in Sudan are not getting vaccinated. Here in your neighborhood in Cameroon, children have not gone to school for the last many years. Conflict. In northern Mali, the country is divided de facto into two. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, 120 armed groups, yet it is the busiest airspace in the continent of Africa. Minerals are being taken away to Europe and America. Central African Republic, the same. Libya, the same. Several months ago, I wrote to the chair of the African Union and to all African heads of state and said, convene a meeting with only one agenda item. What can we do to save Africa from this slide? Only 4 replied. That is the state of the continent of Africa. We must deal with the basic things. We must solve conflict. We must change our governance. Because if we don't deal with the question of governance, we are going nowhere. Africa has become a continent where after every election there is conflict. Because the pursuit of power is a cutthroat competition where throats are actually cut. And when the SMO was here and he consulted the oracles, he discovered that we have a problem in that direction. And that the sooner we resolve that, the safer we will be. Africa can rise and Africa will rise. But it's not going to rise by prayer and fasting. We must pray and fast, but it will not happen. Because the last time I checked, even those of you are believers, when Abraham was taken from Ur of the Chaldeans and given Canaan, it was not on a silver platter. He had to fight the Canaanites. He had to fight the Philistines. That is the nature of divine instruction. Go ye and subdue the world by the sweat of thy brow. The kitchen where they make manna was closed. Manna will no longer come. Because you must now make your manna. And it is our duty, therefore, as Africans to begin to rethink the younger generation. You know, there is a saying in Chichewa in Malawi that more precious than our children are our children's children. So when we are doing these things, we must remind ourselves that we are doing for this generation and generations yet to be born. When my good sister was speaking, she started in 1969 about the education. We were alive. Then you came to the year 2023 and we are alive. But when you came to the year 2077, knowing as we do that we are not immortal, we shall be assumed into heaven. Some of you who will be alive, you'll be old and possibly stupid and not very useful to anybody. This is why we say it is intergenerational. So, brethren, what we must now do is to ask ourselves, then what do we do? Beyond the rhetoric, what do we do? And what is beautiful in Africa now, not only in the continent of Africa, is that there is a consciousness. You know, I'm in a church setting, and sometimes it is good to remind you, for those of you who believe and believe rightly, even in the Bible, sometimes those who are saying the right things think that they are the only ones, thinking in silo. You remember Elijah going and saying, but Lord, I'm the only one who has not bowed to Baal. He was told, no, there are 7,000 others. And as I travel across Africa, there are 7,000 others. Today, I've seen many of them. Today, I've had the honor and privilege of listening to many of them. One enlightened more than the other. One more passionate than the other, talking about what we can do. And talking about the place of Nigeria in that space. Times without number have talked about Nigeria and reminded Nigerians that the day you become great, that is the day Africa becomes great. When I hear in Nigeria economists and politicians telling me that the GDP of Nigeria is 500 billion United States dollars, and that therefore it is the biggest economy in the world, I am reminded of the words of Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, my friend, when he says, in a debate between dwarfs, what is the value of one dwarf saying I'm taller than the other dwarfs? You are still a dwarf. This Nigeria is capable in 5 years of becoming a 3 trillion GDP economy. The fundamentals are there. Talk of human resource. And I think it is my sister, you go to anywhere in the world, tell me, engineering, artificial intelligence, space, Nigerians. The saying goes, if you go to any part of the world and you do not find a Nigerian, run away from there. Because there is nothing to be done there. It is these Nigerians who will move the country. I keep on reminding my Nigerian friends, you say you are 220 million. No, you are not. I suspect you are 300 million. And if my suspicion is correct, you owe this region and this continent the talent. You know, when people talk about instability in Nigeria, I ask them, can you handle refugees from Nigeria? Can you? You cannot. They'll overwhelm the entire West Africa. So it is in Africans' genuine desire that Nigeria remains great and becomes great. All the ingredients are there. Writing in 1983, Chinua Achebe, in his book, The Trouble with Nigeria, said that it is simply and squarely a problem of leadership. That is an African problem, and I also want to say it is also a problem of followership. Before the Ezemwe started speaking, he talked about what is expected of him in the village. When you are appointed into a public office in Africa, they actually expect you to be a thief. And if you don't steal, they say you are not wise. So in the minds of many people in Africa, Abuja and Lagos are hunting grounds where they send their sons and daughters to steal, to take antelopes, which they share in the village. That thinking must change, because service for humanity is what we must look at. And I have no doubt in my mind that Africa can do it. When I look at Africa and I look at Nigeria, I see an Africa that is capable of rising because our sons and daughters now present in the continent and even in the diaspora. You go and see the Africans in the diaspora, whether they are in Antigua and Barbuda, and my good friend here, the ambassador of Antigua and Barbuda, Wallace Williams, Trinidad and Tobago, will agree with me in that regard. You go to St. Vincent's and Grenadines, you go to Jamaica, everybody now wants to come and invest in Africa. But we must make the circumstances right. So we must improve our politics. We must make our laws enabling. We must improve our agriculture. We must improve our health. We must improve our education system. We must improve the quality of the environment so that we stop our young men and women dying in the Mediterranean Sea dying off the coast of Dhaka, going into modern-day slavery in Saudi Arabia, in that part of the world. It can be done. We have seen it done during our lifetime. We have seen South Korea do it. We have seen China do it. We are seeing India do it. We can see Indonesia doing it. We have seen Vietnam after the war doing it. And within the continent of Africa, there are other examples. We have seen Rwanda rise like a phoenix during our lifetime. We have seen Botswana do it. We have seen Cabo Verde do it. We have seen Mauritius doing it. It can be done. And if we agree that it can be done, what we must now do is to take a solemn vow. And that solemn vow must come from these words spoken by Julius Kambarage Nyerere on the 6th day of March 1997 in Accra, Ghana, when he was called upon to be the guest on the 40th anniversary of Ghana's independence. This is what he said, and I say this, then I shut up and sit down. Mwalimu said, when Kwame Nkrumah told us in 1963 that we ought to unite, we agreed with him. And we did not for one moment believe that unity in and of itself will solve our problems. What we believe that unity will make our voices as Africans to be respected, because the rest of the world is not bothered about our Ghanaianness or our Tanzanianness. He did not say this, but I'm adding, but our Nigerianness or Ugandanness. The rest of the world only knows about Africa. The time is now. Our generation fought the colonialists and brought what we thought was independence, but they gave us the crown without the jewels. But of all the sins that we have committed, there is a single sin that we must never commit: the sin of giving up, the sin of despair. And each one of us must remember that we have a role to play. We have a role to play because if the ocean is to exist, the droplets must be good. If the forest is to exist, the trees must be good. Play your part and let the results be the testimony of your efforts. God bless you.
wife Joy live in Ghana and are parents of 4 adult children and grandchildren. Please join me as we have the honor of welcoming Dr. Mensa Otabil to the platform, Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Kindly be seated. It's a great honor. Pastor Poju, thank you so much for this honor and for this platform that you have erected for very serious thought and very serious speakers to present. I think you're doing something that generations yet to come would one day pinpoint as one of the major factors for Africa's growth and development. Congratulations and thank you so much for what you've done. And I don't know whether it's good to be a last speaker at such a conference because it's just been brilliant. I've been monitoring and listening to all the speakers and the brilliant thoughts and ideas that have been presented. And of course, our illustrious last speaker with a prodigious mind on Africa and speaking so intelligently and eloquently about where we are, where we ought to be, and how we're going to get there. And so I just feel as a pastor that my last job is just to say amen and just sit down because all the ideas have been put out. So I want to celebrate all the speakers for their brilliance. And thank you so much. It's just so hopeful and so exciting to be an African at this time and to know that we have men and women who have applied their minds, their spirit to some of the complex issues facing us as a nation, as a continent, and of course, Nigeria being the host as a nation. And belated happy birthday to Nigeria. Happy Independence Day. 63 years is long in some terms, but in terms of national development is not really that long. And so, as the last speaker said, let's have perspective as we think about where we are and what we want to be. I want to pay tribute to some of the people that were instrumental in developing this nation, fighting for its freedom. Sir Herbert Macaulay, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, Sir Ahmed Bello, and so many men and women who lit the flame for Nigeria's independence and fought so hard for what we enjoy today. These were men and women of spirit, of intellect, of passion, and compassion. And in addition to your own great heroes, we add the sons and daughters of our continent. And I also pay tribute to the pioneering leaders of the African Decolonization Project, Kwame Nkrumah, Haile Selassie, Ahmed Sekou Touré, Modibo Keita, Herbert Maga, Jomo Kenyatta, Julius Nyerere, Kenneth Kaunda, Leopold Sedar Senghor, Felix Houphouët-Boigny, Patrice Lumumba, Amilcar Cabral, Seretse Khama, Agostino Nete, Samora Machel, Sam Nujoma, Robert Mugabe, Nelson Mandela, and many of these individuals with their hopes, with their struggles, with their flaws and weaknesses and their idealism, they fought a battle for each one of us. And as a people, sometimes we do very little to honor their memory, and we tend to forget the sacrifices they have made. But as we have heard today from one of the speakers, these men and women fought formidable odds to give us freedom, and we must build on their courage, and we must not be deterred simply by a tweet or a hashtag, because these were fighting some major battles at all levels, intellectually and sometimes in physical engagement. And certainly these men and women who led us to political independence were not perfect. As human beings, they had their weaknesses, and Some of them made some terrible choices later on in life, and some of the major fault lines of weaknesses in our society were instigated by some of them. But we must not look only at their mistakes and throw away the value that they contributed to us. I believe that in a sense they reflect the thoughts of the psalmist in Psalm 120 verse 7, I am for peace, but when I speak, they are for war. The psalmist tells us that sometimes our intentions and our actions conflict. We have good intentions, we want to see good things happen, and then in the end we do things that are opposite our intended objectives. So for better, for worse, we are standing where they left us, and they are the people who have given us what we have, and that is the hand we have been dealt, and that is the game we have to play. We cannot wish that other leaders were our leaders. We can only work with what we have inherited. And today on this platform, we thank God that a Christian organization, a church, is considering some of these serious ideas that make for the building of society. And once again, thank you, Pastor, for going beyond the church and erecting this public area of discourse. The era that ended the last century, from the 90s, Africa seemed to be a very hopeful place. Gradually, we were ending some of the conflicts on our continent. Military regimes were giving place to civilian regimes. We started writing constitutions and started holding elections and erecting governments with term limits. And we all assumed that change had come. The world was so excited and enthused about what was happening on our continent. There were raving remarks about Africa rising. And then in the last few years, in the last 3 years, it looks like there have been major setbacks. And nation after nation, we are seeing coup d'etats making a comeback. And the sobering reality is, as our last speaker said, sometimes we get it right, sometimes we get it wrong. The project, the endeavor to build a nation is not always straightforward. And sometimes you take one step forward and take another backwards. But hopefully the next time you take two forward and one backward. And make slow progress, but in a determined fashion. As most of you would know, from the 1960s, when we started the era of coup d'etats, Nigeria, whether thankfully or regretfully, started the process for us. So we're hoping that Nigeria, finding it right, gets it right for the rest of Africa. Because the magnetic pull, the gravitational pull of Nigeria over Africa is enormous. And what happens here has serious repercussions for the rest of our continent. And we pray for Nigeria. We are very hopeful and very committed to the project of seeing Nigeria succeed. Having listened to most of the leaders, you know, sometimes we hear people talk so eloquently about our problems and so eloquently about our solutions, and we sort of wonder, why is that one not the president? Why is that one not leading the country? But, you know, sometimes it's not as easy as that. It's not so much about the person, but also about the system that a person operates in. In Matthew chapter 23, verse 23, Jesus rebuked the religious leaders of his time who were ignoring the core values of the law. And this is what Jesus said to them. He says, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you pay tithe of mint and anise and cumin, and have neglected the weightier matters of the law, justice and mercy and faith. These you ought to have done without leaving the others undone." Jesus, in this statement says that some things are more important than other things. Some are weightier than other things. And he talked about faith as weighty, and mercy as weighty, and justice as weighty. Now, for us Christians, and I'm speaking this way because this is in a church setting, for us Christians, faith is always weighty. It is what brings us into salvation. It is faith that makes us born again and gives us new life in Christ Jesus. And most of us use faith also to pray for the things we need. But the faith Jesus is talking about here is not just about what happens inside your heart, but it's talking about faithfulness towards God and His Word and His law. And human beings have a way sometimes of making the things of God, especially Christians, more personal than public. There is a personal faith which brings us salvation, but there must be a public faith that helps us to interact with our society and our community. That means that after Christ has saved you in your heart, you must go out to your community and try to transform it and bring salvation to the society. So there is a personal faith, but there has to be a public faith as well. There is a personal mercy, but there has to be a public mercy as well. Dr. Martin Luther King, a Christian himself, a reverend minister and a civil rights leader, had this to say about Christianity. He says, there is something wrong with any church that limits the gospel to talking about heaven over yonder. There is something wrong with any minister who becomes so otherworldly in his orientation that he forgets about what is happening now. There is something wrong with any church that is so absorbed in the hereafter that it forgets the here, unquote. And there is truth to that statement, that our faith must not only apply to our lives as individuals, there has to be a public interface. And people are usually uncomfortable with Christianity when it goes beyond the personal into the public. When the Christianity is personal, people are happy because the Christians are showing good character and living good lives. But when Christianity becomes public, people get very nervous. They like it when the Christians confine themselves to spiritual matters, but when Christianity starts getting into society, there is nervousness. And this brings to mind the story of a church group which lived at the intersection of a very dangerous highway. There were many accidents and injuries on the road, so the church decided to start an ambulance service. And when they started the ambulance service, everybody was happy with the church. Praise was heaped on the church because it was caring for the needy, it was caring for the sick, it was caring for the suffering. And they did it for a very long time and got a lot of praise. Then one day, someone in the church asked, why don't we demand for something to be done about the road so as to prevent the accidents? And immediately the church raised the question about what was wrong with the road system. The public officials got offended, and the church was castigated for being too political. They wanted the church to solve the problems of the people without questioning the source of the problem. When we give food to the poor, we are called saints. When we ask why the poor have no food, we are called politicians, to paraphrase Domhelder Camara. When we pray for the peace of the nation during elections, we are called men of God. When we demand for integrity from our leaders, we are called hypocrites. Politicians always want the prayer of the church, but not the wisdom of the church. They desire to limit the contribution of the church at important gatherings to saying the opening prayers and the closing prayer. And anytime we stray from this regimen, we get smacked for wandering. And that is why this platform is so significant, because we're not just doing opening prayer and closing prayer here. We're not just praying about the problems of Nigeria or the problems of Africa. We are asking why and what ought to be done. And 2,000 years ago, Jesus, our Lord, spoke about how to create and contain change. In response to a question as to why his disciples did things differently from the old traditional system, Jesus answered, "No one puts new wine into old wineskins, else the new wine will burst the wineskins and be spilled, and the wineskins will be ruined. But new wine must be put into new wineskins, and both are preserved." So in that response, Jesus implied that internal change is not enough. That in addition to having internal change, there was the need for external structural support for real transformation to take place. Simply put, it is not enough to get people saved in church without seeking the transformation of the society in which the people of the church live. It's not enough to exhort people to be good, hardworking, and disciplined. In addition, we must urge for the right structures that ensure good behavior. National development is both personal and public. It's not just about personal change. It's also about public systems. We can talk about people being greedy and people being irresponsible. But I have seen people who seem greedy, people who seem irresponsible, live in well-organized and structured societies. And all of a sudden they forget to be greedy and they forget to be irresponsible. The same person who sadly would urinate, unfortunately, publicly in the streets of Lagos will not dare do that in London, in the streets of London. Not because the edge is not there or he doesn't have the equipment to do so. Everything is present. But he is restrained simply because he is in an external system that imposes good behavior on him. One of the biggest struggles we have in Africa is that we are hoping for the citizens to change, but the system to ensure rightness is not ensured. I am reminded of God and his dealings with the children of Israel. And, you know, many times I've said to people that you just have to pray God is not your president. You just have to pray, because if God is your president, you'll be so uncomfortable with life. So how does God behave as president of a nation? Well, check Israel when he was president. Before they had a king, he ruled them. And how did he rule them? Yes, he gave them manna. He had a good social system, a good welfare system. He gave them electricity by day and air conditioning by night. He provided support. He provided the water system worked. He gave them water from a rock. And so in terms of their well-being, he supported them. But he also wanted them to live by laws. And the first thing God did for Israel after he delivered them, if you remember your Bible well, when the people were delivered, they went into praise and worship. Miriam and Moses sang songs and they all rejoiced because they've come out of the Red Sea. But that was not God's plan, really. God says, you can have your praise and worship. I'm taking you to Mount Sinai. And when they got to Mount Sinai, there was no praise and worship. There was law. And God was so terrifying. And the atmosphere was so dominating that the people did not want to be in the presence of God. Because God understood that to lead a people who have been in bondage and in slavery for 400 years, you have to bring them into a structured environment. And the first thing he did was to give them laws. And not only did he give them laws, but he also had stern reprimands for when you disobey the law. And when people did the least thing, he knocked them off. He knocked them off so much that they had to learn to live a structured life. That is God leading a nation. If God was president of Nigeria, most of us would not survive. You did your stuff on the wall, you were gone. You did your stuff in the bush, you were gone. He'll take you out until people understood that a nation does not thrive with self-expression alone. It also thrives with a regulated, moderated behavior. And that comes with the law. We've talked a lot today about the African situation, and I don't want to add to all the things that have been spoken. I have them in my notes. But one of the key factors, in my opinion, and I would want some of our speakers to give serious thought to it. In my opinion, one of the key factors that has transformed any nation whatsoever from a low status to a better status is discipline. That's it. I had a politician ask me, what is the most important thing we must do for our nation to thrive? And I said, law and order. Where did I learn it from? God. The first thing he did for Israel, law and order. Enforceable, robust law. That's what changed Singapore. We can talk about vision and everything. A disorderly people with a vision will be disorderly still. When you read Lee Kuan Yew's book, he will tell you it was law and order. That was the prime level they started with. People had to live sanitary lives. You don't keep pigs in your home. They had to stop spitting in public. All of that, he had to force them into a structured world. And that's why you go to Singapore now and chew gum and drop it. Your life is on the line. Now, we praise these nations, but we living under those systems are not as simple as we wish it would be. We're seeing what is happening in Rwanda. What is this main factor of transformation? It's not the vision. Everybody has a vision. Everybody has plans. You've had plans. We had one. We had Vision 2020, and it came in 2020. We saw nothing. The missing ingredient is that we are not able to enforce the laws of our nations. We're not able to bring people to respect the laws of the land. And it starts in very basic ways. It started in Singapore, it started in Dubai, it started in all the Asian countries. Just check every country. The first primal mover for social transformation is sanitation, cleanliness, clean environments, people not making rubbish. Because if people learn not to make rubbish at home, they will not make rubbish in government. If there's sanitation, there's law at the private level, it will be in the public level. So my contribution to all the conversation that we've had is the prime mover of social change is discipline. A disciplined society. It's as simple as that. Don't urinate in the streets. Don't park anyhow. When you drink water from that, you don't drop it in the street. When you drop it, you'll be arrested and charged. If we get to that level of responsibility, people take responsibility for themselves. And if it is done without favoritism, and the Lord applies equally to everybody, there will be social transformation. Is it going to be easy? No, because we are used to lawlessness so much that lawlessness is our norm, is our standard. Is it going to be easy for me? No. When I'm driving in the traffic and it's jammed, I want to go by the sleeve and try to get there early. But if I'm arrested a couple of times, I'll stay in the line and respect the process. If we allow people to break the law, we can have visions, we can have great people, nothing will be done. Was it you who asked that how come the people in the church seem to get it right in the church? Somebody is a deacon or is running it well in the church, but in the public space they are not doing too well. It's environment. It's environment. The easy thing with the church is that we already have laws from the Bible. And so thou shalt not do, thou shalt not do, thou shalt not do. And when people do, we know how to separate them and respect the law. And you would find that the most rigid to obey the law is the most progressive. The one who is more relaxed and liberal with obeying the law doesn't make much progress. If we're going to make progress, the law has to be respected. And each one of us, lawbreakers, must get ready to a regime of law-abiding people. And that, I believe, is that which is the missing factor throughout all of Africa. In the nations that he mentioned, you go to Botswana, there's severe law in Botswana. In Rwanda, in Mauritius, you go to every country that has made progress from third world to first world. The common denominator is law and order. Every country that is struggling and not making any progress, the common denominator, lack of law and order. It is what God established in the book of Genesis. When the earth is without form, darkness is upon the face of the deep, total chaos. God himself solved that problem by bringing law and order, separating the waters from the waters, removing the darkness, making sure that everything stayed in the right place. And then he created the man, because God understood the only way to bring progress and development is through law and order. In addition to all the things we've talked about social change, in addition to all the criticisms, the critical factor, which I hope we can embrace, is to bring law and order to our societies. And we must empower leaders who want to do right. We must empower them. And if they start, as difficult as it may seem and feel for us, we must work with them. It was said that one of the brightest times in Nigeria's life was somewhere, was it in the 70s or so, when you had Idi Amin. Somewhere, and yes, and almost everybody I talk about says, those were bright moments. And what was the critical thing? Law and order. It wasn't fully applied well. Sometimes there were favorites, but law and order is the underlying factor for social change. And I pray that we will build an Africa of law and order, where when we say there is a vision, we have the will and the discipline to get it through and get it done. God bless you.
Somebody from Canada sent me a message when Professor Lumumba was speaking. He said, that is the greatest speech I've ever heard in my entire life. And he sent it to me from Canada. It was profound. And I know we don't like it in Africa, what Dr. Mensah Otabil said, because our success is determined in Africa by our ability to break the law and go scotch-free. The more successful you are means that you can break the law and you do what? Go, that is a status symbol. I went to the airport once. Let me tell you this story. That's why sometimes I have pity on people. And so I took my passport and I was traveling somewhere. I don't want to call the country. So I didn't take my other passport. I just took the one with that visa, and there were 2 visas on it. And the immigration, the customer looked at it, and said something to the second one. So the second one took the passport and said, "You're a pastor?" I said, "Yes." He said, "These 2 visas on this passport here are drug routes where drug traffickers go through. That's why we flagged you." He said, "Next time you're coming, come like a big man." He said, "The reason why we stopped you," he said, "it's just that I recognized you, and you will have been embarrassed. So next time you're coming," he pointed to somebody, "come with an entourage, so we understand who you are, and then we can let you." So sometimes when you see people behave in a certain way, you understand where they are coming from, that they don't want, they have been told, even by law enforcement, that this is how you behave, not to be, all right, harassed. All right, except the one to stay, we have a debate of universities, like we did last time. University of Ilorin will be having the debate with University of Ibadan. All right, it's the university, I'm sure you want to stay here. So it is a university debate. So the debate will last for how long? Well, I think it's about 15 minutes. 15 minutes, eh? All right. Okay, so we can, your airtime, so we can still be on television. All right, so they will set up the stage here, and they will have their debate, and they will judge the winners, and we'll give them. So University of Ilorin, all the campuses, at least most of the campuses in Nigeria, at least I think, in Nigeria have been debating the finalists. UI, no UI people here? Okay, University of Ibadan and University of Ilorin. All right, so we'll set it up now, the stage quickly for it. Yeah, I know we're in the studio. All right.
We have thousands watching on the platform, YouTube channel, and also on Channels TV Live and other platforms. Thank you for being there, and thank you for being very active in the chat section. We see you and we acknowledge you all. And my panelists, or my studio guests, my green studio guests are still here with me. And we've had 9 powerful, insightful, maybe even, thought-provoking sessions today. And let me start from you, Bolan, and we'll come this way. What has been your major highlights or takeaway from the sessions today?
Thank you. A lot to do. A lot of work to do, but, let's not beat ourselves too hard. When one of the speakers was speaking about one of the laws, a company has to come and pay taxes in Nigeria if you're employing, in diaspora, as I call them. I was just shocked, and it just made me reflect back on what Vusi said, which is, one tweet, everybody gets discouraged, but there's so much work to be done, and people are more concerned with the tweet. But more importantly for me is the advantages we have. If we don't make use of it, it will turn to a big disadvantage. The population without opportunities, the talent without honesty, if we don't make use of it, it will turn to a big disadvantage. And finally for me is discipline. And for me, discipline starts with leadership. Once leadership is disciplined, everything falls into place. No matter the education, once there's no discipline, nothing's going to work.
Thank you. I think indeed Dr. Otabil's session is like the foundation. It was the last, but it's the foundation that everything now sort of needs to build on. Tola, what was it for you?
I mean, so it left me hopeful, right? A lot was said, and listening to both private sector and public sector people talking about their plans, so right from the Honorable Minister for Communications, taking us through his blueprint, right? And one thing I really loved about his presentation was that his public sector projects complexity index, right? So even though he has these plans, there's also sort of foresight into how do I then ensure that I'm going to succeed, right? So I'm not just hoping and assuming, but then and I think it's something that can be implemented across government all around. So I'm really hoping that, they keep us updated on how that index works for them. And secondly, I think across, a couple of the speakers was talking about how we have to, and decolonize our minds, but it's sort of like a shift from Africa in our thinking and also in our geography, right? So shifting our mindset to who we are as Africans and saying that we are one, as well as the geographical spread and how we even navigate this continent that we have to our advantage. I think those are two things that stood out most to me.
Yes, that thing about education and Professor Lumumba really just hitting on, many of us are miseducated and we need to literally unlearn many things that we know. Very powerful. Soji, what of you?
Thank you very much. I think if you think about the thread across all the speakers, they are all students of history. In the sense that you realize that we've technically been here before. Everybody kind of said that. From Dr. Mo Adefeso, tracing the national education policy from the Conference on Education as far back as the 1960s. And then telling us that 54 years after that, we're here again, right? Nigeria has evolved, the economy has evolved, but the educational structure, the curriculum has not evolved. And therefore, perhaps this is a time for us to rethink that. And then you tie that to Professor Lumumba and the amount of trade agreements, and all the treaties that we've signed and all the decisions we've made as Africa, as the African Union, as a committee of states. Yet, the difference here will be the choice that we make.
Yes.
And he alluded to that in the sense that, look, what choice are we going to make here today? And that's where, Dr. Otabil then lands and says, like, the choice should be the choice of discipline, the choice of law and order, right? That regardless of what we say about all the shining examples, of what we want to be as Africa or as Nigeria, the underlying point there is that they made a choice to now be disciplined. And perhaps the structures that were set by leadership, right, enforced, or imposed that discipline on them. So I think it's time, right, for us to make that choice, for discipline. And even in the choice of leadership, that leadership then has to impose that structure on us as followers, right, in order to keep us honest, the same way we ask them for accountability. So really, it's everybody here, in whatever space you are, you found something for yourself.
Absolutely.
Personal development, business productivity, or, nation building in the sense, and that's really the power of the platform.
I love that. It was indeed very complete. And I just will say, if you are guilty of any of the examples that Dr. Otabil gave, we don't need to say the examples again. Please, as from today, stop it. In fact, you've stopped it, literally. You've stopped it. Before the leadership imposes the discipline, we're doing this so that part of the lessons you take here are the things that we'll go and implement by ourselves on a personal level, on a business level, on a family level, and on a national level indeed. So what are your action plans? So you can speak for yourself, or what do you think should be some action plans that people can take away from the things that have been said today? Very specific, practical action plans.
Oh, very, very, very specific to me is the power of technology and just embracing it fully. And I'll tell you why. The Honorable Minister, just listening to his manifesto on how to use technology to boost the economy. And permit me, Pastor Tony, the Joseph Business School, we're actually launching our next program. And that program is going to start in January 2024. And one of the things that we've infused into the Business and Entrepreneurship Certificate Program are 4 applications of technology. So agri-tech, fintech, ed-tech, and health tech. Interestingly, Dr. Mo talked about, that application of technology as well. So we're looking at, as you learn about business and entrepreneurship, we will take you through applications in terms of startup, how to set up businesses and apply in those 4 key sectors. So look out for that. The announcements will start next week, jbsnigeria.org.
Shoot your shots. You got it. But indeed, that session by the minister was very powerful, and technology just speeds things up. Things that would have taken 50 years takes 5 years, so that was powerful. Tola, what is yours?
I mean, for me, 2 things. One, again, is from the Honorable Minister, where he ended with what would you build? And it takes him back to the slide where he spoke about the different sectors of the economy that contribute to GDP and the places that are lagging. And you look at it like, okay, we're all saying that, Nigeria's GDP ratio is this, is that. But then I ask myself, how am I contributing to the GDP of this country? Or how can I contribute to the GDP of this country? And second, obviously, is also the discipline part of it, right? Because there are things as a Nigerian you've probably gotten sort of used to and think it's the normal way, but then rethinking it and stop and think, is this the right thing to do? Is this the disciplined thing to do, right? Is it law and order, regardless of how we think about it because of our culture, Nigerian culture, right? So for me, it's also stopping to think about things I do and how do I build and add to the GDP of Nigeria.
You just reminded me of that slide, because when I just saw the flat, especially I think it was for industry, I said these opportunities. It was so mind-opening, and all I saw was opportunities and possibilities. So if you didn't watch, in fact, you should go and watch all the sessions again, and we've cut them into individual parts on our YouTube channel, the Platform NG, and just listen again and again and again. Very powerful indeed. For you, sir.
Massive opportunities.
Yes.
Massive opportunities. The government has, I think, it's an 8-year blueprint to double the GDP of the country, and that just requires growing 7% annually. But when I think it was Mrs. Modupe that was presenting and giving the stats that 70% of children can't read well at the age of 10. So when I looked at that, a couple of things changed. These GDP numbers can be achieved much more easily if we just fix a few building blocks, And when Prof was speaking, and pardon, the analogy he used about the dwarfs, they were arguing, $500, billion economy. When you just look at the things that have to be put in place, and not a lot of difficult things, but requires willpower, and if you have the right people with intellectual capacity, listening to Mr. Oyedele speaking, listening to the Honorable Minister speaking, you see things that have just been dormant and docile. And you ask yourself, how have we been living through these things? So a few fixes, and I think massive opportunities from a GDP perspective and country perspective, individually and corporate level.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. And we need to go back now to watch the debate, but thank you all so much for being with us here at the platform today. I think more than anything, opportunities, possibilities, and there is work to be done. I know that one of the speakers left a line and said, what will you build? What role are you playing? There is a work for each and every one of us to continue to do. But right now, we're going right back into the hall where the debate between University of Ibadan and University of Ilorin is set to begin. Are any of you in those were alumni of those universities?
No, we're in the better.
It's okay. All universities in Nigeria, amen? We will see you right after this. Enjoy the debate, and thank you once again for being an amazing online audience.
Thank you so much. So for those of us who know about the platform, we have the platform Young People's Boot Camp. And this year, we had a special competition around Africa Rising. And from that competition, a leader of the pack or a winner emerged. Her name is Margaret. And she's right here to present a speech from that process. So let's just make her welcome. Margaret is the winner of the Africa Rising competition of the platform Young People's Bootcamp. Let's appreciate her. Give her some energy, some good Niger energy.
In my JSS2, a call for students to participate in an essay competition caught my attention with the title, "The Nigeria of Your Dreams," 500 words, distinctly displayed across my school's notice board. Hesitant but excited, I ran back to class and picked up a pen and pieces of paper and began to write, "The Nigeria of my dreams, a country that changed the world." But after several pages, I gathered what I had written and closed it together, murmuring to myself, no one's ever going to believe that this can happen in Nigeria. Many years later, I picked up those pages, and after revising a few lines and paragraphs, that essay read, "It's the year 2040. And just as the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning predicted, Nigeria has become a dynamic, industrialized, and knowledge-based economy, drawing investments into the entire continent. With a nominal GDP of over $500 trillion, Nigeria redefined the standard of living." In this 2014, agriculture and manufacturing sectors were a pinnacle performance, with our markets in Onitsha, Alaba, Aba, and Daunu flourishing with entrepreneurial spirit. They became a hub for exports and a driving force for made in Nigeria products. Maximizing our geographical location, Nigeria became a gateway for the success of trade liberalization schemes across Africa and beyond. This 2040, unlike anything we've ever seen, had cities with shorter fences because Nigerians were too busy working on their goals to walk the streets of crime protected by reliably equipped security agencies. And because insecurity no longer gripped the country, we doubled on peacekeeping initiatives and shielded our neighboring nations from transboundary crime. Tourists were no longer requested to reconsider traveling to Nigeria, and conflict-free visitations to our mountain resorts and national parks encouraged stopovers and economic spillovers in multiple destinations, exploring our cultural heritage from the Elmina Castle in the west, Medina in the north, Zanzibar towns, and the Masai Mara reserves in the east. The Dora Akunyili's dream of a Nigeria with zero tolerance to counterfeit drugs became a reality. In this 2014, Nigeria boasted of world-class healthcare delivery systems, where highly skilled doctors did not japa because of SAPA, and the medical breakthroughs from the combined efforts of African specialists made Africa the place to be for medical tourism. In this country of my dreams, more people climbed the energy ladder every day, giving human effect to God's declaration, "Let there be light," and there was uninterrupted power supply. Collaborating with our sister nations, we established regional electricity markets to light up Africa. No longer were we referred to as the dark continent. The African dream, like a beacon belt on a hill, could never be hidden, unifying her nations together in pursuit of boundless possibilities. But before concluding my essay, I found myself asking again, could all of this happen in Nigeria? But this time, challenging myself to find an answer, instead of crumbling the pages like I did in JSS2, I immediately began to realize that if change could happen in other continents and countries, then why not Nigeria for Africa? If we strengthen the rule of law and treat corruption like a plague that must be eradicated, we'll begin to attract more direct investment into our economy. Strategic diversification of the economy with a focus on channeling the talent that is Nigerian youth into more sectors will not only create multiple income opportunities, but cripple poverty and inflation to an all-time low. Today, insecurity may seem like an unflinching Goliath in our path, but good governance, strike-free education, infrastructure development, accountability, and empowered communities are the 5 stones we need to pick from our stream of overflowing resources and prevail as a united people. Repositioning ourselves as that giant of Africa, the protection and well-being of Nigerians must be akin to protecting her sovereignty, and through public-private partnerships, we can liberalize trade and pursue sustainability. With the largest economy in the continent, our voice should echo like thunderclaps across the globe. If we maximize our resources and human capital, Nigeria will not only foster national growth, but that of a rising continent, Africa. By 2050, 1 in 5 people will be African. And to keep Africans in Africa, for Africa, we must strengthen our bonds from the Suez Canal to Nairobi, promote peace from Guinea to Niger, embrace diversity from Durban to Dakar, and reward creativity and innovation from Lagos to Accra. It takes 1 degree to change the cost of an airplane. If we choose now to be that change we want to see, 1 citizen, 1 sector, 1 industry, 1 office, 1 government, 1 church, by choosing to be that change we want to see, that 1 flicker of light, then we need not wait to 2040 for the Nigeria of our dreams to become a reality. Thank you.
Well done. Good evening, everyone. I am Joy Amanabo. I work with Leap Africa, and I lead the team on the debates competition. Leap Africa is a youth-focused organization. We're 21 years old, and we're working to raise leaders who will transform Africa. The initiative in itself, that's the Youth Leadership Debates, is under the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund, in partnership with the MacArthur Foundation and the Ford Foundation. I must mention very quickly and really appreciate the platform team. This is the 2nd time in a row we're having the debates in the October edition. Please, special appreciation to Pastor Podro Oyemade and the Platform Nigeria team. Thank you so much for believing in our vision and for providing us the constant support that you have. The Youth Leadership Debates competition is designed to build the intellectual and speaking capacity of young people across Nigeria's tertiary institutions, basically amplifying their voices on topical issues that affect not just the young people, but Nigeria as a whole. And the entire project, the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund, goes with the common hashtag, the Nigeria we want. And that's basically linked to what we've been discussing ever since. Since June 2023, we had 354 students sign up from across 45 tertiary institutions. So it's been such a long journey across several stages of debates. And I must quickly appreciate all of the debaters that have participated up until now. And right now, even having here the finalists with us. Please, a warm appreciation to all of the debaters and students who have been part of this till now. Before I call up the speakers, I'd like to quickly introduce our judges. Our judges will be working alongside us today to determine the winners of this competition. In no particular order, we have Mr. Tunde McCleaver, founder, Learning Engine, and representative of the Platform Nigeria. Thank you, sir. We also have with us Dr. Amina Salihu, the Acting Deputy Director of the MacArthur Foundation, one of our funders here. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, we have with us Mrs. Uche Pedro, founder, Bella Niger, and interestingly, one of our board of directors at Leap Africa. Please, special appreciation for her. An interesting feature that we have for you this year in comparison to last year is that you, the audience, also have a chance to vote in your team. So at some point, you'll be working alongside the judges to determine the winners of this competition. I hope that's exciting. So we look forward to that, and just get ready to cast your vote when that time comes. Now, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to have the debates. All right. To my right, we have the team from University of Ibadan. We have Yusuf, Aisha, and Abdul Habib Akorede. Please, a round of applause for them. And to my left, we have the University of Ilorin, Olorun Yomi Adebimpe Covenant, and Ayonde, please. A round of applause for both of them. I think that's something I find very interesting about this debates competition is that I happen to be an alumnus of both institutions. So for me, it's a big one. All right. As our usual practice, we typically tie the theme of the debate or the topic of the debates to the theme of the platform. And this year is not any different. We have a really interesting topic before us. The topic before us is Nigeria's long-standing position as the giant of Africa is no longer tenable. We have the team from University of Ilorin supporting this motion and the team of University of Ibadan opposing this motion. Before we get into that, I'll quickly call out the rules of engagement to our debaters as our practice. From each team, we'll have a first speaker come up with opening statements. You have 4 minutes to introduce the motion, set mechanisms and models, and provide your arguments. And then we have the second speakers come up afterwards for 2 minutes to provide rebuttals and provide new substantial arguments to buttress their points. And both teams have 1 minute each for their closing statements to crystallize their points. Debaters, the timer is before you. As soon as the time elapses, you only have 10 to 15 seconds to close out on your statement. Anything you say outside of that time will not be counted in your favor and might as well attract a deduction from your scores. There are other practices that can attract a penalty. That includes inappropriate conduct, objectionable language, severe attack on another debater, falsified evidence, and unfair tactics. So let's have the debates. This is where I would have loved some drum rolls. All right. And so now we'll call up the debaters for their arguments. We'll start off with the team supporting this motion. From the University of Ilorin, we have the first speaker, Adebimpe Covenant.
Who named Nigeria as the giant of Africa? Was it other Nigerians, African countries,
our colonizers, or even the government at that time? Well, it doesn't matter who or where that name came from, because being a giant is not just about the appellation. It is creating affirmation through actions and facts, how great you truly are. Why was Nigeria referred to as the giant of Africa? Number one, in 1956, Nigeria as a young nation struck crude oil and began to export to foreign countries in 1958. In 1970, she enjoyed a large oil boom and joined OPEC in 1971. Her population then was just about 100 million, but she was already making significant moves towards being the richest in Africa by being the largest producer of oil, having the highest GDP compared to other African countries, and having an exchange rate of $1 to 1.82 naira. $1 to 1.82 naira. Many of us can relate to this. Many reasons such as this was the reasons why Nigeria earned her name, Giant of Africa. Also, due to her recent population, according to the Guardian's newspaper in 2017, many relate to Nigeria as the Giant of Africa because of her population of over 200 million. By predictions, the country is set to hold the third largest population in the world by 2050. Now, how did Nigeria fall from her position as the giant of Africa? Number one, during the Civil War of 1967 to 1970, in which Nigeria experienced a decrease in oil production, decrease in foreign investment, and a rise in inflation. Number two, due to the mismanagement of the military government at that time, which includes corruption, mismanagement of the revenue of the nation, failure to invest into other sectors such as technology, abandonment of agriculture and small-scale businesses, such that when crude oil prices began to crash in the 1990s, there was nowhere to run to. Having shown us Nigeria's former status as the giant of Africa, how she fell, and showing the areas as to why she earned the name, I'll be proving to you that we are no longer giants in those sectors that made us earn our name, and I will be preferring solutions to those problems. Number one, in terms of our demographics and populations, Nigeria's large population was expected to be a reservoir of large human labor, increase in human capital development, and also a base of increase in agricultural production because of our large population. However, our big population has only created big problems, such as unemployment, food scarcity, inadequate access to education, and decreased innovation. The youth currently experience
a decrease in opportunities, which has led to frustrations of so many of them. BRICS, which is an association of Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, which are highly populated countries in their continent, have utilized their population to reflect to their development. Why is Nigeria the most populous country in Africa, not part of BRICS? Because Nigeria cannot relate to the level of development that these countries have. What is the solution to this? Prioritizing education. The government should fund education. According to a survey by UNICEF, Nigeria has about 18.2 million children who cannot proceed beyond primary school education. The government should also prioritize vocational trainings and entrepreneurship, which would help to curb unemployment and tap into the potential of every citizen. Also, our economic strength. Nigeria's economic strength is largely reliant on crude oil exports, such that it is affected by global oil price fluctuations. Nigeria must diversify its economy by tapping into technology, agriculture, and even small-scale businesses to attract foreign investment. Also, on our soft skills and on our soft skills and potentials. Nigeria possesses immense soft skills and potentials, but we must harness these in order to maintain a region of influence in Africa. With these few points of mine, I have been able to prove to you that Nigeria has not been able to maintain its stand as the giant of Africa.
A round of applause, please. Okay. We've got the first part from Uniloring. And now we go over to the first speaker from University of Ibadan. You have 4 minutes. Aisha Usman.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The proposition has spent 4 minutes telling us what we've always known, that Nigeria has many problems, and that there are some African countries out there doing better. Ladies and gentlemen, President Tinubu's delegates to Nigeria were one of the first to get on ground in the Nigeria Republic to determine how we can actually revert this military coup. So, judges, the proposition I've been brought into today's debate to show us any African country that's been able to exert anything close to Nigeria's dominance when it comes to politics in Africa. Once you upset that burden, you cannot win today's debate. Now, attentive audience, let me tell you about Nigeria's influence in military in Africa. You see, Nigeria is not just about its numbers and its natural resources, it's about how it has been using them over the years. Now, let me show you. Nigeria has been greatly committed to ensuring the security and defense of African region. So whatever the opponents want to tell you about our insecurity or about Nigeria having just the first strongest military in Africa is invalid. Why? Because research shows that Nigeria has committed more than $8 billion to peacekeeping missions in Liberia. And if you add the one in Sierra Leone to it, the number skyrockets to $13 billion, according to an article on the International Center for Investigative Reporting. In fact, between 500 to 2,000 Nigerian peacekeepers have lost their life to protect the security, peace, and sanity in the African region. So, whatever the proposition wants to say, you must realize that it's not just about Nigeria having these numbers, these figures, or these resources. It's about how Nigeria has been using them to protect and promote Africa over the years. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, make no mistakes. Being the giant of Africa is not just about numbers. It's not about being the best country in Africa, but about influence, and how you use that influence. And we have shown you Nigeria has great influence in Africa, whether geopolitically, militarily, or culturally, and has been using this influence to push Africa forward. So, yes, Nigeria might have its problems. In fact, you can call it a sickly giant, but the fact remains nonetheless that it is a giant, the giant of Africa. From the University of Ibadan, my name is Aisha Yusuf. Thank you.
A round of applause, please. Okay. Don't be in a hurry to make your decision yet. We still have speakers speaking, and I'm sure that they'll be able to convince us and not confuse us. All right, up next, very quickly, we have the second speaker from University of Ilorin, Ayonde Peace. You have 2 minutes.
For the sake of clarity, our claim in this debate is that Nigeria's long-standing position as the giant of Africa is no longer tenable. It's not to say that she's not developing in one area or the other, but it is to say that relative to other African countries, she's no longer the giant that she used to be. I mean, what is the point of having so much influence in the African countries when certain areas of your country is terrorized? As I move further, whoever wins this debate is the team that is able to realize that as a nation, we are falling, and thereby producing solutions to these problems. And that is exactly what we are doing on this side of the debate. I'll cite an example of a country, China, because it is imperative if we are going to rise as the giant of our continent to learn from giants of other continents. And that's why I'll be citing China. Despite a population of 1.43 billion, China has been able to eradicate poverty. And unfortunately, Nigeria, with our over 220 million population, still have a multi-dimensional poverty index of 63% as of 2022, according to National Bureau of Statistics. Now, I know my opponent may want to raise that, yes, China's system of government is different, but our multi-party democracy system should even be what to give us an edge as it accounts for more accountability and checks and balances. Nigeria, just like China, should invest in education and innovation, work on producing and supporting local manufacturing industries, as well as empowering vocational and entrepreneurship skills. And as I move further, the burden is not just on the government, but that citizens assume the role of nation building, and that is how we will rise, because we are falling as giants of Africa. Every one of us must assume the role of nation building. We must employ the top to bottom, bottom to top approach to ensure that we raise Nigeria from where she has fallen. And now I want you to join me as I say, arise, O compatriots, arise, O Nigeria, arise, O fallen giant of Africa. Yes, you are falling, but surely you can rise. Thank you.
Surely you can rise. Okay. It's getting hot in here. We'll bring up the second speaker from University of Ibadan, Abdul Habib Akorede.
My speech today is about you. It is about your existence as a Nigerian and how you can and how it can and continues to make it a giant despite the mistakes of its leadership. First, let me tell you about resilience. According to data on the African tech ecosystem by FDI Intelligence and Brighter Bridges in 2022, Nigeria scores low on economic potential and business readiness. What they are saying is that there is very little opportunity for your businesses to thrive and become successful. But notice the plot twist. The same source ranks Nigeria as the country with the highest number of startups out of South Africa, Kenya, which are more welcoming to businesses and have higher economic potential. Notice again how, according to the Financial Times and Statista in May 2023, 27 out of the top 100 fastest growing companies in Africa are from Nigeria. 2 of those being first and second overall are in that list. In 2022, despite the challenges that they faced, Nigerian businesses your businesses still manage to have the highest amount of investment compared to other African countries, according to a report by Africa the Big Deal. Congratulations, Nigerians. That is one story of your resilience. Second, let me tell you about efforts. The Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline, according to a report published by North Africa Post in June 2023, the pipeline will benefit up to 400 million people across 13 African countries, increase access to gas, not just for us, but for them too, and supports the integration of economies within the region. There is also the Kano-Maradi rail line, which Data Fight tells us could transform Nigeria into an import and export center for Sahel and Saharan countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the proposition have asked us to provide evidence. We have done so. From the University of Ibadan, Abdul Abid Akorede.
A round of applause, please. It's getting intense and getting more heated. All right, so quickly I'll be calling upon the speakers from University of Ilorin for their closing statements, and you have 1 minute.
In response to the defense about Nigeria's military base, I would like us to know that Nigeria's military is largely dependent on imported equipment and technology. Over the years, the country has imported weapons and military hardware from a variety of countries, including the United States, Russia, and China. Ladies and gentlemen, it is funny how today I have come to speak to us about the history of Nigeria's greatness, which my father sat down to tell me. But what story am I going to tell to my children about Nigeria's greatness? I speak for all the Nigerian youths when I say that we cannot relate to the history of Nigeria's greatness. We have kept on talking about past glory. We have to recognize that there is a problem, and in there lies the solution. They come to talk to us about potentials. Potentials without opportunities will become redundant. Talking about potentials without how it impacts on our development is like explaining without evidence. Talking about the music industry, how has it impacted on our country as a whole? I rest my case.
Thank you so much, University of Ilorin. Thank you, the University of Ilorin. Thank you. We'll be bringing up the next speaker from University of Ibadan for your closing statement. You have 1 minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, since today's topic asked us about sustainability, then the burden on both sides is simple. It is for us to show whether that sustainability still exists or does not. In our case, we have showed you that by proving that Nigeria still has its socio-cultural influence. We have also showed you that it has political power on the African continent, which no other African country possesses. And we have also shown you that even in the realm of security and defense, we are still a strong country. Now, let me respond to an argument raised about Nigeria importing equipment. Even some of the strongest military nations in the world still import equipment from other countries. Russia does so today. It is one of the strongest militaries. It imports equipment. That question has been answered. Now, moving on. They also raised arguments about big population, solutions, and things like that. We have basically told you by discharging our burden, by stating that we have a startups despite the problems that we face. Remember, we have not refuted the fact that we actually have problems. We are only saying that despite these problems, we are still a strong country. For Nigeria, Abdul Abid Akorede.
A round of applause, please. Wow. Now that was a heated one. And I definitely had a good time. I hope you did too. Okay, audience, so you start getting ready to cast your votes. We would have the link come up shortly. In the meantime, we're going to get feedback from our judges. Oh yes, you can start casting your votes. But we're going to quickly get feedback from our judges. Our judges will be providing feedback to each team and to each team on the competition. Our judges, I'll be calling up Mr. Tunde McCleaver for your feedback to the debaters.
All right. I mean, excellent delivery by both universities. I think that, of course, because we love Nigeria, the crowd seems to be very favorably inclined to University of Ilorin, because when the country is not living up to expectation, then the aspiration of people can be manifested to competition. But I would say in terms of empirical data, now, so persuasion, very fantastic from University of Ilorin. But empirical data, University of Ibadan provides more empirical data to support the argument. For instance, they define to us what a giant of Africa is based on research. I didn't get what to expect from a giant from the University of Lawrence. So I think maybe when you have other times, it's always important. For instance, how I come in here, I didn't know the topic, so I wasn't prepared. I don't know what definition of a giant is globally. So University of Ibadan was the only university that educated me on what to expect from a giant. I didn't get that from University of Lawrence. So that would be something you can do. But in terms of persuasion, I think they did excellently well in terms of persuasion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Tunde. All right, we'll have next Dr. Amina Salihu for our feedback to the debaters.
Many thanks to our team of debaters. And I think I should stand because I've got this thing in the middle. I think at the end of the day, the most important thing is about voice. It's the power, the perspective, and the passion that both teams bring to the debate. And I think that is what matters, having this kind of platform to argue your case. In the final analysis, it's not going to be about whether there's a giant in play or there's not a giant in play, because after all, David slew Goliath, right? But the most fundamental thing is in terms of how your audience is convinced about your argument, how your audience perceives your standpoint, and the power of data. Because we all can stand here and say things anecdotally, but what are the facts? And one important technique that I have seen that I want to call out here is the power of storytelling. Coming out to tell a story would always get the attention of people because no one really wants to listen to all of the big grammar. But when you connect with their hearts, their minds will open. And I think we have seen that today. And I would like to say a very big thank you to the two teams and Leap Africa.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. And please, a round of applause for Dr. Amina. Next, we have Mrs. Uche Pedro give her feedback to the debaters.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say well done to the two teams. You both did awesome. And also thank you to the audience for being so energized and gingered by the topic. I'll start on this side. For University of Ibadan, I love the use of relevant pop culture references because I can see that connected with the crowd, things that happened recently beyond the historical references, which was very good. On the other side, University of Ilorin, of course, you brought a lot of passion to the table, and I would also say great data points were referenced as well, and your rebuttals were very strong. You picked up on some of the points, and you pushed back, and of course, our audience responded very well to that. So overall, great showing by everyone, and may the best win. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our judges. Thank you so much. So right now, we'll give just about 5 minutes to send in your votes, and our judges also collect their scores. Please let's have the link back up so people can send in their votes. We have 5 minutes to quickly do this. Okay. I think we would like to do this a bit shorter. So please, in about a minute or two, we would like to have your votes so we can quickly collate the scores. In the meantime, like I mentioned, the debate is under the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund. The project in itself was born out of the outcomes of the NSAS movement, and it was for us to build capacity of young people to lend their voices to policy issues. We got young Nigerians we had Nigerians across the 36 states of Nigeria and the FCT reimagine the Nigeria that they wanted and even find themselves in that vision of Nigeria that they want. Today we're able to, a few months ago, we were able to produce a report, the Nigeria We Want report. You can find that on our website, where young people diagonized Nigeria and basically created scenarios where they also found themselves playing active parts in it, and also bringing in the government and other organizations playing their parts in it. Within the fund as well, We also saw the need to provide funding to young people with ideas, brilliant ideas, growing organizations, growing initiatives at the grassroots level majorly. And right now, I'm happy to announce that we actually have the fund open, though for a few days. So basically, the pillars around this fund for this year are focused around good governance and answering the fundamental questions around integrity, peace, patriotism. So if you do have an outstanding initiative, an outstanding idea, feel free to plug into that fund. You just might be getting some funding. And I mean, it's a huge one to mention that we'll be giving almost $1 million in funding to institutions and individuals. And I think that deserves a round of applause right there. So feel free to send in your ideas as well. You could just be selected and given some grants to carry out that initiative. So we have, okay, our judges are putting the scores together. Our judges are pulling up the scores together. Across the different phases of the competition, we had series of conversations even around students' loan, the fuel subsidy, and it was interesting to see how young people, lent their voices with passion on these matters that concern them. And just a few days ago, we are actually at the Lagos State University to have the quarterfinals and semifinals, and it was quite an intense and engaging one at the institution. And from that institution, we even had the third position emerge from that, and we'll be presenting to them their award. So for some of you in the hall who might feel like, oh, my institution is not right here at the finale, I'm pleased to announce that second runner-up on the debate is actually the University of Lagos. We'll be calling them up much later to receive their awards. I believe that we're putting the scores together, and that should come up very shortly. That would come up really, really shortly. Okay. Okay. We must appreciate every one of you for being a part of this, and working with us on this journey. I would also like to acknowledge one of our partners who had graciously donated laptops, even to the winners of the competition. So we have winners of the competition leave here with cash prizes and laptops. We'll have the third position go with ₦1 million and 2 laptops. I think that's exciting. We have the second position would also leave here with ₦1.5 million and 2 laptops as well. And then the first position will be going away with a grand prize of ₦2.5 million and 2 laptops. That's a huge one. And I want to especially appreciate our partner, Future Work Africa, for donating these laptops to the debaters. The Future Work Africa, represented here by Mrs. Uche Pedro, for donating the laptops. And special appreciation to our funders for making this happen. MacArthur Foundation and Ford Foundation, special thanks to you for making this happen. Okay, I believe that I'll have the scores up here shortly. We'll have the scores come up shortly. Please bear with us. And this is just because we want to have your voice as a part of it. Last year, we saw the anticipation from the audience to really contribute, and they felt like they had their own teams. And we thought it would be good to have the audience also lend their voice to the results this afternoon. All right, that being said, I'd like to, very shortly, we'll be calling up some special guests as well as some of our partners to equally join us in the presentation of our words. I believe that that's coming up really quickly. All right. Okay. The debates in itself, even beyond the competition, entailed some form of capacity building. The debaters at some point had to go through a series of coaching and mentoring sessions with experts really across sectors, providing them coaching on public speaking, public policy, understanding research, and just building their capacity up until this point. So it's been real hard work on the part of the debaters to be a part of this journey since the commencement of the debate competition. And I must quickly acknowledge even the schools that even made it. Thank you. Okay, so we have the results, and it's quite exciting to be on this side of the table right now. Okay, but I'm going to quickly call up some of our guests who would help with the presentation of our words. We'll start off with the second runner-up. Please help me welcome our judges. Our judges, please, would like you to come forward. You help us with presenting their words. Also, yes, our judges, please. Welcome this. I'd also like to welcome the Executive Director at LIPA Africa, Kehinde Ayeni. Please join us in presenting these awards. Also help me welcome the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund Project Lead, Ikenna Ogudimpa, to join us in presenting this award. And please very quickly help me welcome Ahmed, the Program Manager, LEAP Leadership Institute, to join us in presenting the award to the second runner-up. Okay, and so for the second runner-up, we have the team from University of Lagos. Please help welcome Ememobong Ipe and Enyola Oni. Please come forward. A round of applause, please. It's been no easy feat. Well done, well done. And very quickly, I would like to call up, no, please let's have you stay back. Please let's have you stay back. I'd like to also call up one of our board members at LEAP Africa, who spoke very passionately and graciously to us. And if you remember, the Ezemo, Dr. Joe Abba, kindly join us, please. A round of applause. Okay, and so this is me calling up the first runner-up. Are we ready to hear this? Are you sure you're ready? I love it right now. All right, the first runner-up with a total of 53.22%. My goodness, that was a good one. 53.22%. The first runner-up is, can I have some drum rolls? The University of Ibadan, Aisha Yusuf and Abdul Abib. Please come forward for your prize. Please, a round of applause for them. Please give them their laptops now. Let them snap with it as well. Yes. A round of applause, please. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. No. Yes, sir. And so we'll be bringing up the winner, but before that, would like Pastor Poju to join us. Yes. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. All right, so the winner of the 2023 Youth Leadership Debates Competition, the University of Ilorin, Peace Ayondele, and Adebimpe Covenant. Of applause, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was no easy feat. Out of 354 students, it was no easy one. Thank you so much to our judges. Special thanks to you for being a part of this. Special thanks to our partners, Ford Foundation, the MacArthur Foundation, and Future Work Africa. Special thanks to the Platform Nigeria for the time they've given to us to be here, and would like to say happy independence to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's the end of the Platform Nigeria this year. See you again in May next year by God's grace. God bless us all.
You've been watching our coverage of the live event, The Platform, organized by the Covenant Nation from the Covenant Place in Igomu, Lagos. We now return to our Lagos studios to continue with our regular programming. This is Channels Television.